Buongiorno a tutti and welcome to the Asia Forum for the Contemporary Art of Global Asia. So we are very happy to see you all here. I'm Alessandra Cianetti, the project manager of the Bagri Foundation, and today we are very excited to present the first in-person iteration of the Asia Forum. That's been conceived by brilliant Annie Jael Kwan and devised with a brilliant council of curators that includes Hammad Nasar, Ming Tiampo, and Tain. So the Asia Forum has been brewing for a while. It was launched last year with 2 digital gatherings. They were an occasion to bring together those most urgent voices within the contemporary art. For this new platform, that is really quite exciting, and we look forward to today. But obviously, the Asia Forum would have not been possible without the support of the contributions of all the speakers, present and past, and our partners and patrons. So I would like to thank Something Human, our production partner. ArtReview is our media partner that's been accompanying us since last year. Then we have our Venetian partners, so the Fondazione Querini Stampalia that is hosting us today, and with an amazing staff. The Ca' Foscari alumni, they're very happy to be part of. The Giudecca Art District, the School for Curatorial Studies in Venice, and obviously the Istituto Europeo di Design. And obviously I would like to thank the Ca' Foscari University and the Distretto Veneziano per la Ricerca e l'Innovazione for their patronage. So thank you. Obviously I would like to thank also the City of Venice that's been holding all of us these days, and all of you for being here. And before I leave the stage to Professor Marco Ceresa, I would like to introduce our trustee, Alka Bagri, who couldn't be with us today, but sent us a video message. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the Asia Forum for the Contemporary Art of Global Asias. I am Alka Bagri, trustee of the Bagri Foundation. One of our main aims at the foundation is to encourage global dialogue across cultures and disciplines and share knowledge and expertise about Asian art. We are extremely proud to be presenting for the first time this timely and critical forum at the opening week of the 59th Venice Biennale. This unique platform lands in this city with the ambitious task of addressing some of the most pressing topics in current art practices and research. The Asia Forum Council of Curators has lined up an incredible selection of speakers today. We are all very excited to contribute in ways which will push the limits of our collective knowledge and universal solidarity. I hope all of you find these talks engaging and enlightening. So have a wonderful day, and thank you for joining us.
So I'd like to welcome Professor Marco Ceresa from Ca' Foscari University that will pass the mic to Annie Kwan that will kickstart the day. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Today I'm here to convey the greetings and the best wishes from the rector of the University of Venice, Professor Tiziano Lippiello, and this is, let's say, the institutional part of what I'm going to say. Personally, first and foremost, I have to thank you for putting together this wonderful event. The University of Venice and the Department of Asian and North African Studies, of which I'm director, is the largest department in Asian studies in Italy and one of the largest in the whole of Europe. And we cover practically any language and culture going from North Africa up to the Pacific coast. And we have always been on the forefront of Asian studies, trying to build, for the first time in Italy, something which was unheard of before, which was area studies. So we have worked essentially on developing area studies for the past, since 1967 to be precise. And but now what we're doing today here, what you are doing today here, and something to which we are contributing in some measure, is going beyond area studies towards transcultural and transnational studies. which is for us, for my department, for the University of Venice, the next frontier, and something we are really working on and something we would really like to develop. So I'm particularly honored and pleased today to be here and see that something like this is done in Venice, and it's done with the contribution of my university. So I usually keep it very short. So without further ado, I will simply again renew my best wishes for the successful outcome of this forum, and I leave the microphone to someone much more competent than I am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. I'm going to sit, actually. So good morning. My name is Annie Jael Kwan. As the instigator of Asia Forum, I'm really delighted to welcome you to the first Asia Forum gathering in Venice at the opening of the 59th La Biennale di Venezia. So firstly, a few practical things to get out the way. You should have received a leaflet which has the program information. Asia Forum is an all-day program that has 2 segments. So you have a morning and afternoon section punctuated by a screening program. Our activities for today will range from discussions to performances, and when appropriate, there will be scope for questions from the audience. So please look out for our host, who will have a roving mic if that's the case. We will try to keep to time as much as we can because we are being live streamed. So just so you know that we'll be a little strict on that as much as we can. During the day, we'll have some breaks built in. Please note we do have gender-neutral facilities that are located at the top of the stairs in the auditorium. Alongside that, we also have a quiet space with a screen, so if any time you need to decompress but still would like to follow the program, please ask our staff for directions. So with that out of the way, let me begin properly first by saying thank you for making time to be with us this morning, especially this early after the excitement of this opening week. It is especially joyful, I think, for me personally to be here, reunited with many people at this historic intersection of Venice, especially I guess after the distances and disconnections that we've all experienced over the last pandemic years. And to be able to be together, look at wonderful art in this beautiful setting, eat together, have conversations after, is not something to be taken for granted, so I'm really happy to be back here. It is Asia Forum's aim to provide an occasion to rethink past, present, and future events, artistic sites and production, and to reframe critical urgencies via the lens of Asia's. And that might in turn enable us to expand our understanding of the complexities and engagements in our shared global narratives. It's also our aim to nurture a space of gathering, like today here where we are with you, for discussion and debate that we may consider meaningfully why and how we do the work that we do and with whom. And in that respect, thank you to everyone here in the audience for your work and for continuing to do the work that you do despite the challenges of these years. And this is especially, a shout out also to you who are artists, curators, creatives, and scholars in the audience here because, you are helping us uncover our histories, attend to our present dilemmas, and reimagine new futures, and often in under-supported and precarious circumstances. And yet what you do is so vital to our resilience. And so with this, I want to give a shout out to our inspiring colleagues from the last 2 Asia Forums, Anna Singh, Ho Zuen-Yen, Shilpa Gupta, Lan Tian-Xie, Patrick Flores, Lawrence Leck, Hori An, Tita Selina, and Erwan Ahmed, some of whom are actually with us today too, either with their presentations or through their works. Truly working together is an ongoing conversation, and we are thrilled to open up to our contributors of today's forum too. And thank you to our partners, Something Human, and also our exclusive media partner, ArtReview, who has really been making it possible for our program to reach a much wider audience through live streaming. And thank you, a big thank you actually to our supporters in the city. You've given us such a warm, unexpectedly warm welcome actually to the Fondazione Querini Stampalia for this beautiful space of intellectual legacy, but also really looking after us so well in the last few days. We are also very honored to call our partners the Istituto Europeo di Design, Giudecca Art District, Curatorial Studies, Venice, Ka Foscari alumni, and we are especially honored for the patronage of the, let me get this right slowly, Distretto Veneziano della Ricerca e delle Innovazioni. Okay, I tried practicing that a little bit. And of course, the Ka Foscari University for giving us their patronage. We're really very honored. And of course, last but not least, you know, Asia Forum is very grateful to the Bagri Foundation, to their unwavering generosity and faith shown to this project since its initial conception, to unfolding of its iterations in 21, 22, despite, you know, all the various challenges. So thank you especially to the Bagri family and also the wonderful production team of Alessandra Cianetti, Juan De Lara, Emma Townsend, and Chelsea Petit, of course. And, you know, this really makes me think about something that we talked about earlier, Hammad, like who you travel with shapes your journey and its possible destinations. So I'm so proud to call as my colleagues, you know, and introduce to you Asia Forum's Working Council, my fellow conspirators, Hammad Nasar, John Tain, and Ming Tiampo. Your openness and generosity in sharing research and expertise from the diverse contexts of Asia and your collegiate companionship for these last few years have just been incredible. It's been educational, inspiring, and energizing, and at times really a lifeline. So who you travel with, you know, is really important, and I think today, we will explore that a lot more. So let me do some formal introductions, although for many, you know, they really need no introductions. So Hammad Nasar is a London-based curator, researcher, and strategic advisor. He's presently Senior Research Fellow at the Paul Mellon Centre for Studies in British Art, where he co-leads the London Asia Project. He's a Principal Research Fellow at the University of the Arts London, Decolonising Art Institute, and co-curator of British Art Show 9. He was the inaugural Executive Director of the Stuart Hall Foundation, London, and the Head of Research and Programs at Asia Art Archives in Hong Kong between 2012 and 2016. And he also co-founded with Anita Dawood the pioneering hybrid arts organization Green Cardamom in London. So he's known for his collaborative, research-driven, and exhibition-led inquiry. He has curated and co-curated numerous exhibitions internationally. So yes, I personally witnessed that. And also, we'd like to introduce to you John Tain, who is a curator, researcher, and writer. He is currently head of research at Asia Art Archive, where he leads a team based in Hong Kong, New Delhi, and Shanghai. He is an exhibition organizer, including Women Make Art History and the Body Collective during Art Basel Hong Kong in 2018 and 19, and most recently, Crafting Communities in 2020, which looks at the confluence of feminism, crafts, and social practice in the biennial series of War Manifesto events organized in Thailand from 1997 to 2008. In 2019 and 20, he co-convened Mahasa, Modern Art Histories in and Across Africa and South and Southeast Asia, which is a collaboration with the Dhaka Art Summit and the Institute for Comparative Modernities at Cornell University. And last but not least, I'd also like to introduce to you Ming Tiampo, who is a professor of art history and co-director of the Center of Transnational Cultural Analysis at Carleton University. She is interested in transcultural models and histories that provide new structures for understanding and reconfiguring the global. She has published on Japanese modernism, global modernisms, and diaspora, including the book Gutai, Decentering Modernism, which received an honorable mention for the Robert Motherwell Book Award. In 2013, she was co-curator of the ICA award-winning Gutai Splendid Playground at the Guggenheim Museum in New York. Tiampo is an associate member of ICI Berlin, a member of the Hyundai Tate Research Center, Transnational Advisory Board, a member at the Paul Mellon Center for British Art on the London Asia Project, and a founding member of TRACE, the Transnational and Transcultural Arts and Cultural Exchange Network, and also a co-lead on the Worlding Public Cultures Project. So I'm indeed very honored to have these wonderful, esteemed travel companions who I'd like to invite on the stage right now. Thank you so much, Professor.
So when we're getting organized, I just wanted to thank Annie for her incredible leadership and vision in starting Asia Forum. I remember when she first started cooking this up and we started cooking together, she really imagined Asia Forum as a way of thinking about Asia together
in this site, which is so important, where Asia is often seen as kind of a market-based production, and really thinking through what Asia could contribute in terms of shifting intellectual dialogues, and making the intellectual sort of theoretical basis of what we do in terms of current urgencies much more visible on the international stage. So Annie, thank you so much for bringing us to this point, and also thank you to John and Hammad for your companionship on the journey. So our first panel today is it's called Modernity as Crime Scene. And this first panel is really about kind of setting a scene of understanding our modernity critique and understanding how we identify this moment as a foundational moment for the articulation of these present urgencies that we are all experiencing today. And of course, the importance of locating that critical perspective in Asia. So what this allows us to do is to surface our analyses of the present condition through and from Asia, rather than being about Asia. So this isn't about a gaze on Asia. This isn't about performing Asia for larger audiences. This is about Asia as a critical site of inquiry, as a question mark, and as a framework for understanding who we are together in this world. It's a way of refracting and reflecting on perspectives, and as an engine for change. So in my very brief remarks this morning, my job here is to recap some of the thinking that we have already done in the context of Asia Forum, in the form of these 2 online gatherings that we had over the course of the past year, and also to set the stage for our conversation today. So in these 2 previous online gatherings, we engaged artists and scholars to think about questions of borders, colonial histories, racism, global inequality, and the climate crisis through legacies of colonialism and a post-industrial embrace of the Anthropocene. In the first session, which took place in the fall of 2021, we were asking very basic questions: who, where, what, and why Asia? Seeking to map out just some of the multiple geographies, epistemologies, histories, proposals, and problematics that were posed by thinking through the region in its multiplicity and its complexities. So considering Asia as a possible critical site for the undoing of modern Western rationalism, the session proposed multiple models for thinking through and thinking differently about the relationships that we build with each other and with our planet. Anthropologist Anne Lowenhaupt Singh proposed mangroves as a reservoir of possibility, and the mangrove trees, which are amphibious, situated between water and land, as a site of resistance and piracy, of hiding in these entangled roots. And similarly, Lan Tianxie proffered the metaphor of the silverfish as a way of incorporating and disturbing histories, as a way of encountering difficult histories that are a catalyst that ignore and inaugurate a field of play for the very many unruly forms of life. Artist Shilpa Gupta asked questions about boundaries and borders, foregrounding the question, where do I end and where do you begin? So understanding questions of the individual and collectivity as being central to our inquiry here in Asia Forum. Ho Tsun Yen addressed questions of conflict and repair within the context of Southeast Asia, asking how do we define these territories, not from the top down as in Southeast Asia, where it was a territory that was defined by a military nomenclature, but really to think about the entanglements. And of course, Patrick Flores thought about Catholic processions as a way of thinking through different ways of being and knowing, to think through water and flux as imbrication. So you can already see in that first session, we were starting to surface some issues. And we built on these themes of watery flow and imbrication in that first session to think about the question of liquidity in our second session, which was much more focused. And this we saw as a site and as a way of understanding a resistance to modernity's colonial project. And in that conversation, we took this concept, which has become critical to neoliberalism, synonymous with late-stage capitalism and the logical outcomes of modernity as crime scene. We took this question of liquidity in a number of different directions. So Lawrence Leck started off the discussions with Sino-futurism. Ho Ri-an, who will be presenting a performance later today, considered the question of liquidity through a genealogy of present and recent pasts that followed the flows of labor and technology and capital across transnational contexts and different historical timeframes. And finally, Tita Salina and Irwan Ahmed took a literal take on the concept of liquidity, taking us on their journey from Jakarta to East Kalimantan, tracing the movement of capital, but also of the capital, in the sense that Jakarta was being moved from, the capital was being moved from Jakarta to Kalimantan because Jakarta is the fastest sinking city in the world, faster even than Venice, sinking at a rate of 10 centimeters a year. This was a situation, of course, that was caused by the climate crisis and by groundwater depletion, by land reclamation. And these references ultimately brought us back to the question of the Anthropocene and our ecological crisis that was first brought up by Anna Lowenhaupt Singh in our first session. And so you'll see that these threads will continue through our conversation, which will think about many of these same questions as we open up into new discussions as well, considering the planetary impacts of modernity as crime scene from an Asia-centric analysis. So we're hoping that today we'll be deepening our previous conversations in order to start with a consideration of modernity as crime scene and understanding modernity as the socio-political and cultural and aesthetic rupture of industrialization, deeply, although not exclusively, imbricated with the logics of colonialism, environmental colonialism, and extraction. It represents a redefinition of the human and our relationship to the planet and to each other, a radical re-envisioning of anthropocentrism, or rather a radical anthropocentrism that, as Sylvia Wynter pointed out, only designates some humans as fully human. So by returning to this crime scene, we are hoping to find clues about how we arrived at our current point of crisis and to build pathways towards different relationalities and the possibilities of repair. So I will pass to you.
Thank you, Ming. Before I start, I just wanted to start with a word of admiration, not just for my fellow travelers, but also for you. Because to be here at 10 a.m. on a Saturday at Venice opening, you guys are hardcore. Thank you. When the pioneering performance artist, Taeching Xie, presented a survey of his work in the collateral event for Taiwan in 2017, he had not been practicing since the turn of the century. He called himself a sub-artist. And in speaking to The Guardian, he said, "I am a witness to a past crime scene, and can give you clues about this crime scene." That raises a set of questions for us, I think, that we will sort of dive into. How do spaces for art help artists bear witness? How do they become spaces for investigation, for providing evidence against the crimes of modernity? Through what means do they prepare us for reparative rather than retaliatory justice? And why do we pose these questions in Venice? Well, the obvious answer is it's probably the extreme example of art infrastructure as crime scene. As I'm sure all of us who entered the Giardini and looked up to the British Pavilion on the top of the hill, and once we reach that top of the hill, we see it flanked by the architectural vestiges of modernity on each side. So how do we deal with the art world's present infrastructure, with its institutions? What relationships of interdependence do we create? How do we acknowledge our own complicity in them? Now, the glib answer to all this is that we do all this together. But I wanted to suggest two ideas that may help us in framing our approach. The first of these relies on the practice of pushing hands. If we can play the little clip as I speak. So for those of you who are not familiar with Tai Chi, it will come up. So Tai Chi is a form of moving meditation, and it's also a martial art. And pushing hands is a form of Tai Chi where usually one plays, and that's the term, one plays with a partner. And when you're playing with that partner, you are touching either in one or 2 points of contact, usually the forearm or the hand or the arm. And the point of the exercise is to listen to who you're playing with. Listen to where their center is. Understand it, feel it. You don't fight force with force, but you redirect it. You allow it to spend itself, to use the energies that are already in play to serve a different purpose. And hopefully we'll sort of play, I mean, there was no sound in this. This is really just about showing. This is it. What I won't do is sort of, allow Ming, because she's not extending herself, but you will sort of see what that is about. That's one thing that I'd like you to sort of maybe keep in your mind. The other, and this is something I've sort of talked about quite often, is the notion of the artwork as a pocket utopia. That the artist sort of puts out into the world and invites audiences to interact with. So it's forms of relations that can be tested, but only through others. And the point I want to make for our session today is that the foundation for any future utopia is the past. And as we have seen over the last few days in this Biennale, artists are engaged in that important act of finding cultural forms that allow us to process and live with the past in a productive way. This Biennale is full of monuments. Not those that you tear down, but those that can function as promises towards a more just future. Now, we will hear directly from many of these artists later on today, but I wanted to end my little bit with inviting us to think about Zeynep Sedera's approach to the French Pavilion, which served both as a site for some pretty damning testimony, but also as an invitation to communal acts of dancing and watching a film. So that dance hall and the cinema become sites of resistance. And that green screen, the archive of political films that were on the side, and that edit suite, Zeynep gives us all the tools to put ourselves into the picture. And with that, I'll pass on to John.
Pushing hands. So I'm just going to follow up on what Ming and Hammad have already said and kind of preface, I guess, what Annie will be talking about. So I too want to thank all of you and welcome and thank all of you who are here in this room and also joining us from online for Asia Forum today, especially as it is very, very early here and possibly very, very late somewhere else in the world, and also to the guests who we will all be hearing from today. My gratitude most especially goes to the co-conveners, Annie, Hammad, and Ming, for being such fantastic interlocutors for this, the third iteration of Asia Forum, as you heard from Ming, and including the first two digital gatherings last year and the first in-person gathering, of course, today in Venice. When we first started discussing the possibility of Asia Forum, we had some fairly clear thoughts and aspirations about the potentials and pitfalls of such a project. One key sentiment that the four of us were in total agreement on was that in giving the event the name that it bears, we wanted it to be less a speaking for Asia than a speaking from it. In other words, Asia less as something to be defined, described, and categorized than as a place that allows for the expression of lesser-known ideas and viewpoints. This concern, it turned out, was shared by the various participants whom we have had the good fortune to be in dialogue with. For today's events, these include the artists and curators who are taking part in the Biennale, either in the main exhibition itself, as with Saudat Ismailova, or else representing different nations through pavilions, as with Yuki Kihara, Cherin Sherpa, Shalasha Rajbandari, and Hitman Guran, who we reached out to. We also have amongst us curators and organizers involved in other perennial exhibition projects, including, as on the stage, Hora Qasimi and Patrick Flores, from whom we will be hearing this morning, as well as Riza Afesina, who will be joining Saudat at the end of the day. And finally, we will have two artist interventions from Horayan and Abbas Zahedi. Together, these interlocutors helped us deepen and amplify some of the strands of thinking that we had been developing in wanting this to be a space that could be kept open for sharing rather than a theater of representation. This last point, of course, raises the question of who this project is for, especially as we are speaking here in the midst of Venice during the opening of the Biennale, which some have deemed equivalent of the Olympics for a still Eurocentric art world. As Rostam Barocha has noted in the context of India, the concept of Asia is not something the understanding or utility of which should be taken for granted. And one of the urgent tasks that we face is precisely to undo such pre-existing notions in favor of keeping open possibilities. In other words, one way of understanding today's interventions is that the Asia that we are constituting, the Asia that is becoming, is an Asia Minor, as it were, by which I do not mean the peninsula of Anatolia, but an Asia that is defined not in opposition to the West, the foil to the West as posited by Samuel P. Huntington in his now infamous 1996 book, Clash of Civilizations, for instance, or by various other European and American thinkers stretching back for centuries. Instead, in sympathy with thinkers like François Lyonnais and Shumei Shi, Hentel Yap, and Xiang Zairong, it is an Asia that is not centered and not hierarchical, seen through sideway glances to lateral networks that are not readily apparent. In emphasizing the lateral rather than the top-down, the Asia of, the Asia in, Asia Forum, is one whose inherent complexity and multiplicity remains intact and apparent, one in which the transversal movements and interactions, solidarities, resonances, and intersections between the different cultures that compose it come into focus. To wrap up, the Asia in the name is an ongoing project, a proposal, a promise. So I'm just going to hand things over.
So thank you so much, Ming, Hammad, and John, for framing those thoughts. Always in conversation with you, it's incredibly inspiring, and so many engines start to turn at once. But I wanted also to share a provocation here in response to this very witty and generative title, actually, for this panel. Thank you, Ming. So as a lover of many sort of crime novels, and certainly all the crime procedural dramas, we we have a lot of sayings, and we think about crime, we think the crime scene, what gets erased, we think about, does crime pay, what is criminal and so on, and all these kind of sayings that we know. And so I kind of speak to this maybe in a more personal way, like bringing in a different register. And I think back about my movements here in Venice and being here again. And I'll start by saying that I think it was 2017, I was here and I shared an apartment with a very bright young artist called Khadija Say. And it was one of those things where we were both part of a development program for Black and Asian minority practitioners. And our paths were sort of crossing at various times of the night usually. And we would have like little chats about what we'd seen in the day and put our feet up, being really tired and so on. And always with this idea that, there'll be more conversations to be had, more time to be had. And of course, as many of us know, it was very unfortunate. About a couple of months later, a high-rise fire broke out in the Grenfell Tower where she lived. And she was tragically killed at the age of just 24. And her mother, Mary Mendy, also died in that fire. And perhaps you think, why am I bringing this up? And I'm thinking, in terms of this title, originally we were thinking about modernism, and it made me think about what the disciplines of art history and the discussions around formalisms, but also then the wider context in which how these things are generated and conceived and perhaps normalized in that way. I think about movements of bodies from sites to sites. I think about sites of production in where we move through and all these different histories. And so that brings me, of course, to the movement of our two bodies, the way we connected our different cultural backgrounds, our particular lineages within the context of the UK, and how that also brought us to Venice, right? So on one hand, we think about modernity as something that positively had given us the development of certain technologies, photography, as we know, which was part of Khadija's very beautiful burgeoning practice, but also, concrete tower constructions, the way cities are expanded, and all of this that also then generated more movements of people. And yet, I guess I'm questioning that despite how we have all these various developments of construction and utility and so on, what are the processes that have been developed in terms of how we think about justice, in terms of how we think about healing? I think, Hammad, you brought up earlier about reparative histories. I think that's a really important subject matter, especially leading, if we connect that to the various histories that are still located within, stories of intergenerational trauma, and also then the very recent traumatic experiences by minority bodies in the last couple of years as well. So I guess this question I have, which is central to this panel, which might not be resolved within this conversation, but I just wanted to bring up, is that how come modernism, as it were, brings us to a point where we have much that is created, both in the cultural sector and otherwise, that is incredibly sophisticated and well developed, but at the same time, there's also much damage, right? And how come in the face of that damage, why is it so difficult to question where do we locate culpability? Where do we locate accountability, right? And so I think about what movements we are afforded, how that is also entangled within ideas of privilege, mobility, language, and how the movements of cultural practitioners are so entangled with these longer movements of people and migratory histories. And that also brings me back to another point of these ideas of movement, which is that right here in the Fondazione Querini Stampalia, there's been a beautiful exhibition just opened up, which also features the Japanese-American sculptor Isamu Noguchi. And he's been curated into an exhibition by the artist Yanvo, alongside the Tansekwa artist Park Sobo. And I really had a privilege to think about Noguchi's work and his lived experiences, because he just had a very expansive survey exhibition at the Barbican Centre in London, which was beautifully curated by Florence Ostende, and I had the honor of being a digital curator in residence. And looking through his archives, looking through his letters, again, these movements of ideas and movements of people, it struck me that it was very curious that he had moved to Japan to live for a while because of his father, who is Japanese, and having done so, he formed a great empathy with his community there. And so after the bombing of Pearl Harbor in World War II, and the incarceration of many Japanese Americans during that period, he found such a great empathy for what was going on that he volunteered, in conversation with Collier, to enter the concentration camp of Poston voluntarily, right? And it made me think about how his idealism as an artist at the time, thinking, oh, I'm going to enter the camp, I'm going to try to make it more habitable, I'm going to create artistic workshops so that my community can have productive things to do while we're in there. And even though this was agreed with the administrator, when he entered the camp, he very quickly became just a prisoner. And his many letters expressed his frustration that he was not given the resources or supported to do the work that he thought he was going to do, right? And so we leap forward how many decades to this moment where, of course, he is a celebrated artist. His work was recently collected into the White House collection, but then ironically by the Trump presidency. So within a time where we have had escalation of violence against Asian peoples due to the weaponization of language around the coronavirus, right? So all these kind of movements and circulations make me think about damage, what's being done, what are we doing to repair that? And even now, when we loop back to the first story that I introduced, there is an official grand file inquiry that began, but even now, despite the deaths of 72 people, we're still no closer to finding out the so-called truth, right? And it's a shame because I do live in London, and I feel, in that sense, complicit to the structures in which we operate, that very little has been done to support the surviving families, and certainly in terms of rehousing and so on. London is pretty much an epitome of a discrepancy between class privilege and so on. So I speak, in terms of wondering then what our role as art practitioners, what we bring to various dialogues, how do we center this idea of crime and who's complicit, what's erased and what's not, and what's brought to light. So thank you, Ming, for this very provocative topic, and it's really making me think about how we write our art histories and write our narratives, and what does it all mean to do the work that we do, which, thank you all for continuing to do that, because I think as long as we are able to engage in that conversation, we can continue to shift and change, hopefully, the structures in which we operate. So with that, I'd like to introduce our first two guest contributors. So Patrick Flores is the Professor of Art Studies at the Department of Art Studies of the University of Philippines and the Curator of the Vargas Museum in Manila. He's the Director of the Philippine Contemporary Art Network. His curatorial and publication credentials are extensive, including Painting History, Revisions in the Philippine Colonial Art in 1999, Past Peripheral, Curation in Southeast Asia in 2008, Art After War, 1948 to 1969, 2015, and Raimondo Albano Text, 2017. He was the artistic director of the Singapore Biennial in 2019 and the convener of the forums of the Taiwan Pavilion at this particular Venice Biennale. I also I'm very honored to introduce Hura Al-Qasimi, who is the president and director of the Sharjah Art Foundation. She has curated multiple projects, including solo exhibitions of the Otolith Group in 2021, 2022, Tariq Atui, 2020-21, Zarina Bimji, also in the same years, and many more. She was co-curator of the Sharjah Biennial in 2003 and has since continued as biennial director. She has curated the UAE National Pavilion and for the Venice Biennale in 2015 and the second Lahore Biennial in 2020. She's also incredibly busy because she's president of the International Biennials Association, chair of the board, Sharjah Architecture Triennial, chair of the advisory board, College of Fine Arts and Design at the University of Sharjah, and the president of the African Africa Institute, Sharjah, while serving on multiple other advisory boards and art jury committees across Europe and Asia. So we're really honored that you've both made time for us today. Yeah. So I'll hand over to you, Patrick.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you, Annie, for the introduction, and thank you to the conveners for this invitation. I'm honored to be here. Taking the cue from the theme of this session, I wish to trace Asian art history through two structures that construct both the art history of a region as well as the ethnography of a global biennale. These structures, which are partly legacies of modernity, are the National Pavilion and the exhibition within the Venice model of biennale production. Both overinvest in and belabor liberal recognition in and its intelligible form, which is representation, whether national or exhibitionary. I find the word trace interesting because it speaks of a residue, which in the imagination of both Raymond Williams and Basif Kortun is not only what is left behind, but is also what stays or persists with the dominant and the emergent. In Kortun's words, the residual is not only, and I quote him, a remainder, but always throwing itself further. In 2015, In 2015, I curated the Philippine Pavilion in Venice after the 50-year absence of the country in the Biennale. It was therefore a return to the scene of the crime, as it were. I was struck by this desire to return, but was equally fascinated with the prospect of returning with something that had been there before, a trace of a previous presence in light of an over-invested and belabored absence. I chose as my trajectory the Philippine film Genghis Khan, made in 1950 and presented at the Venice Film Festival in 1952. It was directed by Manuel Conde and co-written and designed by the modernist painter Carlos Francisco. The title of the pavilion, Tie a String Around the World, conversed uncannily with Okwi Enwezor's main exhibition, All the World's Futures. It was a line taken from the film's final scene in which Genghis Khan tells his beloved that he would tie a string around the world and lay it at her feet. As a curator, I was keen on a history of modernity and world-making through the film in light of the geopolitical crisis in the contested South China Sea. In dialogue with the film in the pavilion were the installation of Jose Tense Ruiz, titled Shoal, referencing the Philippine ship named Sierra Madre, a pathetic and heroic residue in the disputed waters, and the multi-channel video titled A Dashed State of Manny Montelibano, exploring the vexing sound of radio picked up from China as an intruding atmosphere which has permeated a lush but precarious Austronesian ecology. In relation to this Austronesian context, I collaborated last year, and I'd like to backtrack. I collaborated last year with Po Shin Chiang of the Taiwan Visual Art Archive for a modest publication called Meridians of Region that pursues links between Taiwan and the Philippines. The initiative looked to acupuncture for inspiration as far as procedure is concerned, motivated by its delicacy and precision, the quickness with which it is executed, and the lastingness of its effect. In acupuncture, needles prick certain points in the body to open up meridians or pathways of energy. In this broad scheme, research is imagined to be akin to puncture, a sympathetic provocation of nodes through which the vitality of an entity may pass, restore well-being, and enliven the body. there is tension here between the penetration of the surface at a particular depth and the search for that point in the surface to be released or be made sensitive through, for instance, trembling. This is the outlook of the inquiry, to find points, dilate the meridians, and let a dynamic spirit pervade the following rubrics: artists and the work of culture, collections, institutions as material laboratories, exhibitions as rites of assembly and accumulation, and the faces of the avant-garde. So just some pages from that book. Yeah. In 2020, I was named curator of the Taiwan participation in Venice in 2022. This year, I was asked to curate Sakulyo, the first indigenous artist to represent Taiwan in Venice. Sorry. It was an exciting prospect, a chance for me to ramify an art history from Austronesian, Southeast Asian, and the Pacific meridians, and to make sense of the art historical via indigeneity, modernity, and contemporaneity. The preparations unfolded in good faith and in the spirit of reciprocity. The serious accusations against Sakulyo of sexual assault in December last year were unforeseen and unfortunate, and his disqualification as the artist of the exhibition left a deep void in the project. As events quickly unfolded in social media away from curatorial calibration, I thought that there should be in the future a methodology to replenish amid a trauma or a crisis, a fissure in the cosmology, the ethics of care that curatorial work promises, and to initiate a process of reparation and transformation for those who feel violated and those who are named as agents of the violation. For me, institutional disengagement, which I totally understand, should not be bound to the curatorial patience and risk to stay with the trouble and come to terms with the loss of art, curation, and the pavilion. Sakulyo's presence in Venice to signify Taiwan would have performed a series of exclusions within Taiwan and Venice. As an indigenous artist, he does not belong to the dominant Han Chinese geopoetics. Taiwan, for its part, is not considered a nation state in Venice and therefore is not entitled to a pavilion. The third exclusion is his ineligibility to embody Taiwan and its identity effects on account of alleged transgressions. These exclusions mingle the discrepant registers of the aboriginal and the compromised, the primeval and the injurious, the erotic and the ethnic. I remember writing the Taipei Fine Arts Museum, the commissioner of the project, to explore a difficult meridian by curating a performative condition in which this tear in the fabric of society may be stitched with generosity and fairness within a tradition of deliberation and restitution in our contemporary time. This, I thought, was our poignant obligation to the indigenous communities of Taiwan, the first people to inhabit the country and may well be the future of the planet, as well as to all the women who have been wronged in history. I end this brief talk with ambivalence, speculating on the need to contemplate a theory of entanglement on the one hand and of particularization on the other, of co-implication rather than complicity, of curatorial decisiveness and curatorial care. Concomitantly, there might be a need to revisit modernist conceptualizations of judgment, representation, criminality, and justice, and think through the broadness of reparativity and restorativity within a prospectively indigenous and feminist relationality, with the problematic of gender exposing the limit of both ethnicity and its representational and ultimately national aesthetic. After all, the last Taiwan exhibition of Shu Li Chang, curated by Paul Preciado, played out queer justice within a punitive, heteronormative, and exclusive morality. In this scenario, the residual may converse with the collateral, which is how the Taiwan exhibition is named. Not national, but collateral, a security, a supplement, and even a sacrifice. The current form of the Taiwan exhibition in Venice is an archive forum, the archive of previous participations and the forum of critical questions are meant to be in a dynamic interlocution, with the discussion in the seminar responding at a certain angle to the materials in the archive. The archive in turn offers both experience of and experiment with discourse and everyday life that render the exchange in the virtual seminar socially contingent and aesthetically specific. It is important that the indigenous and the deliberative find an intersection in the fantasy of the not yet possible pavilion, a pavilion to come, or an impossible pavilion. A forum is a seminar, a term that refers to a conference, a meeting of minds and bodies. From the word seminarium, it is a breeding ground, a tertiary, an arboretum. It is a potential ecology. The French thinker and writer Roland Barthes argues in the essay To the Seminar that, and I quote him, the seminar's work is the production of differences. Barthes clarifies, though, that, and I quote him, difference is not conflict. Each relation, gradually, it takes time, is made original, discovers the originality of bodies taken one by one, breaks off the reproduction of roles, the repetition of discourses, counters any staging of prestige, of rivalry. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. My mouth on the mic. Okay. Turn right. Okay. Well, I actually didn't know what to prepare when I decided to come here, because I wanted to hear what everybody else was saying. And is this better? Yes. Okay. I just need to speak up. I'm sorry. I'm a bit exhausted. But I didn't actually think of the title as a crime scene, but now that I'm thinking about it, a lot of my images maybe look like crime scenes. I have worked with thousands of artists in the last 20 years, so this is not a representation of Sharjah Biennial. I could speak for probably 10 hours about Sharjah Biennial. I also wanted to reflect on when, Patrick, you said 2015, you curated the Philippines pavilion. I curated the UAE pavilion, also with Okwe. And what I had in mind was when Okwe spoke in a past March meeting about thinking historically in the present, which is the title of this coming up Sharjah Biennial. And I decided to curate a historic exhibition in Venice, which was against everybody's advice. When I was invited to curate, I was told people in Venice don't have time. You should just do something simple and quick. And I decided to do the opposite and look at the history of the UAE art scene, because I felt that it wasn't addressed in the right way. Some artists were getting more of a spotlight than others,
And I used that opportunity to create a publication, which is actually being used now for educational purposes and in schools. So that was something that I appreciate, and being here as well. And I also wanted to comment, Annie, when you spoke about Khadija Saye. I also met Khadija here in Venice, and we also said there was more to talk about. And I'm very happy and sad to say that we will be showing Khadija's work in the next Sharjah Biennial, Sharjah Biennial 15, Thinking Historically in the Present, which opens on the 7th of February 2023. So this is just a brief history of Sharjah Biennial and Sharjah Art Foundation and how we started. It's also about representation and also accessibility. Again, we're very privileged to be here in Venice, but as we know around the world, not everybody is able to travel and meet and connect. And for me, it was Okwi's Documenta 11 that was really inspiring. I happened to go by accident. And I realized that we have a platform in Sharjah. We have Sharjah Biennial, which used to look like this, which we're all nostalgic for. It was the old expo center and the tent. But it wasn't quite, as artists in Sharjah, it wasn't really giving us the kind of need that we wanted from the art world. There was a thirst that wasn't kind of being quenched. So I thought it was my responsibility to kind of go back and see what was happening. The famous last words were, "I just want to see how it works, I won't interfere." Famous last words. So since then, there was a new expo center being built when we got there. And it was great, massive white cube, it was a trade center. It was great for large installations, but for me, what I found really difficult was it was a trade center. There was a jewelry exhibition happening next door. You had to enter through turnstiles. You had to go to the destination. You had to know about it. And I really wanted to remove the barriers. I really wanted an exhibition within the city, within communities, around people. And that's something that's lacking here in Venice. Someone always says to me, "Would you ever consider curating Venice Biennial?" I said no, because I don't know the community in Venice. I know the art world in Venice, but it's not, I just feel like it's so separate. Maybe I'm wrong. I know that there are lots of trips and people visit and the university students, but we have a different public and we have it's different than our parts of the world. So I thought it was my responsibility to kind of look into that. This was the last year that we used the expo center. I decided to leave, even though we did not have spaces. We just inhabited any spaces, the museums, the squares, any museum that would give us their space, we would use it. And then we started planning our new exhibition spaces. So that was also Expo Center. Elena Tsui, when 2004, 2007. So this is what we started to do. So this was the year, one of the co-curators of the 9th Sharjah Biennial, Tara Abul Futuh, is here in the audience. This was a time when it was really important to get out of this space and just explore the community and the towns. Amal Qinawi, also from the same biennial, performed. We recently did a solo exhibition. Amal passed away, unfortunately, and it's really important for us at the foundation that we've worked with such amazing artists who have sadly lost their lives, that we should continue to push for representation and make sure that their works get shown, and her works are being shown in many biennials, past and upcoming, which I'm not allowed to say, but you will see very soon. This one I did not think of. So I mean, they're all kind of crime scenes in a way, right? Okay, now that you think about it, Imran Qureshi's "Blessings Upon the Land of My Love" from Biennial 10 was happening while we were experiencing the so-called Arab Spring. So a lot of people, we started posting this project as he was painting it, and it created such excitement, but also intrigue. We also had Al-Amal School for the Deaf perform a performance within the space with the work. This work ended up continuing. It was in the Sydney Biennial on Cockatoo Island, And then there was another one on the rooftop of the Met. I was a little disturbed about this project going to the rooftop of the Met in New York. It didn't seem fitting for me. Maybe other people have other opinions, but I felt that it lost its violence and it's lost its place, and is gone to a space where only privileged are able to access on the rooftop of the Met. So I'm a little bit, there's a violence, but it's quite complex, and it wasn't as visible and as striking, I have to say, especially with cocktails and things like that. So another intervention was on Bank Street, which is another crime scene, I guess. I'm using that word again now. Superflex. We turned a car park into a park. As you know, Superflex did this project where they invited many communities to talk about, migrant communities to talk about pieces of public furniture from their hometowns that they were missing and nostalgic for. We created the bank during the duration of the biennial. It was a very successful project. We are now working with Superflex on another permanent project on an existing park that we're renovating, almost like a memory park with the same process. This was unfortunately temporary because it was a parking lot and we had to vacate. And there were, it's surrounded by streets. Dictum, Zwa al-Shawqi's performance was also part of a residency called the Witness Program, so again, crime scene, where he takes the script and writing of the Sharjah Art Foundation statements, talks to the technical staff and communities working within the foundation, and asks them to pick out their favorite phrases and turn them into their favorite kind of music, which was a lot of our technical team, a large percentage of our technical team were from Pakistan, some from Kerala, some from Egypt and other places. But the main people he worked with were from Pakistan, and their interest was in Qawwali music. I'll play a bit of this performance for you in a little bit so I don't mess up the PowerPoint. Camp is project from Gulf to Gulf to Gulf. Again, a project that started in 2009, invited by Tariq for the 2009 biennial, Provisions for the Future, Past of the Coming Days. The project started then where they started working with sailors that dock ship just, if you can see, I don't know, near the lamppost on the left over there. And they continued this relationship with the sailors that dock the ship there and asked them to document their journeys through mobile phones and create a video in the end of it. Camp currently has a survey show in Sharjah, not far from the location, which really shows the journey of their work in the last many years. I can't really say now. So the great thing about this is that we had this film screening at the end of the market near the docks, and a lot of the sailors, their families, their friends, and passers-by would come and watch the film every night. So it was almost a witness of what the people who dock their ships here would do when they would leave. And it's really interesting because it's their voices, their stories that we are actually witnessing. This was a project actually with the biennial in 2013, Sharjah Biennial 11, curated by Yuko Hasegawa, where she invited Apichatpong Versatacul and Ole Shireen to design a cinema, a temporary cinema. Of course, we love artist interventions, and we always end up finding a way to keep them. So our temporary Mirage City Cinema has become a permanent Mirage City Cinema. And these are some of our film screenings we've done there. We've done performances, and you could see and this is our new projection room. When it became permanent, we had to redo the projection room that you can see at the very top. Another aspect of what we do as Sharjah Art Foundation is really also looking for buildings or scouting buildings that are being set for demolition, and trying to save them and repurpose them. But how we do that is we occupy the space, use it as much as possible until it's logistically unsafe, and then we'll have to renovate. This is one of the spaces, which was the Kalba Ice Factory, which I have been trying to use for a long time, and I was very lucky that Undiju and Adrian Villaroja decided that they will use it. One thing that frustrates me is when artists think that sites are too far for people. I really want to decenter the biennial. Of course, we have the city center, but what's important for me is that each site is as important as others, and there's no such thing as an off-site. This is one of the most amazing spaces we have at Sharjah Art Foundation, and now after using it for many years, it's undergoing a renovation since the town around us has started to get built up and gentrified, and we have to also clean up our space a little bit. So there you could see his installation. After leaving the expo center, when we realized we do need some larger spaces, we decided to build some spaces within the heritage areas that we were using. Our architect, a long-term architect since 2005, Mona Al-Musfi, has been used to teach at the American University of Sharjah at the architectural school, and has studied the aerial views of this site since for decades, since the 50s, 60s, 70s. So we actually created spaces that align with original walkways and alleyways, and were very respectful to the original footprint. So when you do enter or walk through, you don't realize how large these spaces are because you are walking through winding alleyways. This was a project from the last biennial, which was leaving the echo chamber. Sorry. This section was curated by Omar Khulaif, and he invited Otobong Kanga and Emeka Ogbo to the biennial. This is one of our spaces that have constantly been transformed by interesting projects. One early memory I have is Trisha Donnelly's sculpture in that space. What I loved about this project was that Otobong and Emeka worked with local children to create a soundtrack, but also there's this dead tree or dying tree that you see in the courtyard. So they created a story where you enter and the tree is actually speaking to you. So there's a hidden speaker within the tree. And the tree is in love with salt water, but the salt water is killing it. And she asks the children to sing for her so that the rain will come. It's very haunting, it's very beautiful. It takes on a different life from day to night. From night, it kind of glows with the light boxes and is really, really beautiful. And then during the day, it's also, you could see lots of the birds, and you know, it's such a magical space that we decided we would like to keep this permanent. So I was with Otobong the other night briefly, and we discussed, you know, this is a project that we have been turning on and off. Obviously, for sustainability, we can't have like lights and sound and everything going all year round. In the summer, it's too hot. So it's really beautiful because we almost miss it. You know, it goes quiet, and then suddenly you're walking back into the foundation, and you hear the children as you walk from your car, and the project comes up. Am I good for time? I don't know. Am I? Okay. Another one is, again, renovating spaces and listening to people's 2 minutes? Okay, so no worries. I'll skip the video. Renovating spaces, and as I mentioned, through phases. One of them is the iconic flying saucer in Sharjah, which has a long history. I won't bore you with it. You can look at it online. But we did one, we entered, occupied the space as an intervention with Hassan Khan in Unji's biennial, 2015, Sharjah Biennial 12, and then decided to renovate into a more brutalist concrete space where I curated an exhibition for Robert Breer. And then I started getting messages. I'm also like apparently too available, so I get messages all the time from anybody. where the community were messaging me on Instagram saying, "Oh, you should turn it into a coffee shop." I thought, okay, there used to be a fast food chicken place there that is gone. And I was trying to create this beautiful space, but I realized the needs of the community. I didn't want to take away something that they wanted. But I remember hearing that there was some storage in the basement and asked if it would be possible to take another layer. So this came from the people there. So where you see the square outside the flying saucer, that used to be the car park. We decided we'll park a little further and people can walk, and there's a drop-off and disability parking close by. And we created a basement with a coffee shop, reading room, meeting rooms, so you could see people. And the idea of a basement is very depressing. So there's a sunken garden, a courtyard, etc. And this is an old photo. If you go in now, it's all green. You can't even see anything in there, overgrown. This is another space that we wanted to renovate, but the building was crumbling. So how do you preserve a building that's crumbling without just doing something else? So I asked the architects who work here to really look at the original footprint, which was lost when it was a market, because market sellers decided to build encroachments and take away the whole courtyard. So they lost the courtyard. And after we built this, the people in the community said, "Wow, this reminds us of our childhood." And I said, but it's nothing like the building. I mean, that was concrete. This is glass. And they said, "No, but the dimensions of the courtyard really take us back." And we lost this courtyard for such a long time. So those are kind of nice little, it's always interactive, everything we do. So this is a building that I've been trying and still trying and continue to try to renovate. So hopefully, it's been used in artist work. So Shazia Skandar's project was about this in SB11. And I can explain this another time, or you can go to the website. Performances. Another space was Urban Garden. During Yuko's biennial, Studio Mumbai were supposed to be in this space, which was empty. There was no greenery, just walls. And they decided last minute to move to another location. I was very upset that the space would be empty, and I made a promise that it'll never be empty again. As you could see, it's never empty. And that was the process. It's actually a community garden. We worked with the community to do this. And then many performances that you can see, and talks, and that's it.
Both so much for those wonderful interventions. I think I need to use a different microphone. I have a question I might start with, which is for both of you, but it takes Hoor's presentation as a starting point. Hoor, for you, community seems to be such a central aspect of your practice, both in terms of the community, your local community, and the place where you are, but also in terms of creating new senses of solidarities and communities across different geographies. And Patrick, you were also talking about the ways in which you were building communities and networks, conversations across Southeast Asia and beyond. I was wondering if you could both maybe comment a little bit on what it means to think through community from the ground up, and how do we think through geographies, especially of Asia, which have been for so long defined by a area studies model that have created this sort of hub and spoke relationality between, West and Asia, West and non-West. What is it that we can do now in order to create new relationalities and forms of repair?
If I may, it was interesting. We set up a curator in residence program a little while ago, and I was thinking about that. If we have a curator in residence, who would the artist they would meet be? Would it be the same local artists? We're a small community. Would it be regional? What is our region? I'm always questioning our region. Half our population is South Asian. And it's always, Minasa, Minaya, ASEAN, it's always all these abbreviations coming together. And I decided, you know what, we have a budget airline in Sharjah called Air Arabia, where they fly certain locations because of distances and have hubs. So I'll let them decide the region and let them sponsor this project. So we're kind of redefining the region through the airline map and travel map. And that has become our curator in residence program. I mean, we've had a few editions. We had to stop during the pandemic, and you know, it's kind of ongoing. But it's always this question of region. And when you talk about community, it's community of artists as well, and long-term relationships. But I wanted to just mention that one.
I collaborated with Po Xin Jiang from Taiwan. So this is a different, maybe a way to explore a different intellectual community across two sides, Taiwan and Philippines, which are not typically seen as part of one region. So I think that is one way to build a community, to complicate a bit what commonality means, no? So in that case, I would extend, because my field is Southeast Asia, I would extend the Southeast Asian imaginary to include Taiwan, which is actually closer to the Philippines than, I mean, we're closer to Taiwan than to actually Southeast Asia geographically. So this Austronesian model might be one way to build a different geographical imaginary and cobble together a community of scholars. The other trajectory might be to complicate the discipline and expand the intellectual community. So in my case, I do art history, but I also do curatorial work, and that expands my community quite considerably. So I go to places that I'm sure art history won't allow me to go to. I mean, if I were just an art historian, academic historian, I wouldn't be able to go to some places and meet other people. So I think to complicate the discipline is also one way to build or expand the community of practitioners. Yeah.
Just in terms of a time check, because we were running slightly late, so we are running the session until 11:40. So we really do want to have some questions from the audience. So if there's anything sort of burning, please, get those ready. But while you're getting those ready, maybe if I can introduce one question, and I'll sort of address it first to you, Patrick, because you brought up, and thank you for sharing the sort of an ongoing example. And I think that urgent need for care and that idea of who do we extend care to in the work we do, because there's also a hierarchy of care. And I suppose the question, and it may be slightly unfair, but maybe we can think about it together, is, who takes responsibility for instigating that process? How do we go about it? If we were to do a DIY version, where do we start?
A tough one, Hammad, because sometimes the options are quite limited, in terms of taking action on a particular predicament. In this particular case, it was the institution that decided how to move forward. So the institution took responsibility. I wanted, of course, to participate in creating another condition curatorially, but I realized that institutional solutions and curatorial propositions that don't usually coincide. And that is, in a way, productively problematic for the two not to be conflated with each other. But in this particular case, I wanted to extend curatorial care to the artist, but certain mechanisms didn't allow me to do it. So I wanted to take responsibility, but the structures didn't allow. So yeah, I don't have an easy answer, but the desire to respond to it was there, and I tried, but yeah.
And who, just thinking of that position, the positionality of the institution, because you, as Savannah introduced, you are also playing sort of leadership roles in so many, and I'm sure the kind of a regime of care is something that you would be thinking about. Would you have any sort of suggestions or responses to the predicament, a general predicament rather than a
for
specific
sure.
one?
Yes, for sure, always. I think it's really important. We've gone from a biennial to an institution, so we're quite flexible in the way we work, but then we have a responsibility as an institution. And if there's any, as we've seen with many things coming out with artists being, or people being called out for sexual harassment, I think, as a woman, it's always important to, hear women's voices, which are always silenced. I think it's important to react quickly, because social media takes things, there's no time to, as you said, to react. I understand that there's a lack of care for the curatorial team, and that's a discussion that has to happen between the institution and the curatorial team. But there is always this, you have to be quick on your feet, think of where you stand as an institution, because if you don't react quick enough, you also get called out. We see it all the time. But care in terms of not only those situations, but community. If you do, a work that, you, as an institution, we've had works that have created outroar with community and public, and it makes you think, what is our responsibility here? It's not, I'm not creating an exhibition just for my art world friends. I can go open up a space in London and New York. This is public money, public audience. This is their space, and they have a say and a right. So this is the, you have to, that's why community, as you mentioned, is so important in what we do, because it's their money, it's their, and they're the audience. And you have a responsibility to feed this platform that you have. I feel very lucky and privileged that I have this platform to do this, and I feel it's my responsibility to do it, and to do it in the best that I can. Does that answer anything?
Thank you. Thank you for the care. So, we're running around in the rain. I was trying to do all the directions of getting around Venice and not being Venetian. That was quite challenging. I really appreciated that hot cup of tea, Ming. You went out of your way to secure me. Just this sort of small thoughtfulness. And it makes me think of, the work that I do as part of another research network called Asia Art Activism. And quite often, I'm very aware of privilege and what I have access to and what I can share. But in so doing, sometimes, you are perhaps looking forward or what can be done. And so I really appreciate, my community and members who have then also realized that I can't take care of other things while I'm doing something else, and then would try to find ways to pitch in and support. And I've realized so much then that spirit of mutuality and reciprocity is what keeps us really resilient and what keeps us, able to keep going. And it's not about the singular leadership, but actually working in rhythm with each other, in sensitivity to each other. And yeah, I think that's made me think a lot about what does it mean to share, as part of leadership. And yeah, I was just thinking about that as, Patrick, as you've mentioned, with curatorial care, a lot of that weight sometimes falls on curators, but sometimes who looks after the curators when they're actually trying to take care of the situation too. So I really appreciate you sharing so openly about that. Yeah. I don't know if John, you wanted to say something, or whether there's a question from the audience.
Yeah, so maybe we can take a question from the audience.
Well, maybe while we're sort of organizing for questions, John, did you have something that you wanted to say? Or I was just going to build on something that Annie was saying about curatorial care. Maybe this is a way for us to think through what Asia has to offer in terms of different models of collectivism and of collaboration in terms of understanding the relationship between the individual and the collective, perhaps through different lenses, and think about that suggestively. Like the way in which Rangrupa has brought the concept of lumbung to the forefront, right? And that, sorry, thank you, care, see? And that, this is a way for us to reimagine modern Western epistemologies and notions of who we are as individuals and how we work together.
Yeah, I on that note, I was really struck by the way that Patrick and Hor, each of you kind of spoke to this question of who this is for and what it is for and who it's serving. And I think that the question of it being, Sharjah serving a public because it's public money and it's a public space, and being responsible ultimately to that is kind of really apropos. And Patrick, I think this question of the various levels of exclusion, right? In the case of Taiwan, for instance, I think those are kind of interesting questions that maybe are specific to specific locations and contexts, right? That maybe other areas or other people working in other contexts don't necessarily think of or take for granted, right? That if there's a kind of natural or kind of so-called natural kind of explanation or justification, and often within the context of Asia, these things have to be kind of really negotiated and still remain to be negotiated. Yeah.
We have about sort of just 2 minutes left, for this session. I don't know, I feel like it's so hard to wrap up because it's like a Pandora's box. We've just opened up so many.
Should I put a clip of what Al-Shawk is performing?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay,
That's a great way to finish.
Let me find it. I think I've got it. I don't know.
No.
Sorry. For those of you who are not familiar with Qawwali, it's a form of Sufi devotional music. And the structure is quite formal. So you start in praise of Allah, then you follow that up with a song in praise of Prophet Muhammad, then you follow that with a song in praise of Ali, and then you sort of go to other sort of local priests and saints and holy men. Usually it's men. So with what Wael Shoki did, by using phrases from the curatorial statements of previous Sharjah biennials of the Art Foundation, it was actually playing with, I suppose, one, it's a public space. Two, it's that sort of whole tradition. Three, it's about language. So it opens up this questions to, what crimes have been committed against whom? Against language, against traditions, against place, and then who gets to witness them, and opens that up as an invitation to whoever's passing by. And quite often with Qawwali, as you've heard, it's not necessarily the words, it's the music and the rhythm, and you get left feeling flush. And I suppose that's what we are left with now, feeling flush. So thank you, Hur, Patrick. Thank you all for bearing with us for this extended opening session.
So thank you, Patrick, Hur, and Annie, Ming, and Hammad. So now I'd like to welcome to the stage our first artist, Horayan, who will be joining up here. Morning. Horan is an artist and writer at the working at the intersection of contemporary art, cinema, performance, and theory. Working primarily across the mediums of lecture, essay, and film, he probes into the ways by which images are produced, circulate, and disappear within contexts of globalism and governance. He has presented projects at the Bangkok Art Biennale, Asian Art Biennial 2019, Guangzhou Biennale of 2018, Jakarta Biennial, Sharjah Biennial, Kochi Museums Biennial, multiple biennials, Haus der Kulturen der Welt, Kunsthalle Wien, Musée de Quai Branly in Paris, NTU Center for Contemporary Art, Singapore, and Parasite, Hong Kong. In 2019, he was awarded an International Film Critics Prize at the International Short Film Festival, Oberhausen, Germany. In 2018, he was a fellow of the DAAD Berliner Künstlerprogramm, and most recently, he was named a nominee of the Future Generation Art Prize 2021. In today's lecture performance entitled Factories, Tables, Post-Revolution, he will be drawing upon his recent works examining the material networks and political imaginaries of reform-era China, and probe into the foreclosure of class politics amidst the ongoing crisis of late capitalism. Moving from cinematic scenes of workers appearing in and around factory gates the world over to photographs of Chinese and Singaporean technocrats seated at massive meeting tables, his presentation considers what it means to speak of the economy in a time when the revolution appears to have exhausted its historical course. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Horayan.
毛主席在。毛主席在这篇文章的开头，首先讲什么是战争，再讲什么是革命战争，最后讲什么是中国的革命战争。毛主席他用唯物辩证法，一层一层的把战争的性质分析得清清楚楚，使我们既了解了战争的一般规律，又知道了中国革命战争的特殊规律。
In the wake of the 2008 global financial crisis, hedge funds in the US looking to recoup their losses started turning their attention to the so-called Chinese miracle. Boosted by the strength of its real economy and a massive stimulus from the government, China had managed to continue expanding its economy in a time when many countries were struggling to recover from the recession. But fund managers seeking to make a quick entry into the Chinese market faced a problem. Many of the companies they were eyeing were not permitted to trade their stocks in the US. So to circumvent this problem, they exploited a legal loophole that allowed them to merge these companies with shell companies in the US already listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and then convince investors to buy these stocks by playing up the prospects of the Chinese market. However, some investors eventually started getting suspicious of what exactly were the figures being reported by some of these companies. To be sure that they knew what they were getting into, they hired private investigators to set up a surveillance camera in front of the factory gate of these companies. The idea was that by counting the number of workers and vehicles passing through the gates over a period of time, one could get a sense of whether a certain company was indeed worth the hundreds of millions of dollars it reported. This led to many fraudulent companies being exposed and delisted from the stock exchange. As I watched the time-lapse surveillance footage that I obtained from websites run by these investors turned investigators, I realized that I was looking at the beginning of a new genre of cinema, not least a genre that brings us back to the very origin of cinema itself. In fact, the history of cinema offers us no less than 3 genres set in and around the factory, from which this current genre has emerged. The first genre is known as workers leaving the factory, which of course is also the name of what is often referred to as the first motion picture ever made. In the film by the Lumiere brothers, The factory to which the camera is pointed is specifically a capless factory, one owned by the Lumiere family. The workers fanning out of the factory gate form an amorphous mass, leaving behind the disciplinary confines of production for the free and unbounded world of leisure and consumption. Time and again, cinema would return to the factory only to stop at its gate, refusing to enter, choosing instead to retreat in step with the workers hurriedly leaving the factory. Only by first leaving the factory can the private lives of the characters unravel along with the narrative. Then came the second genre of factory films that can be best called workers never leaving the socialist factory. Unlike the first genre, wherein the factory gate conceals the exploitation that happens behind it, here it is precisely towards the interior of the factory that the camera is irresistibly drawn. After all, having already walked out en masse from the capitalist factory, the workers have returned to the factory, this time as its rightful owners, in hope that they will never have to walk out again. Filling the screen are therefore images of intense physical labor that would have repelled the camera in the capitalist factory. They even become a source of visual ecstasy, with montage dissolving the individual body into a flurry of shocking effects that conjures the collective consciousness to which the socialist worker so aspired. Towards the 50s, a third genre of factory films emerged: workers never leaving the Chinese socialist factory. While in much of the Eastern Bloc at that time, the suffering of workers still continued to be justified through the fetishization of labor. For the leaders of the Communist Party of China, this exploitation of labor by state enterprises had turned the socialist command system into state capitalism. So, to prevent China from going down the same path, they decided that ideological education had to take priority over manual labor. Given this, in the films produced during the Cultural Revolution, one rarely encounters workers engaging in back-breaking physical activity. Instead, what comprise the narrative are scenes of endless meetings held between manual workers and their managers as they collectively devise strategies to deal with problems like an interruption in a supply chain or a mechanical breakdown. Of course, here the technical is always political, with the workers literally taking inspiration from Mao on how to turn iron into steel. In fact, it is usually beyond the factory gate that the worker comes up with some brilliant idea, often after having stared longingly at a portrait of Mao. In this genre of factory films, the factory gate designates not a border dividing one world from another, but merely one corridor among many within the expanded interior of the Chinese socialist factory. And so it is that after over 100 years of cinema, a fourth genre of factory films has finally come into its own. One that I can only call Not Enough Workers Leaving the Chinese Factory. Like the original genre, it understands that the best way of finding out the size of a factory's industrial output is by seeing how many workers pass through its gates. But where this fourth genre differs from the first, and is similar to genres set in the socialist factory, is in its desire to actually enter the factory and see for itself the world of production, except that it is not allowed to. In any case, the camera is not really interested in the workers themselves, and most certainly in not what the workers have to say, especially if the workers are going to be giving a lecture on what is Chinese revolutionary warfare. Instead, what the camera is looking for is a gap between representation and reality, between the flashy figures reported on the American financial receipts and the flashy figures passing through the factory gates in China. And to look into this gap is to confront the corruption that runs between unscrupulous fund managers on Wall Street and a country whose entire system is perceived as corrupt. Here, corruption is understood not as the moral failing of individual capitalists, but an inherent characteristic of a society governed by the Communist Party. And as with any kind of corruption, the solution is more transparency. Specifically, transparency for the age of mobile speculative international capital, where information is only as free as it enables the investor who has never stepped foot into China, much less entered one of its factories, to see how much there is to be made from the system. Like surveillance cameras pointed at factory gates the world over, the camera in this genre of factory films serves to safeguard the ownership of property, except that property here refers not to the visible factory, but the invisible flows of capital financing it. Yet, in this infinite reproduction of this view of the factory gate, it feels as if we have forgotten what the structure was originally designed to conceal. Today, we would rather look at empty factories than reckon with the reality that the workers have not left the factory. But is it not peculiar that amidst the so-called crisis of late capitalism, the exploitation of labor has only become more difficult to see? Or is this merely symptomatic of the prevailing critique of capitalism that has been centered around the corruption of financial and political establishments since the global financial crisis? A critique that is ultimately to be addressed not through any kind of revolutionary class politics, but through a politics of information underwritten by the law. Such would be a politics that takes place not within the factory, but within the figures presented on the tables of technocrats the world over, as they seek to re-establish the real value of the commodities being traded in a now destabilized market, and thus restore transparency to the thing we call the economy. Perhaps then, it is only too appropriate that the Chinese factory today has become the stage for this struggle for transparency. For it was in China, 30 years before these images were taken, that the desire to see the economy was expressed most ardently by former revolutionaries who decided that what had led to the revolution's untimely end was exactly the lack of information. In November 1978, Deng Xiaoping, then the senior vice premier of China, made his first and only official visit to Singapore. Following the death of Mao Zedong 2 years before, Deng had been restored to the central leadership, and within a month's time, officially launched his reforms to open up China. His 3-day tour of Singapore was one of many overseas trips undertaken by Chinese officials in the late 70s to countries around the world to re-establish relations after years of isolation. Having last visited Singapore in 1920 as a teenager, Deng was astounded by how much the city-state had developed. The most visible manifestation of this transformation he encountered was the Jurong Industrial Estate, where Singapore launched its industrialization drive in the 60s through a massive influx of foreign investment into the area, a model that would in time be replicated in China's special economic zones. But what had most impressed Deng during his short visit to Singapore was not the amount of activity that he saw in the factories, but the level of order and discipline in society. This defining characteristic would later become the basis for the numerous study missions conducted by Chinese officials to the city-state, beginning in the 90s, after the events at Tiananmen Square halted the trajectory of Deng's reform agenda. as instructed by the then already retired statesman during a speech in 1992. It was important for them to learn from Singapore with respect to how to manage society. This is a collection of photographs documenting the 1995 study mission to Singapore led by Ding Guangen, a protege of Deng, and then the head of the propaganda department of the Communist Party. During their one-week visit, Deng and his delegation of technocrats focused on studying the country's regulation of media and made numerous trips around the city, including to the public broadcaster, the news center, the government agency for industrial development, a cinema, and a bookstore. As with many of these study missions, the Singaporean officials were not informed of its precise rationale. It was only later that they realized that the Chinese delegation was preparing for the rollout of China's regulation policy for the internet. One official recalled telling Deng and his colleagues that websites, just like any other media, can be controlled or censored. Looking at these photographs, I'm struck by the scenes of the technocrat surrounded by and looking at media. But the hypervisibility of the apparatus in these scenes belies the reality that the one medium that most preoccupied the technocrats, who now filled the ranks of the Chinese leadership, was one commonly understood to be invisible: the market itself. In the early days of the reform, the market economy had delivered such rapid growth that even the staunchest hardliners could not help but be awed by its apparent magic. For a moment, it appeared as if the visible hand of central planning could no longer hold up against the so-called invisible hand of the free market. Invisible, insofar as we are told that we are unable to see how the market makes its decisions. In the market, they say, there is no authority that decides how society's resources are best allocated. Only individuals who somehow, by acting purely on their selfish desires, are able to produce a collective outcome that is in society's best interest. Naturally, this fantasy of the free market did not last. For all the gains in productivity, the reforms created mounting inequality, severe inflation, and widespread corruption that culminated in the people's democratic demands expressed at Tiananmen Square, and the subsequent crackdown by the government. In the aftermath, hardliners within the party declared that the market had failed in its mediation of society. The reformers, on the other hand, pushed back by insisting that what had happened only proved that the reforms still had a long way to go. It took almost 3 years for Deng Xiaoping to put the reform agenda back on track in 1992, with his landmark tour of the southern provinces, where the special economic zones are concentrated, during which he made the call for party officials to study Singapore's model of governance. In these photographs, we do not see the market, nor can we tell if the technocrat is thinking about the market. But most certainly, he's thinking about the question of media, in the same way as his colleagues in the economic department were doing so, as they grappled with the knowledge that the market is not the perfect medium for society. Indeed, even during the relatively successful early years of the reforms, no one among the reformers genuinely believed in the magic of the free market, that mass privatization would correct the imbalances of the Maoist-era command economy. For them, the catastrophic policy failures of the past decades were caused not by the command economy's inherent lack of allocative efficiency, but by the difficulties faced by the center in retrieving information from the communes. They had therefore turned to the market not in search of its invisible hand, but in hope that the free exchanges driven by the individual desire for profit would render transparent information flows that have been previously obscured by a flawed reporting system. This conception of China's economic reforms was formalized in 1992 with the term socialist market economy, devised by Deng's successor, Jiang Zemin. For the first time in its history, the Communist Party was speaking of the country's economy not as the revolution's material base, but as the economy. For the first time, the economic struggle was disarticulated from class struggle. Yet for all the radicality of this shift, the leadership insisted on their continuity with the past. Markets, they say, have always been a feature of socialism and are not exclusive to capitalism. State managers are not the new ruling class. Rather, what distinguishes the socialist market economy is the requirement that the market makes visible for the Socialist Party state what it is otherwise unable to see. It was only after looking closely at a particular selection of these photographs that I found out how exactly the market enables these technocrats to better see the economy. Curiously, these are the photographs where the technocrats are not looking at media, such as when they are attending the many meetings that took place between their site visits. These also happen to be very bad photographs. Often the composition is off balance, the framing awkward, and you can barely make out the faces of the people on the scene. But this is, to be fair, no fault of the photographer. For anyone who had attempted to take a photograph of these scenes would face the difficulty of having to negotiate with the presence of the large, mostly empty table that stands in the center of the room. In fact, it is the sheer size and emptiness of the table that becomes the inadvertent subject of these photographs. As revealed by these photographs, of all the mediums that the technocrats looked at during their visit, the one medium that most dominated their field of vision and with which they spent most of their time was in fact the table. Indeed, one could say that there was no medium more important to these technocrats who had been instructed by their leaders to seek truth from facts. For it was only by first sitting at the table that they could finally free themselves from the ideology in their minds and look objectively at the information presented before them. Information that was ideally provided by the market. Of course, today the Chinese technocrat at the meeting table appears to us as a most unremarkable image. Yet to realize what is at stake in these photographs, one only needs to remember that years before, during the Cultural Revolution, the masses, having been mobilized to revive the revolution, would frequently storm into meeting rooms to forcibly extract party officials deemed to have abandoned the mass line. Sometimes, tables and chairs were even turned into stages, upon which these officials were branded as reactionaries and attacked by the masses. Given that many of the technocrats in these photographs would likely have been subjected to such arbitrary force, it is no wonder then that here they look so happy to be for once seated at tables. At the time these photographs were taken, the former revolutionaries had clearly regained possession of themselves and would now seek to ensure the same of the unruly masses. That is, to reshape them into the rational, self-possessed subjects required by the market economy. However, for these technocrats, it was not enough that there were large tables at which they could peruse information in isolation from the masses. For despite the crackdown on dissidents and media censorship that took place following Tiananmen, they also recognized that the demands for political reform would not go away if they did not resolve the socio-economic problems that had precipitated those demands in the first place. And of all these problems, the most intractable was the rampant corruption that resulted from the intersection of the market economy with the Socialist Party-state apparatus, insofar as it threatened the continued legitimacy of the party-state itself. For many party leaders, Singapore was and continues to be the one country uniquely capable of pointing them towards a solution to this problem, given its reputation for being virtually corruption-free, despite the monopoly of power held by the ruling party. But despite the long-standing speculation that the Communist Party has been modeling itself after Singapore's so-called authoritarian capitalism, learning from the city-state how to suppress demands for political reform has actually never really figured anywhere near the top of the party's agenda. Instead, it is the one feature of the city-state regarded as the very antithesis of arbitrary state power that holds for them the most fascination: the rule of law. Today, not only is Singapore frequently ranked among countries perceived to be the least corrupt, it stands out within this category for its adherence to the rule of law, while explicitly rejecting almost every other liberal democratic norm. For the Chinese technocrats, what they saw in Singapore was thus the possibility that a single-party state might uphold the rule of law just as effectively as any liberal democracy, and in so doing, provide a framework to secure the transactions taking place within the socialist market economy. The belief is that by somehow transforming the table at which party officials sit into one underwritten by the rule of law, they can finally tackle the illicit forms of extraction taking place under it and fend off the return of the revolutionary masses. Perhaps this further explains the ease with which these technocrats appear to sit at meeting tables in Singapore. All that they need to know about the city-state appears to be readily available on the table in all its transparency. But among all the tables that generations of technocrats from China might have encountered in Singapore over the years, one particular table above all can be said to express their aspirations in turning towards the city-state. Today, this table sits in the National Gallery of Singapore, the public art museum located within the former premises of the Supreme Court. Previously occupied by all the Chief Justices who have carried out their duties in the building, the table now displays rare documents in a permanent exhibition that narrates key moments in Singapore's constitutional development, from the first regulations written by the British for what was then a new settlement, to the constitution of the independent republic of today that serves as the foundation for the rule of law. Unlike the rest of the museum, there are no images in this exhibition. Yet, one might say that it is exactly in this retreat of the image that one feels the presence of the cold black and white letter of the law. However, during a recent visit to the museum, I noticed a rather strange addition next to the historic table. A signboard featuring a photograph of the former reality television star Donald Trump and the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. As I learned from the caption, it was at this table where the rule of law in Singapore was upheld over a 80-year history that Trump and Kim signed their joint agreement during the summit held in Singapore in June 2018. As the signing took place at the Shangri-La on the resort island of Sentosa, the legislative documents displayed upon it had to be cleared for the table to be transported to the venue, the only time it has been removed from the museum. And most inexplicably, I found out that the US Embassy had selected the table not even for its historic value, but because they were desperately searching for a long table, but couldn't find one that would suit their purpose within the short time they were given. Clearly, they didn't consult their counterparts from the Chinese embassy, who would have pointed them to the wide variety of long tables that Singapore has to offer. Looking at the photograph, I almost couldn't match the table in it to the table that was right before me in the gallery. How could the table that symbolizes the rule of law in Singapore have been occupied by two figures whose words, if not actions, suggest contempt for the very institution of the law itself? On one side is the embodiment of the Oriental despot, holding absolute power over the people, while on the other is the leader of the so-called free world, often referred to as corruption in the flesh. However, as I examined the photograph even more closely, I noticed how awkwardly the president was seated, his legs spread wide open to accommodate the relatively short height of the table and chair. Was he somehow being rejected by the table, symbolizing the rule of law? Could it be then that the table, in rejecting Trump, was making a point on how the authoritarian capitalism of Singapore is in fact an exemplary model, one that has managed to contain all the discontents of the system, unlike the dysfunctional, corrupt capitalism seen in the likes of the US? A capitalism that would have no place for Trump, the populist demagogue, but that would provide Trump, the businessman, with all the information he needs in the full transparency of the market. A capitalism that would appear almost utopian to Kim as he toured the Marina Bay area almost with tears in his eyes, as if wondering if one day North Korea can be like Singapore too. Might this explain why Kim, just like the many Chinese technocrats who came before him, was seated so comfortably behind the table? Lost in my ruminations of this strange photograph, I wandered into the corridor and into the rest of the galleries in the museum. I thought that it was a shame that the signing had not taken place at the museum itself. For what an opportunity it would have been to showcase its impressive collection of Southeast Asian art to the world. Not least because just right down the corridor is a former courtroom that today houses paintings of the revolutionary masses that had emerged through the anti-colonial movements that swept across the region in the last century. But I guess even if the signing did take place at the museum, there would have simply been no time to look at these paintings of the revolutionary masses. Faced with the prospect of the crumbling of the prevailing international liberal order as we know it, there was no time to imagine how, in a different time, workers, peasants, students, intellectuals, artists, shopkeepers, and sometimes even industrialists could have gathered in the name of the nation, which is not the mono-ethnic nation to which the unsalaried masses of today have turned, but rather a shared horizon of revolutionary feeling, a space onto which the masses projected their dreams for a collective future. I wondered if the technocrats in Singapore would have even seen these paintings themselves. What are the people dreaming of today? Or does the very existence of these paintings in the museum suggest that the time for dreaming has passed, now that the revolution is over and the masses transformed into the people through the inscription of the law? How many laws would have to be passed to constitute a revolution in today's terms? But I guess the technocrats are too busy at their tables thinking about the economy to entertain this question. They probably wouldn't have gone close enough to the paintings to even register what the people were demanding as part of their revolution. As technocrats, their task is to view the people from a distance that produces the right amount of abstraction, enough to make out the figures, but not the faces. At this distance, they would count the workers as they leave the factory, but they would not be able to account for what goes on behind the gate. Ideally, these workers, in leaving the factory after a day's work, would also have time to go to the museum, not least a museum narrating a history of revolutions, where they would look at paintings of the revolutionary masses with that same distance with which technocrats look at workers leaving the factory. At this distance, history itself dissolves into abstraction, leaving the viewer outside of history, outside a history of revolutions, post-revolution. With tomorrow's revolution thus deferred, the most that one can dream of today is a seat at the table. Thank you.
Okay, it's a little intimidating joining you at the table, Rayan, after that brilliantly choreographed series of sideways glances, I think, that connect China to Singapore to the US to various other parts, and also remind us that these relationships are not just between peoples and nation states, but also between objects, you know, introducing tables into the conversation, but also between genres. From new forms of workers' films that I think you discovered, because I don't know if anyone else has discovered those or named them as such, to questions of photographs and paintings. So I was wondering if, for the benefit of the audiences here and online, if you could talk a little about how you developed this this performance lecture and the larger project that gave rise to it. Yeah.
Yeah, so what I just presented is actually kind of adapted from excerpts from a longer performance called The Economy Enters the People. So that performance itself is about kind of 80 minutes long, and it basically tells the history of China's reform era, but through this specific set of exchanges that were taking place between Singapore and China. So what really started the whole project were really these photographs that I found in the archives, because I was trying to, I knew about this history of China looking to Singapore as a model, but I wanted to look for kind of government records, or whether there were any kind of recordings of the meetings that took place in Singapore, but they were not available in the archives in Singapore. But then there were a lot of photographs. There were like hundreds of photographs of these meetings. Yeah. And you don't know what they were talking about, but you saw the massive table. So that was how the project actually started, which is to start talking about what I saw was actually the subject of these photographs, this massive table.
Oh yeah.
And of course, as I said in the lecture, it's an image to which we are kind of desensitized to today, because that's what politicians do, right? They sit around tables to talk about the economy. Yeah. But in the context of China at that time, this was quite an extraordinary new kind of embodiment of the Communist Party official, who was more, from the, if you're kind of coming off that revolutionary history, yeah. the party leader was supposed to be more like standing on the stage, at first rallying the masses until the masses started to take over the stage itself. Yeah. And of course, the Chinese communist model was always, contra the Soviet model, they always were very cautious of bureaucratization because they saw like bureaucracy was like anti-revolutionary. So like it was from these images that I started to really try to excavate, this set of histories.
Yeah, and there's a really nice way in which I think, you don't really discuss this, but Chinese socialist realism was all about communist, kind of revolution as action, right? Yeah. And what we're seeing with these tables is like mundanity, like total banality, right? Yeah. And it's like the way that capitalism is being negotiated is very much in this kind of like there is no action; it's all kind of invisible, right? And I love the way that you trace the kind of the transformation, not just in terms of like economic transformation, but also or social transformation, but also visual transformation, the way that it reflects, right, in these different genres. And I actually, okay, so you actually kind of bring up that, the project kind of has its kind of genesis in these pictures that you found in the hundreds of pictures that you found of the tables. And I was wondering if you could like also narrate for us the kind of the way that you have yourself kind of created output or outcomes of this project in multiple different genres, because there's this lecture that you adapted for us today, but also other film projects that kind of are part of this larger project as well. And how do you choose like what format you want to do it in?
Right. So besides the performance, I also work in, I produce films, I produce installations, and I guess there is a body of work that is really looking at China's kind of reform era. And I guess because I feel like as far as a live performance is concerned, because in my films, actually, I don't narrate my films at all, and that's a very conscious decision I made not to actually have my voice or me appear in the films. And usually in the films, it's more like you hear different multiple voices. I guess in the form of a live performance, my body is present all the time. So everything is kind of mediated through my body, even though I'm conveying sometimes different voices, it is all kind of articulated through my voice. And I think for this particular work, I thought that it was important because it was exactly looking at that set of histories where that is kind of filtered through Singapore. So I think when I appear as a live body, is the question of, where I'm situated becomes at stake. Yeah. And actually, if you watch the full performance, if you have an opportunity to do so, it starts off as a performance seemingly about trying to understand China, but actually it's, at the end of the day, it was really about me trying to understand Singapore. Yeah. And I always think that Singapore is a strange project that is best understood from outside of it.
Yeah, and I think that that's kind of really interesting as well, the way that, it is ultimately, it starts off seeming to be about one thing, and then it kind of wends its way back to your subject in some ways, Singapore. We have time for a few questions, and I don't know if anyone in the audience has any. I don't want to hog all of the attention, although, it's always great talking with you, Rayan. Do we have any? If not, I can continue speaking with him, but yeah, why don't give people a little time to think. And I was wondering if you could also talk about the footage that you have, that you start the film with. There's a contrast between the Chinese film and the Chaplin, and and the kind of the very stark contrast. I guess there's a kind of a double moment, right, of inactivity, because there's the kind of the factory scenes where workers are not leaving, very clearly not leaving, right? And then the board table, and there's a kind of a parallel between the kind of the tables and these scenes of inactivity, right? And when you're okay, so you were talking about the way that how it seemed important for you to insert your body into this particular iteration. I was wondering if you could talk a little about the construction, because I think one of the things that I think is really I find really fascinating about your projects is that they're deeply, deeply social in the way that they're kind of doing this investigative research into, you know, development and transformations, but at the same time, they express themselves in ways which are also incredibly formally rooted, you know, and that there's a very kind of clear specificity. And I was wondering if you could talk through a little your thought process on that. Like, how do you work on this so that, you know, like the two kind of really become integrated in this very clear way? Yeah.
I guess the way that I approach every new body of research that I do is I basically start by collecting images, all kinds of images. So like all kinds of images of tables and all kinds of films about factories. You know, so that's how I really start the process, you know. And usually when I start, when I latch on to one particular motif, you know, I will try to gather more iterations of that motif. So, so there is a part of my collection of images that I just look at all kinds of tables in Singapore.
So you build like an archive.
Yeah, kind of, you know, and from there, you know, you start to see certain, you know, threads, narrative threads start to emerge. Yeah, so that's my general process, and I would say that there is, I mean, in the form of the performance itself, there is a kind of strong relationship to cinema in the sense that, and I kind of see it a bit as a kind of live cinema, which is, which almost goes back to a kind of early cinema format where you always had a kind of live narrator, not just talking about these images, but kind of talking back at them. So formally speaking, you know, I'm like, the question of the cinematic is always in my mind in a way, and also cinematic is both the form of the work itself, but also the resource from which I draw when I try to kind of understand some of these conditions. Yeah.
So we're just about out of time, but I think we have one question in the back. It's working. We can hear you, I think.
I wonder if you could say something about your own relationship with representation. So, you know, is there, you sort of begin with the research and you build the archive, and then you situate yourself in it. What's the relationship between, you know, what the archive gives you and the fiction that, you know, we might also kind of enter through?
The fiction, is it?
I wonder if, you know, as an artist, obviously we're also experiencing, you know, your performance is an artwork based on, you know, a certain line of inquiry originating in the archive. So I just wonder, you know, this relationship between representation, fiction, you know, documentary, how do you kind of navigate that in your work?
Yeah, I guess maybe one way to answer this question is that sometimes people tend to ask me, you know, how much of what I say in the performance is fiction or is it a fabrication, and most of the time, actually, at least for this particular text, you know, everything that I say is historically accurate, or like it really did happen. And actually, for instance, the table, I mean, I did, you know, try to find out why because it was just so absurd to me, why literally plug out a table from the museum to be transferred to a luxury resort, because this was a very old table. It was not easy to move the table at all, so it would have cost like tens of thousands of dollars just to move that table. But then I spoke to the gallery staff, and it was like the alternative was that the US Embassy was planning to fly in a table. And this is all real. This is like, yeah, so they were literally looking for a table because they sent like one guy from the embassy who was basically running around the whole city looking for a table that suited their impression of how the scene would look like. Until someone I think someone within the White House said that, oh, I remember that years ago when I did a tour of the National Gallery, there was this table. It was quite nice. Yeah, so, and like these, actually, it is these kinds of I mean, I almost think of them as like everyday fictions, you know, things that actually happen, but it's just so absurd, and that you just live with them without really, you know, that it happened. So, like, as far as the question of fiction is concerned, you know, it is these kinds of, you know, fictions that happen, you know, around us that I'm always more interested in, and I guess for me, very often the whole project or that I undertake is often an attempt to kind of unravel representation, or kind of unravel, to use images as a basis to understand, you know, broader social and historical context. And very often I like to work with images that are, you know, extremely boring, you know, like images of tables, for example, because I feel like these are actually the images that can tell us, you know, what are these conditions, what are these kind of political realities that have become so normalized that we don't even think about them. So this is kind of my project when it comes to thinking about representation. Yeah.
Yeah, starting from the very kind of simple place, maybe, or overlooked place. So unfortunately, I think we are sticking very much to trying to stick to schedule, and so at this point, I'm going to have to bring this to a close. Thank you for the question, and thank you, Rayan, for that wonderful, wonderful intervention.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You want to... Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay. So there is also this book by Rayan called Factories Tables, which is available because we do live in a capitalist society for purchase. So, can people come up and take a look? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are like browsing copies, at the registration counter. I mean, basically, this book is almost like a collection of the different images that I collected. So there are many more tables inside. Yeah, so one part of the book is almost like an IKEA catalog when you look at different tables that you would like. Yeah.
And this you just worked on in Bangkok recently.
Yeah, so this book is only recently published, so like literally 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, great. So thank you, Rayan, and get your copy outside. We'll be taking a quick break, and we'll resume, let's see, at 50, or should we say 55? Okay, so we're going to be changing for the Nepal Pavilion crew who will be joining us. So as soon as they can come on, then we'll begin. So let's say 5 minutes, yeah? Okay, great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, for joining for today's third session. So we have on stage with us the artist and curatorial team for the Nepal Pavilion, Tales of Muted Spirits, Dispersed Threads, Twisted Shangri-La. And what we'll be doing for the next hour is basically Shalasha and Hitman will be presenting the curatorial vision they have for the pavilion, and then Sharon will be speaking from his perspective as the artist. And I will just read a quick intro bio for the three speakers. So in reverse order. Tserin Sherpa was born in Kathmandu, where he currently resides. He was trained in Thangka painting by his father, Master Urgen Dorje. Sherpa's practice stems from his personal experiences within the Himalayan diaspora, as well as the nomadic history of the Himalayan peoples. His experimentations with visual language adapt, reimagine, and reappropriate identities, symbols, colors, and gestures to surpass their chronological and cultural constrictions. He has taken part in numerous recurring exhibitions, including the Yokohama Triennale, Incheon Biennale, Kathmandu Triennale, Asian Pacific Triennial of Contemporary Art, Brisbane, and the Dhaka Art Summit. Sherpa's work has been shown at numerous institutions, such as the Rubin Museum of Art, Asian Art Museum San Francisco, Welt Museum Wien, and the Berkeley Art Museum, and collected by numerous others, including the V&A Museum in London, Quagoma, Queensland Art Gallery and Gallery of Modern Art, and the World Museum, Liverpool. In addition, in 2018, he was in residence at the Pitt Rivers Museum, Oxford, and in February of this year, the Virginia Museum of Art opened his first museum survey, which is still on view, I think, yeah? Yeah, okay. And for the curatorial team, we have Shalasha Raj Bandari, who is a visual artist, cultural organizer, and co-founder of the artist collective Art Tree Nepal, based in Kathmandu. She is interested in exploring alternative and plural narratives through folk tales, folklore, oral histories, mythologies, material culture, performance, and rituals, and placing them as evidence, along with reference to mainstream history and narratives. Her long-term research projects and artistic practice often juxtapose these contradictions and synthesize the knowledge and experiences that result from individual and collective discourses. Raj Bhandari is very careful about choosing materials and methods that align with her conceptual framework. She prefers media and materials that add meaning to the ideas that have their own significance. Her installations and works have been presented at the Museum of Art and Design, New York, the traveling exhibition A Beast, a God, and a Lion 2018-2020, Weltmuseum Wien, Serendipity Arts Festival, Goa, and Kathmandu Triennale. Hitman Gurun, for his part, is an artist whose diverse media of works are concerned with some of the most pressing political, economic, and cultural phenomena, transforming Nepal's physical and societal landscapes, particularly addressing the country's decade-long People's War, several years of unstable governments, and the impact of all of this has had on the personal and professional lives of Nepali citizens. Gurun infuses his paintings, documentary photos, videos, performances, and installations with political conviction and personal poetry. He has participated in exhibitions including Art Space Sydney, Incheon Biennale, Parasite, Hong Kong, Art Pacific Triennial of Contemporary Art in Brisbane, and their collective, Art Tree Nepal, has been a part of the Dhaka Art Summit and the Biennale of Sydney. They are both co-curators of the 12 Baishak Post-Earthquake Community Art Project and the recent Kathmandu Triennale 2077, which will be traveling to Savvy Contemporary in Berlin and will be open from June 10th onward. And so if you're going to be there, please do check it out. With that, I'm going to pass the mic to Shalasha and Hitman, who will speak first. Thank you. And please join me in giving them a round of applause.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Asia Forum, and thank you everybody for being here. So this is the first time ever in the history Nepal is having its own official national pavilion. It is also first time any kind of representation in Venice Biennale itself, because we had not been represented in the main exhibition also. Here is a screen grab from the movie Doctor Strange, where Doctor Strange travels to Kathmandu, a city where I was born in. It is also one of the oldest and one of the most important trans-Himalayan trade route, which has been active from thousands of years. And when he comes to get the knowledge, the Orient knowledge, and understand the more magic in Kathmandu, where it was the house where Dr. Strange comes is in Patan, one of the three city of Kathmandu Valley. He gets a piece of a paper where it's written Sambala, and he asks, as you see, what is this, my mantra? And he gets the answer, the Wi-Fi password, we're not savage. And I was there in this like hall, and then I was just there, like I froze, I got a goosebump. This is the place where I'm born in, and it gave so much of like thought and reflection. And beside this also there are multiple representation in the mainstream medias and how we're presented, how our people are presented, and we talk about this a lot. And this actually is also, this one screen grab also presents how till this date and time how we're presented, how we're either super savage, untouched by the modernity, or super spiritual again, but not normal at all. Our realities have always been manipulated and and presented through a romanticized lens and manipulated views. And also like Dr. Strange, a white man who travels to Nepal, Kathmandu, and takes away all the knowledge, and he becomes the superhero. This is our reality till this date. And the roots of the Shangri-La gaze, the Shangri-La effect, has obviously the colonial roots, but also recent movements of hippie and representations in the novels like this, Lost Horizons, where the term Shangri-La was presented, was coined, where an explorer comes and explores and discovers these untouched, pure places, where people are always happy and jolly, where this is an utopian projection, but it also is actually, in fact, a space, imagination, where the Westerner wants, it's a dream, projection of a dream where the Westerners want to be. And then, Itvan, would you like to say a little bit about the hippie movement?
So, yeah, just to add on Silasa's point, after the 1950s and, like this post-war trauma and all this counterculture movement and all this hippie movement, so the West was looking for peaceful place or the source of enlightenment, no? So if we look at the hippie trail, then people travel from Europe to all over the Iran, Istanbul, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and end up to Kathmandu also. So it's the same time Nepal was opening up to the world, no? So it was going through this modern Nepal opening to the world, and also the nationalistic approach of Nepal itself also exoticized all these very Western-centric nations of projecting Nepal like a peaceful country, or like Shangri-La or Nirvana. But if we look on the history, then at the same time there were lots of marginalized community, indigenous community, were very much oppressed. It was not as projected as a Nirvana or Shangri-La, no? So these are some of the archival images from the hippie era. So you can see, like, Kathmandu was free of marijuana, hashish. So it was very much, like opened up to the tourist, and the country was gaining benefit from it, of course. And also after the drug war movement started by America, then it became illegal later. So, but as our curatorial approach for the pavilion was trying to bring this reality rather than, like following all this ethnographic gaze that been projected for us. So if we look on the regions, the cross-Himalayan community was always very much mobile, traveling to one area to another area, and it was actually not very much constructed or limited within the very nationalistic borders. So people were traveling across the regions, doing trade, exchange of philosophy, culture, art. So you can see some of the images of the traders, Newa traders, who traveled to, like Tibet for trade.
Because unlike the projected idea of the isolated Himalayan kingdom, people living in this area, like Hitman was saying, was always, in fact, mobile. Also was like, is one of the transhuman culture which still continues, where communities travel from one place to another according to season for seasonal migration, but also taking yaks and their chauris and their sheep where the grass are greener. Chiring Sherpa's own grandfather was one such nomadic, from a nomadic community and was traveling with his yaks and chauris in the borderlands of what is now Nepal, Tibet, or China. Of course, there was no such thing as a precise border, which in fact now exists, the political border of Nepal and China back then. People didn't even have to have citizenship as such or any such official documentation. People could buy houses here and there was no such idea of the country which we know of now. Siringla's grandfather was traveling and herding where his own father was born, which now is in Tibetan side, but also his father came back again and got later on when he had to buy his house by his father's time in Kathmandu. When his father came to Kathmandu, at that time, even only in Kathmandu, which is the center, which is the capital of Nepal, the pepper was needed, but still in the borderlands, it was not needed at that time. And we will talk a little bit more again about his own experiences and the racial profiling within the what is now the construct of Nepal. The idea of Shangri-La comes from the idea, not exactly, but it has a little bit of its roots to the idea of Shambhala, the hidden valleys, according to the Buddhist philosophies. Chiring Sherpa, coming from Sherpa community, came from around in different waves of migration. His ancestors came to the Solu and Khumbu, which is the Everest region of Nepal, from the higher up Tibetan region, searching partly also for those hidden valleys, but also partly because of the dispute within the Vajrayana Buddhism.
So in 1950s, so there was a political crisis in Tibet, and also lots of Tibetan, migrated to Nepal, and then there were lots of refugee camps established in different part of Nepal. So in 1960s, early 60s, 1961, there was one refugee camp established in Everest regions in the Chelsa. So it was supported by the Swiss Red Cross aid and other foreign aids to sustain the refugees, those who came to Nepal. So the knowledge of, in the cross Himalayan region, this rock making and carpet making practices from the long time. So the knowledge they had became a milestone to, have their sustainability. And so, Chiringdai, can you little bit elaborate on the research you did in Chalsa and how you collaborated with Mount Refuge and the other weavers to create the installation that's now in the pavilion?
Thank you. So earlier this year, I actually had the opportunity to go to this place in Solu, which is the Everest region of Nepal. This particular place called Chalsa, which is where the small cottage industry on hand-woven Tibetan carpets or Himalayan carpets was started. we were able to see many of these old looms from that time. Right now, the carpet factory doesn't exist, but most of the materials that they were using was just in a shade actually. So we did some research on the history. We met with some people who were actually working there at that time also, and were able to source some of the materials from them to back to Kathmandu, and we wanted to actually have a carpet woven on the actual loom from that era, so that it was more of a recounting the history through the object and interacting with the object. And I had it collaborated with a company who's been dealing in carpets since I think their parents were also one of the weavers from that time. So they've established a carpet factory now in Kathmandu, and it's Mount Refuge. Yeah.
So His Majesty's government of Nepal had initiated this weaving trainings around 50s itself, but it was only after, in the same Solu and Khumbu region, where the larger people who took refuge, who were coming from the Tibet, and when it was when the handicraft center was established for the sustainability of people who were coming there. And then it actually was the point of time in history in the Himalayan region where this separation started to happen, where the mothers were not weaving for the children anymore, where the carpet were not made for the meditation, but all actually was being made to trade in the global market, and again for the sustainability of people who were taking refuge outside of their origin. In the year 1963, again, His Majesty's government of Nepal initiated a program titled Nepali Carpet Industry Limited Project, which was under the guidance of Department of Cottage and Village Industry. So we can see here that the government was also aligned with benefiting from it, and it was definitely benefiting, and later on carpet started to become the billion-dollar industry. But also again the idea was also shifting from Tibet to more Nepal. So sometimes it became Tibetan. In the initial phase it was Tibetan, but also in some point it became Tibetan Nepali, and then the Nepali carpet brand was established. I think and we will elaborate this more, and it's also something, Chiringla, you discuss and think about a lot, like how of course there is aspect of sustainability, but there is also an aspect where you know the quality of artistic production is also simultaneously degrading because of the industrialization, also the touristy markets.
So I happen to come from like a traditional painter family, Buddhist paintings. So my father was trained by his uncle, and I'm like the third generation within the family. I was trained when I was 13, and then worked with my father as his assistant for a number of years before I went to the US in '98. So the process for learning this tradition was I had to study with him the every specifications, such as like drawing. There are lots of like measurement system that goes behind drawing and iconography of traditional Buddhist paintings, and also the symbolic meanings, and then the philosophies that contains these images. So it was more of actual spiritual practice in itself, rather than trying not just depicting an icon, but rather the artist and the process becomes one. So this was the type of practice that I actually was continuing for almost 20 years before I actually slowly deviated from it to create contemporary works. Because after arriving in the US, I felt like there was a lot of stories that I wanted to tell in my own, my experiences, my encounters, so I needed a tool. So I still use the same vocabulary to project all of these experiences. Whereas in Nepal, what I noticed, probably one of the reasons I also wanted to run away from the traditional practice was probably because this whole practice was being viewed more and more as creating a work for the souvenir market in Nepal. This was commodified to the point where it became just another souvenir product. We have number of shops, factories, quite a lot of them in Nepal, and so even within the community, the respect that it used to have probably during my parents' generation is actually not there anymore. There's a huge disconnect between the practice of these traditional artworks and how someone who's from the community there views it or sees it. Including myself, I actually was not quite keen on learning this tradition in the beginning. Was by force. My parents thought that maybe he has this artistic skill that he should continue the tradition. So it was, in that sense, it was passed on to me. The idea is, again, we see this degeneration taking place because I was growing up in the 80s, and then this was in a full-blown scale. By 90s, it was everywhere. We would see factories which would have over 100, 200 workers working in assembly line, who would create these paintings that were initially for their spiritual practice. So
Hitman, we also discuss a lot about how the imperial establishment of schools in the subcontinent affected and brought in the division between art and crafts. And we just discussed a little bit about the Shangri-La gaze and hippie movement, but also Nepal's own civil code has discriminated indigenous community and vernacular cultures, but parallelly benefited from it.
So in 1854, this one of the ruler, Janga Bahadur Rana, introduced this civil code. So it was very much based on the Hinduism, casteism, and lots of the marginalized and indigenous community were segregated and very much discriminated in the caste system. So they were not allowed to have owned property or educations, or and even their language were not allowed to use in the national institutions. So that's, of course, it's very problematic, but also after 1950s, during the Panchayat era, when Nepal established the modern institutions, So most of the modern education system or institutions were established based on the, like adopted version of the East India Company established in colonial India. And so it's also, like devalued lots of the artistic existing local artistic practice, because those who came from this institutional background, formal education background, they were acknowledged as an artist, but other were more, like craftsmen or not even acknowledged that. And also, it was basically mostly used to promote the tourism of Nepal, from where the government was getting lots of remittance and like economic benefits. So it's also like so we always had these questions like coming from this marginalized or indigenous community, how like who have these lineages of not belonging in particular or constructed nationalistic territory. So like Chiringla, so he come from the Sherpa community from the highland of Nepal, and he always, later he grown up in the capital Kathmandu, and later he moved to US, and he had this living experience of always being outsider or within his country, or even whenever he travel. So most of his works, I think, had this foundation of non-belongingness, this identity crisis, and the stereotype experience he get wherever he travel. So maybe I think we can go through the work of Chiringla.
The work you see here is by Subhas Tamang, one of the artists from the collective Artri Nepal that we are also from. You can see there in the Devanagari script that it's written Masinya, and there are written the communities who falls under that category. Masinya means in the in the civil code they like categorize a segregated human being in different categories in official civil code by the government of Nepal, and Masinya means can be translated into enslavable, but it's just not limited to that. It is also like to the point that it can be eliminatable almost. And then you can see that in the second line, right side, you can see it's written Sherpa as well. And so continuing the non-belongingness, how can then the communities claim themselves when there is so much of marginalization from so many layers? Then where do we belong? Where do you belong? One of the continuous like motif and symbol Chiringla I've been using is the symbol of spirit, where you tend to put on the idea of where it becomes the embodiment of non-belongingness. Spirits are this, it's not a central god, it can be a mischievous character, it is a semi-god or demigod, so there's a non-belongingness within the space that you were born in, but also non-belongingness when you stayed in the state for 20 years.
Yeah. So yeah, growing up in Nepal, like I think in the 80s, my parents didn't go to any school, having come from the Himalayas, and they felt, I believe, like in order to assimilate in this community, in this society, or in order to be able to communicate with the surroundings, they sent me to school. So probably I'm the first one in that lineage to go to school. Yeah, first generation, I would say. And even in school, like I think there were probably 5, 6, 7 people among 2,500 students that actually looked like me. And so we're still very much connected right now, all of these friends, like we're still friends. And the idea was like having to assimilate, because at home we speak a different dialect, like Sherpa language or Tibetan language, which is like very similar to each other. Whereas in school, you're required to talk in a different language, which is the national language of Nepal, in Nepali. So I had to learn it very quickly to be able to be part of that community, not stick out. And the same idea, same experiences, I think, while growing up. And then eventually, after arriving in America in '98, I was also trying to assimilate myself into the surroundings of myself. And again, I would counter these projections, like Shangri-La projections. I still remember my first experience right at the airport when I was entering the US. The immigration officer looked at me and said, like, how many times have you climbed Mount Everest? And again, while living in America, working as a Buddhist iconography painter, I had various encounters where people would sometimes come to me and get shocked, like if I'm drinking Coca-Cola, you know. So it's like they would expect me to drink butter tea or whatever. So it's these kind of projection was always quite difficult for me, not being able to assimilate in the environment. I think around 2008-9, then I started creating some works to express myself, and I was recounting my childhood, all the stories that were told to me by my grandmother. Was about the spirits, like spirits of the mountains, spirits of the valley, and this idea of spirit was really interesting to me because it felt like I could resonate with the image of the spirit very strongly. So then this character was developed, like, which was strongly influenced by Buddhist iconography, and then so yeah, basically this is how this work got developed.
So we're seeing here Ceiling Glass work, Two Spirits, where spirits are trying to or being forced to learn English, which is also a symbolical representation, partly of how in monasteries the language English were being introduced.
So, and in 2015, right after the earthquake, I came back to Nepal because my father is living in Nepal, so I wanted to be closer to my father after the destruction of many, like, monuments, temples, things that I grew up seeing when I was in Nepal, when I was growing up. And my father lives at a place, it's called Bodhanath, which is a very, very sacred site for Buddhists. And I remember, like, going around circumambulating this, like, temple, this stupa, basically, monument, and also it was kind of like a sanctuary for us growing up. And when I came back in 2015, it was like all surrounded by scaffolds, and everything was for I think the renovation because of the destruction. And that fear all of a sudden, like, came very strongly, as if like my sanctuary is endangered, you know. So and also my father and I started having a lot of conversation about restoration of all of these monuments. Like, are there people skilled well enough to do the restorations, to bring it back to its original form? So then that led us to, like, think about, like, traditional art and that's when I was preparing for an exhibition in Hong Kong at that time, and I collaborated with some of the metal workers in Kathmandu, and that sort of developed this idea of collaborating with the local artists. There are two aspects of it, I guess. One, of course, because many of the highly trained who have been doing this as their spiritual practice, or even like just to survive, for them there's a difficulty having to compete with the large factories of mass production, like places. I met this metal worker in 2016 who was on the verge of going to Malaysia. He said, like, I can't compete with these factories who are making this really inexpensive assembly line works. I would never be able to compete with them, even to survive, so I would rather give this up and then go to Malaysia to work there as a laborer, you know. So, and that sort of like really, really scared me to understand like how skilled he was, and this knowledge will be completely disappeared. So that sort of energized me, or gave me enough courage to collaborate with him. And after that, like we were able to showcase this work in different venues, and that also encouraged my collaborator a lot, like knowing that his work is being visible in different venues, different international platforms, and he started receiving, like, you know, acknowledgements. So for Venice project, when we were together, I also thought like it would be wonderful, because this is a very important platform, and why not work with some of these traditional artists who are trained in various different like traditions. Maybe it would be a way for us to like showcase and acknowledge their works also. So in that sense, I for this particular work is in collaboration with, we had about like 5 collaborators altogether, and at different stages. Some were helping us with the molds, some were helping us with the welding, some were helping us with the, so all of these were done in very like the lost wax technique, the traditional technique, which has been done for centuries in Nepal.
And also, like, you know, for Kathmandu Triennale, when we were trying to collaborate with artists like Rajkumar Shakya, like present his work for artists like Rajkumar Shakya, who tragically died during the COVID, and we felt this sense of loss, like all of the community, because he was so skillful, and all of a sudden, and it's like gone. And this sense of loss, and we always think about what can be done, and I think in some extent, so many things it's already gone now, and it's just yeah, it's a loss. So when we were talking about the fluidity and mobility, we were also going back to the iconographies and symbols, and one of the things we found was the composite animal, partly bird, partly human, Garud, Kuyung. It has different name across Asia. It has been adopted, it has been appropriated, reappropriated, and presented in multiple diverse ways, sometimes in a very contradictory ways. Hitman, would you like to? say a little bit about Tokjas.
So yeah, here you're seeing it's called Toksa, which also used as a protection, like an amulet or the badge by the nomads. Protection from the thunderbolt and the lightning, and it's a very much like practice before the Buddhism. No, it's also practiced by the Bones Buddhism and also Hinduism across all across the Himalayas.
But also we were thinking how how Garud has been appropriated and how its entire meaning also has been fluid. We were also kind of partly comparing it with the identities of people living in these areas. Like even pre-Bon, there was a different communities living there, and then Bon, and then how Tibetan Buddhism has also like taken so much of element of from Bon, but also like there was like so much of like cross-pollination between Hinduism and Tibetan Buddhism, and then how like people living in this area has been also sort of like kind of fluid. And Chiringla, you took inspiration from the previous tankas.
So I also have a work at the pavilion, which is in the form of painting. And usually I have this practice where I normally refer to some of old images of works from like 12th, 13th, or 14th century, and then use them as a model to create a new work. And this image of the Garuda is the reference image for the work I created. This one.
And also, can you little bit elaborate on the fragment?
So the process was, I think this practice was developed again in around 2010, 2011, when I was still living in the States. So as a person in the diaspora, I noticed that there were a number of people from the Himalayan region living in California at that time. And what I noticed was like each family that was away from Nepal was trying to preserve a small, minuscule levels of like family tradition, values, language, culture, so many different things. And it felt like it was kind of like a cellular form of the whole culture in some ways. And I started creating these works with that experiences, I guess. And over here, I did this work in collaboration with a few young artists who are also partially trained traditional Thangka painters in Nepal.
Yeah, and just a example of a previous work where fragmentation and abstraction is pretty much part of your practice, where while it might look very spiritual, at the end of the day it's not, and it's the very idea that you are trying to deconstruct.
Exactly.
Yes, so our pavilion is in between Gardenia and Arsenal. The title of our this project is Tales of Muted Spirits, Dispersed Thread, and Twisted Sangrila. And this is a smaller part of our collective effort, longitudinal effort. Thank you so much.
So this one is working. So we have 15 minutes. Is that okay? 10 minutes. Let's say 10 minutes. 10 minutes for Q&A. So while you're formulating your questions for Charin, Hitman, and Shilasha, I can maybe ask a couple of basic questions. So you know, the pavilion itself is a kind of a project. Can you say a little about, like, you know, how the kind of the arrangement for that came about? And I know that, you know, through Archery Nepal, you've been working on developing a lot of other projects, but was this something that, you know, you kind of was you were at the initiative of, or was this something that, you know, people reached out to you? Can you talk a little about the pavilion itself, I guess? Yeah.
I'll start a little bit, and then Shingla can continue on it. I think, I mean, everybody in Nepal have felt the necessity of having to have a pavilion, specifically also because of the you know, misrepresentation of Nepal, and to have our own voices in the global platform, but also very strategic marginalization we have been feeling as a whole. And then there, I mean, different initiatives and different individual and organizations were trying on their own in different time. I think this time everything kind of also came together. And Itman and I, we were like invited, in fact, and maybe Chingla can also.
So yeah, and I think at the it was a conversation that we had for a long time since I was in Nepal. I think in 2016, 17. Wanting to, and I even visited like Venice in 2019 for the first time to experience the pavilions, and so basically we were like talking about this for some time, and eventually sort of like the Rubin Museum, who's our international partner, wanted to help us financially, because Nepalese government we couldn't ask for, because they have like other more grave issues like infrastructure, this and that. So for art, like there's almost no budget at all, and it had to be funded by another international institution. So part of the seed money came from there, and then after that we started doing some fundraising. We're still in the process of fundraising. We have been
too late. It's here now.
Yeah, no, we're still like we still have like catalogs and all of other expenses that are due, and which we have been promised by some organizations in Nepal, international organizations like World Bank and other embassies. So hopefully we'll get that, and then yeah, it'll be paid for.
Okay.
Also, the whole bureaucratic process of Venice.
No.
Oh, sorry. The Venice itself is such a the whole idea of National Pavilion. Also, it has to do with like a bureaucratic process here, but also back home. So it was dealing with like two different bureaucratic bodies, which obviously when we talk about talk with other pavilions, which for them is also such a process. And also for like other pavilions, the whole fundraising thing is also, every edition is such a process if you think about like that way. Sangeeta Thapa, who's one of the commissioners, has like dealt this in back home, like, and here, like this whole communication, this whole logistic and management, which was a process of its own, and it a lot of delays also happened. So in fact, for production and everything, we just had like technically had 3 months. Yeah, because it was a whole lot of delays. So yeah.
We have to acknowledge Chiringla for that, making it happen.
Okay, so we have a question from me. Okay.
Thank you for that wonderful conversation.
So earlier in your talk, you were speaking, Saren, about how traditional practices had started to be perceived as souvenir products. And Shilasha, you were talking about this sort of distinction that emerged between art and craft, which had a very sort of discriminatory effect on craft. In both cases, it seems that the question of contemporary art arises as a kind of solution to these distinctions between, what is made in the West and what is made elsewhere, or what is following Western epistemologies versus, in this case, Nepalese traditional practices. But I'm wondering, is contemporary art the savior and the solution? Or what kinds of translations and compromises need to be made?
I think as a contemporary artist who was trained in traditional art, for me, I think the both is very necessary. That's why, after I moved back to Nepal, we started a small organization called Himalayan Art Initiative, where we are actually trying to train these partially trained traditional artists. I keep on saying partially because of the assembly line process. These people are only trained in certain areas, while painting or mixing paints or translating the image onto the canvas or certain things like that. So it's a very, in my opinion, it's necessary to have both of these simultaneously. We need to preserve some of the existing tradition through re-education, in the sense trying to educate them. Also, we need to have vibrant, approach towards contemporary art.
And also, I think contemporary art have also this, layers of or very diverse practices. No? So we cannot see it like very monolithic practice. It's also depend on the artist's approach and the understanding of artists, how they look contemporary art practice. So, but definitely after the modern education system, the establishment of this colonial course of study or syllables, which were forcefully taught to students, created different kind of understanding or valuing art itself, like how these local artists were devalued, or how they were substituted by the acknowledgement of the institutions. And because it was more, it's like art has very much patronized by very ruling class or elite class in Nepal, or came through very religious approach, like patterning by monastery or the temples or things like that. But after the new modern Nepal, it's all been kind of underlooked by the government, and it completely continuing by the family members. And these young generations had this feeling that they had not their knowledge or their skill were never been acknowledged. So they don't want to continue. It's not only related to the money or sustainability issue. It's also about the respect and its social values and its cultural or ritual values that came together. No?
I want to add on that. You know what? No matter what kind of terminology we use, or there's always a counter culture coming in, or and then it might have its own sort of it takes its own space. But at the end of the day, what I really feel about is within our own practices, whatever kind of practices it is, it's important that we don't repeat the same patriarchal values and same problematic power structure. And we feel like, oh, we're being so progressive, but we're not at the end of it, because we want to hold like power again. Like the feminism, it's just not about word. It's about like sharing spaces, and not again becoming equivalent to another patriarchal structure. Like the queer movement is just not about the queerness of gender or sexuality. It's about the fluidity and much more. So I think it's important to constantly self-critique as well.
So I think we are about out of time. So, sorry. We have one question in the back. Oh, great. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to congratulate everybody, and well done for the fantastic exhibition and for your discussion just right now. But I actually wanted to ask you a question, and probably we haven't got time for your answer, which is about, we all know that obviously the Biennale has been founded on the construction of the nation state. Yeah. And I wondered how you have been feeling and thinking about that as you have produced a place that is being referred to now as the Nepal Pavilion, and yet you fully acknowledged at the beginning there the incredible complexity of the communities of the nation state that is now called Nepal. So I would like you just to comment a little bit about that, about the kind of diversity that you're trying to capture in this show, and yet within these structures that the Biennale and the art world basically pushes upon us. So that's my question. Then I also wanted to know how you feel the show has, how your experience of interacting with the media and everybody else who's been visiting your show in the last few days, how that has added to the profile, whether it's working, according to your original curatorial intentions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for a very important question, and asked very, very quickly. Thank you for that. And so, do you want to? Okay, Shalasha.
The format of Biennale and how it's exhibited also throughout this like more than a century has shifted a lot, and it's not. Although it's, if we go back to the history, it's so problematic to begin with, and it still has its problematic structure, which manifest, and we all also know about it. But we are actually super inspired by pavilion like Savvy Pavilion. I really have to admit that transcends beyond the projected idea of boundaries, and now creating and recreating their own, like reclaiming their identities. We're also inspired by pavilions like Hong Kong and Taiwan, I have to admit, which again has its own like space, and everybody acknowledges that. And so much, despite all the odds, we also have boundaries. Like when I have to travel, and I want to be this free soul, but I can't. I have this passport which denotes, like, which again, like segregates me as a third world country, and I don't have that privileges, and at the end of the day, like, want to travel, my nationality bounds me. But despite that boundaries, like how can then we so many examples in the art world who are constantly testing their boundaries and moving against the wave, like then how can we create and start to imagine and start to imagine that future and push for it, work for it.
Great. Hitman, okay. But yeah, I think that's a very important question, and something I think we'll be coming back to throughout the day. So keep that thought in mind, and thank you, Shalasha, Hitman, and Charin for your wonderful contribution and conversation today.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, thank you everyone, and welcome to the Asia Forum for the Contemporary Arts of the Global Asias. For those of you I have not yet had the pleasure to meet, I'm Juan de Lara. I'm the head of arts at the Bagri Foundation, and we're extremely pleased that you have been able to join us today for
actually having the opportunity to be here in this fantastic foundation, the Fondazione Querini Stampalia, to be able to celebrate and to delve a little bit into the practices of the global Asians. For some of you actually have been in the first half of this of today's session of the program, so you're quite familiar with the format. But for those of you who are joining us right now for the second half of the day, just to let you know that you're going to participate in a series of unprecedented panels and discussions. So there will be a break in the middle of the afternoon, and by the end of the last panel, we'll have the opportunity to join us. You'll have the opportunity to join us in a participatory session in which you will be able to ask some questions. I would like to thank you all for being here, and of course I would like to also thank everyone who is watching us through ArtReview. And without any further ado, I would like to introduce Hammad Nasar, who is a member of the Council for Curatorial Council for Asia Forum. So thank you so much, and thank you, Hammad.
Thank you, Juan. And thank you all for those who were with us this morning for staying here, and those who are joining us now. Welcome, and kudos to your stamina and spirit towards the end of this Venice Biennale opening week. This first session before the break is actually composed of two different parts. The first is an artistic intervention by Abbas Zahidi, who I will just introduce shortly, and it will be followed straight after by our second session. So we will just ask you to, if you can, stay seated, and then the break will follow these two artistic interventions. With no further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce you to the London-based artist Abbas Zahidi, who's an interdisciplinary practitioner who blends contemporary philosophy, poetics, and social dynamics with sound, sculpture, and other performative media. His practice has an emphasis on how personal and collective histories interweave, and he invites us and others into an ongoing conversation. Abbas, placing him within the context of Venice, showed here as part of the Diaspora Pavilion in 2017. So it's a context that he has first-hand experience of. With that, welcome, Abbas.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Hammad, and thank you to Asia Forum, Bagri Foundation, Fondazione Querini Stampalia, ArtReview, and all the partners and all the speakers that have gone before me. It's a real pleasure to be here to address you, both in the space, and I know there's a lot of people online. Just before I begin, is the sound okay? Yeah? Cool. So yeah, that is what makes me relevant to Venice, the Diaspora Pavilion, which, this is an image from 5 years ago. And this is what, at the time it was framed as a tactical intervention by the International Curators Forum to address the idea of national pavilions within the Biennale, to have a space for diaspora and people that don't necessarily ascribe to a singular idea of a nation state. And after I came back from Venice that time, I had this question which still seems to linger, and it was a question of how can otherness be different? Because I felt like a lot of what was taking place was trying to find languages to describe a sense of estrangement, a sense of still trying to find belonging. And so why is that still relevant? I was catapulted here last time as an ex-medic, a community organizer come artist for my first exhibition that was sanctioned by the art world. And this was due to my own kind of fractal intervention of proposing a term which I called neo-diaspora. And I used this to kind of loosely hold together my pre-art world practices Prior to the Diaspora Pavilion, I was not a practicing artist. I was doing just community work. This was my first exhibition that was, kind of put in this context, and I got to know what is the art world. And so after I came back, I'd spent the years preceding that kind of working within a context of like craft and philosophy and spiritual traditions. And so I noticed I was trying to create all these maps, these kind of grids, these geometric ways of trying to work out what I had seen and kind of what I knew from before. And so when I went back to London after 2017, I did an art degree. I did my master's mainly in philosophy, and I read a lot of theory. I read a lot of Baudrillard and Deleuze, and I learned what is a Martin Creed, and I kind of started to like open up a lot of ideas about myself, especially like with regards to like just kind of the self-awareness you gain as an artist when you present work in public and being around other artists and being in conversation around lots of kind of what felt like really poignant and profound topics around gender, sexuality, and all these things that we were exploring in that time, kind of as a community together. So kind of going through that, I had this idea in my head, that maybe now I've become contemporary. Next time I go to Venice, I might not need some kind of ethnographic prefix. I can just be me, but seems I still need an ethnographic prefix, so we're here for Asia today, and it's fine. This it's not really a critique; it's more an observation, and I think that's like a lot of my work is like this. It's not necessarily a critique; it's observation, and through that we kind of facilitate dialogue. So, if someone asks me where I'm from, usually I just say West London, and there was this, this is. At that time when we did the Venice Biennale, there was a BBC documentary about myself and two other people in the pavilion, and they called it this Venice Biennale, Britain's New Voices, although the original title was Sink or Swim, so they had to change it. And they came to the West London in the fish and chip shop. They spoke to me, they told them I'm downstairs in the basement, and so Brenda Emmanuel goes downstairs and there's an artist lurking beneath the chip shop, and so this was kind of like my origin story, so to speak. Like superheroes have that, and I guess artists do as well. But you can't actually watch that online anymore. That program is not available anywhere, and since it was first aired on the BBC, it never got shown again, which is quite strange because the BBC always show those kinds of programs again and again, even if it's in the middle of the night, so that people can watch it on iPlayer. And if anyone is unsure as to why it wasn't shown again, then I think some people will know what happened, and so those of you who know what happened, try to tell the ones who don't, and I think that way we can get rid of that binary. So the last time it was diaspora and neo-diaspora, and this time we have a forum called Asia, which according to the website and many of the conversations today means lots of different things. One example is it says a new itinerant platform for experimental art practices and research generative of new worlds beyond the North Atlantic. So for me, this means I can talk about anything. And the reason I say that is because these colored parts of the globe is actually my DNA ancestry. So I feel like a super Asian. Like I'm about as Asian as it gets, according to my DNA. But I'm still from West London, and West London's interesting because like we have fireworks in June, but it's quiet in November, and we see that from this picture, like Asia is a big place. And one of my friends who's here today, they told me it's a mindset, whilst others have described it as a spectre. And in the Lacanian sense, you could say maybe it's a fetish. And in terms of like art historical narratives, I would say that today's forum serves up Asia as a kind of organizing principle, a menu of possibilities. And this reminds me of one time when I was with Annie, and we were, a group of us were discussing different kinds of food to symbolize the different kinds of Asia that we were from. So some people said, I'm from rice Asia. Someone said, I'm from noodle Asia. Someone said, I'm from kebab Asia. There was curry Asia. There were a lot of different food types of Asia. And so this kind of gustatory ethnographic parlay is not so different to what we used to do at the Grove Fish Bar with my friends prior to when that BBC documentary was made. And what I had set up a kind of philosophical reading group, and it kind of came in response to various events at the time, and reading books like Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations that framed the world in this weird binary of the West and the East. So it kind of, we wanted to understand the kind of intellectual and spiritual traditions of both East and West. And most of my friends were from different parts of the world. And one of the original founders is a writer called Arsalan Isa. And I'm going to read a short passage from them that they wrote recently regarding that time, kind of reflecting on it, whilst keeping in mind kind of what's come since then for different members of that original group. We all went on to do very different things, and I'm the only one that kind of was interested in pursuing this kind of work that I'm doing now. So Arsalan refers to us as, open quote, some guys pretending we had it all figured out, because in our cultures there are many segregated spaces like this, either in coffee shops, basements, the corners of mosques, or in tea houses. But this wasn't a boys' club. There was also an inexpressible emotionality. There's a longing that is only coherent in an Islamic context. This is a longing to be reunited with God and end bodied suffering. In our traditions, so much creativity concerns the expression of this separation. I can only describe this as a cosmic abandonment. If our original languages and homes are mother tongues and motherlands, then our original nations and beliefs are paternal patterns of control, gestures of discipline and rules. In London, our fathers seem to have just left us, their masculinities made redundant by a class system that did not allow brown and black men to fully actualize. They wore their identities like loose sleeves. Our mothers were tired, grieving, and overworked. They carried emotions spread across generations and geographies. Even within our group, we couldn't let our guard down. Before any of us were British, we were Pakistani, Turkish, Egyptian, Somali, Iranian, and Sudanese. Even at the chippy, we surveyed each other for transgressions. Who was drinking alcohol? Who was having sex? Who was turning away from Islam? Who was turning away from us? We role-played a Socratic symposium amongst all this repressed desire. Instead of acknowledging the shape of our ancestral hurt, our intergenerational method of coping, we frantically read and discussed ways to access the empire. If we just had enough institutionally legitimized knowledge, we would have access to the spaces that disallowed us. But the keys we sought were virtual and imaginary. The empire, along with its system of defining, excluding, and othering foreignness, was a far more direct paternal system of punishment than the abstract dread of endless fasting and deferred desires. Our Islam, bundled with admonition and fear, was also poetic in how we channeled it towards belonging. But our God became less frightening when we faced neoliberal capitalism. With time, Abbas became less interested in the content of the conversations at the Grove, and more interested in what they meant to people. Perhaps the switch was already present in him from before as a result of continual mourning. In the Grove, Abbas dissociated as he observed us. The solution to a problem is often within the problem itself. The problem was social alienation, not universal truth or legitimacy granted by the empire. No matter how obsessively we read Kafka or Kant, or created myths of our identity through Carl Jung, in other words, in theoretical conversations with books and chosen father figures, the platform that generated the problem was still intact. We did not have the resources to process our hurt. We were taught that knowledge and not emotional expressiveness was the solution. Without realizing, we were recreating the intergenerational pattern of observing, dissociating, and finally detaching from one another. The problem was social. It was about race, class, legitimacy, status, acceptance, and more generally, belonging. End of quote. One of the reasons I mention this is because I think it's helpful to remember that there are as many art histories as there are artists. So it's not like doing a taxonomy of dinosaurs or fossils where you build this kind of phylogenetic tree and kind of everything goes back to one source. It really reminds me of this anecdote that my uncle had told me once in Iran. It was actually, I was having a conversation with him in the Natural History Museum, and my uncle is a very devout Muslim, and he always tries to preach to me about why I should be like more practicing or like believe in certain things. And we were in the Natural History Museum, and they had the genetic, the kind of evolution story on display. And I said to him, do you believe in this? He said, yeah, of course. This is science. That's how we discovered genetics and medicine, etc. Of course, this is like valuable knowledge. So I said, all right, but what about the creation myth? Like, you believe in the Quran and all that stuff? He says, yeah, of course. Like, that's my religion. I pray that every day. And then I said, well, what about like the Zoroastrian, the ancient Iranian myths? You believe that as well? He goes, yeah, of course. That's like our nation. That's our country. That's our people. That's our language. That's all these like rituals of spring and rebirth and all these things. So I was just like, so you believe everything? He was like, yeah, why not? And I thought, yeah, why not? Like, and then I was like, maybe it's like this European or English way of thinking that's made me think I have to think in one way. Then I went to CSM and I read Deleuze. So anyways, if we get back to the story I was on, once upon a time, in 1972, there was a very famous estate that got blown up in St. Louis, Missouri. This signified that postmodernism had arrived, such that we now speak of Vegas with the same reverence as Versailles or Venice. Those housing projects in Missouri were conceived and designed by the American-Japanese architect Minoru Yamasaki, who also gave the blueprints for the World Trade Center that opened in 1973. So I think it's now possible to see why some would say today the way up and down are one and the same. This alludes to my own discovery that I made in Venice 5 years ago, that manna from heaven is just as nutritious as manna from below. The machine-aided neural networking of affect, manna. It's an acronym, M-A-N-N-A. Somewhat technical, but I'm merely referring to a process, because I am a process-based artist. Those annoying ones that you don't know what they're gonna make until it's time to make. I spend a lot of time telling curators it's gonna be okay. Because in addition to the work, in trying to make up for the fact that in addition to the work, I'm trying to make up for the fact that we, the former neo-diaspora, do not inherit Immanuel Kant's Copernican turn, the KCT. We were reading Ibn Sina, who discovered cogito, before Descartes made ergo sum. So I'm like, nah, bro, you can't claim that head start into enlightenment, being an individual and modernity, so that we're precluded from a life of such liberties because the neo-diaspora function better online as a live archive, a kind of schizo embodiment to cope with the fact that in today's towers, the flames are high rise. Yet we still cry because Venice is sinking, exacerbating the paradox in which we are left to burn, or better yet to rot. Allah yarhamak. This brings me on to another story. In the summer of 2019, I was instructed to speak less of the past and preferably to just do away with it. And this was particularly in relation to artistic practice. I was excited by the freedom that this offered, to be civilized instead of just cultured. An opportunity to sit within a canon of formalistic forms and formulations, a space in which identity no longer functions. So it might not be clear why I chose to install an empty bottle fridge filled with the sounds of grief as a degree showpiece. The premise of the work was to offer a kind of libation within a space where the serving and spilling of drinks was forbidden. I was mourning the death of my friend, who was mentioned earlier today, my neighbor, my colleague, Khadija Say, because I couldn't be in that space without thinking of her, and in this trip I can't be in Venice without thinking of her. Discussing formalistic forms and formulations. Formalistic forms and formulations. That's what we talk about when we discuss visual culture. And that building had flammable material put upon it as cladding as an aesthetic decision, so as to make invisible the image of undesirable migrants in a posh part of West London, many of whom were immigrants who didn't have a forum like this one. I suggest we get a bunch of art historians and ask them to write about archonic in terms of urbane expressionism. Yet, I think they would probably prefer to leave that kind of heavy lifting to the visual cultures department, the critical culture department, the decolonial lobby, the fuck the police forum, and sorry to lose decorum, but I did write a thesis on it because I was struck by how the likes of Professor Sarat Maharaj and art professionals like Bassam El-Baroni discuss within the context of displaying art in international biennials that serve this kind of diversifying process, how this actually aims to neutralize genuine expressions of otherness and difference, and how this starts in the academy as a methodology induced by the standardization of the knowledge economy. Professor Maharaj frames this within the globalizing drive that seeks to mold the other in our image, with few qualms about using armed force to pound the foreign into the familiar, an identifying crisis of management of difference. The situation in Ukraine and many other places recently, those conflicts could be described like this. And the continuing rise of fascistic discourse came into force off the back of a nascent Islamophobia that was brewing and spearheaded in France by the likes of French polemicist Michel Houellebecq, whose attitudes towards Muslims in Europe led him to describe them as the other in our midst. In his book Platform, he remarks that Muslims are clogging up Western society like blood clots, which need to be broken down by the civic body's immune system so as to be reconstituted and assimilated. Houellebecq deems this a fit response to any unknown dimension of difference. This focus on reconstitution evokes parallels with the 20th century scientist R.C. Thompson's theory of transformations, which seeks to represent how differences between diverse species and races emerge out of basic geometric shifts in their morphology. This method of subsuming radical difference into a Cartesian grid is used to generate a plane of tolerance, which Maharaj likens to an epistemic filter, constantly working out ways to obfuscate and eradicate what it can't represent. So, in an attempt to visualize this dynamic, this is a Cartesian grid. Same guy that said cogito. You may have noticed something similar to this, and one of the influences on Darcy Thompson was the artist Albrecht Dürer from the 16th century. This work is by them, and it shows a draftsman. So the top image is the artwork. The bottom image is an early sketch, and you can see there's a draftsman and a woman reclining. And in the original sketch, it's actually interesting to note that it's a man reclining. I like both of them. It's fine. Each square that the draftsman is looking at in this grid correlates to squares that the draftsman is drawing on a piece of paper in front of them, and they are using this kind of eye leveling device to look through and map the different parts of the image that they see. There's many parts of this picture to discuss, but for me, what I think is really interesting about it is how it looks like a type of pixelation process. So the work effectively displays the common logic of how photography is understood. And we can call this the logic of representation, whereby the resultant image relates to something beyond its method of production, something that is outside the beholder, across from a grid that is more real and alluring than the image itself. So the image is a representation of that thing over there. And it's similar to like when you see portraits of great kings or figures in history, and they draw their significance from this kind of abstract notion of a kingdom or some metaphysical idea. And it's a bit like the speakers today, like myself here in this forum, how we relate to something beyond our individual existences, this spectre of Asia that feels more real than each of us who's here and provides the metaphysical grounding for me to be able to address a distinguished audience such as yourselves. And this is how identity politics works in art as well. So we all perform to become this kind of well-placed pixel that is part of some greater image. And that can be displayed between the walls of an institution. It can have directors standing on either side and receiving praise for this kind of tapestry of difference that they've curated. And this visualization by Jura shows that kind of underlying logic of representation that is embedded within one approach to photography. And there's another image by Hans Holbein the Younger, which is called The Ambassadors. It's on display in London at the National Gallery. And this image is famous for one very masterful detail also relating to optics, but I don't have time to go into it. Again, if some people know, they can tell the ones that don't know, and we deal with that. But basically, the ambassadors, they are these kind of guys, and it looks like they're doing like a sponsored ad on Instagram for like exotic goods, and I mean back then Instagram was like oil painting, but basically it's the same kind of logic. You pose with a product, and then you sort of get people interested. And they have like these garments and finery. One of them looks a bit more monastic, monkish, and the other one is a bit more flamboyant. So this is kind of an interesting idea, because if within that kind of representational model that I was describing, I think I'm probably one of the objects in the middle of the image. Like maybe I'm that Turkic rug, or the astrolabe, or the globe, or the sort of I don't know which one I am, but I guess we can all think like this is like kind of how representational art kind of functions today, that you have these sort of elements that are bolstered within a kind of these kind of institutional heavyweights. And so it's again like a kind of method of pixelation, and in this case the mode of production is hidden until you notice that detail that if some of you know, you can tell the others. So what the thing is, like currently, like back then the ambassadors were very proud to like be very visible and very forward in the image. And I would say nowadays the kind of this idea of ambassadors, the current version, sort of obfuscates who they are. So it looks a bit more like this, and they can like shift. It's more like a green screen. You can kind of choose your own ambassador. So there's lots of different kinds of ambassadors. They look different. So slightly more slippery terrain, but the hidden logic remains the same. And it's even possible to switch out different ambassadors. So we can kind of diversify in this way, according to what Professor Sarat Maharaj described as the Cartesian grid and that plane of tolerance, which we'll come back to in a bit. And this logic frames questions of human difference as issues of technology. So imagine, for example, in the future you have a pair of smart glasses, and you walk around and everything that you see, everyone's face that you see, you can set the glasses to change their gender, their race, their whatever you want them to be. So you look at a film, you see only the type of people that you want to see. You walk in the park, you see people, your lenses will make them look different, like an Instagram filter, but you'll just have it readily available to go, so that you don't have to deal with anything that's too different from yourself, anything that might cause a sudden existential crisis. And it's a bit like we've already kind of been indoctrinated into that logic through like noise cancellation, like the headphones. So it's essentially the same thing for your eyes. You can just block out things you don't want to see. And I mean, kind of when we curate shows, we block out things we don't want to see. So even without these glasses, like it's important to note that like our eyes are, they don't just take in information from the world. They allow us to project onto the world as well. So we've all kind of, throughout our lives, cultivated our own sort of virtual reality that we project onto the world everywhere we go, and on the things that we see. And the Impressionists actually were one of the first in art to observe this. So their images look different from a distance, and you kind of project a lot of the detail onto those little blobs that they made look very beautiful. So in doing that, Impressionists and many artists since have understood that the premise of art is to actually take our own, to take lots of people's individual virtual reality systems that they've cultivated for themselves, and to somehow try to get them to be momentarily in sync. So that's kind of what we experience. And so to kind of flesh out these virtual realities, we sort of can take another look at this Cartesian grid. And we can use it to plot a kind of more Eurocentric version of art history as a vertical axis. And the logic of representation allows there to be different points. So it's interesting to note on here where, you know, you have like really big gaps between like prehistoric art and ancient art and medieval art. And then as you get higher, like the gaps are really small. And then kind of at the end, it stops with conceptual art. And from like the 60s, 70s to the present, it's all just contemporary. And so this is a kind of vertical axis which sets up this idea of a kind of deviation from whatever is considered to be a normative subjectivity. So the points around the graph, the X, the triangle, the square, the O, you could think of them as like how we bring diversity to art, like a particular prevailing logic of how diversity is introduced into contemporary art. Because after contemporary art, there's no other art, but actually it's this is what's happening now. This is a new kind of art. It's sort of, think of it as like, I don't know, the triangle could be like feminist cubism, because for feminists or like art made by women, for example, doesn't fit into that central canon. So there's a deviation from it, but it sort of still has to stay within the remit of that story, because there's no more new art, there's no more different art. This is all the art that exists. It's like a computer game that got completed, and now we just get to play the sequel, and we get to plot ourselves laterally on either side of the graph, maintaining that sense of like we're different, but we have this kind of logic of representation, reaffirmation to the thing that is the real thing. So we are kind of on the other side of the grid, pointing ourselves back to that side. And so this kind of teleological, Eurocentric, and very progressive grid frames the whole history of art, much like a computer game, in which conceptualists, i.e. Duchamp, is the final boss. And after all that, it's contemporary, and apparently that's still where we're at. And one of the things that made me interested in this is this film by Adam Curtis called Bitter Lake. And there's the scene where the British Council are in Afghanistan teaching a group of young Afghans about ready-made art and Duchamp's fountain as the kind of pinnacle of Western civilization, and sort of telling them that this is how you can make yourselves contemporary. Like after this war ends, you'll be free, and once you understand this, you will be contemporary. And it's very similar to what I was trying to do in art school. I went there to learn about Duchamp and figure out how I can get past this hurdle of being contemporary rather than being on those like other points of the grid. And whilst I was at art school, I was playing computer games as well. And I was recently kind of looking through some of that stuff, and I came across the cover art for this game called Tekken. And this is Tekken 2. So it sets out a similar narrative to like art history, in the terms that there's like lots of men and there's like a few women fighting it out to defeat the final boss. And the final boss is that big guy at the top called Heihachi. So he's the Duchamp of Tekken. And this image is from 1996. And every other Tekken sequel since then has pretty much the same storyline. More people fighting, and to get to the point to defeat Heihachi at the end. And somehow he comes back again and again and again, and they just add more people. And so it's like the same storyline and more characters. And to be honest, like this is what it looks like now, which is a bit like a Art World Biennale, you know. And like, yeah, it's just basically, you know, lots of people. I mean, we can kind of zoom in a little bit here and there. You know, you've got like lots of very ethnographically labeled people, lots of ethnographic details, like Saudi Kafia, and there's Heihachi in the middle, always in the middle. And, you know, there's like lots of people with like colorful outfits. There's even animals. Yeah, it's basically like everyone in the world is there. And so, yeah, this is kind of much more diverse, I agree, and it generates a greater lateral deviation from the central axis of the Cartesian grid that we were discussing. But in real effect, we're just increasing the resolution of the same image by creating more pixels and by seeing ourselves as pixels in terms of this great image. And we live in the age of kind of, you know, photographic imagery and representation, and this kind of auto-canonical reproduction is what I'm calling this process in relation to the talk. And so I'm just wondering at what point do these pictures get so big that they just crash our computers? We can't look at them anymore. I kind of feel like that now. And this sort of expansion based on this logic of representation, the Cartesian grid, Duchamp, Heihachi being kind of these counterparts. You know, maybe we could say computer games is Asian. That's why for them it's Tekken, and for here it's history of art. But you know, bringing together what I've just been talking about in the last kind of 15 minutes and kind of putting us in this context here, I feel like one way to synthesize all of this is to sort of like just try to map it out visually into something that looks like this. And sort of, yeah, this is kind of where we're at now. And I would say that actually like one of the ambassadors could be a green screen ambassador, and then the other. So actually I should have made one of them the green one that could be interchangeable, and one of them is still the old one. That's why we still come to Venice and we come to these places, and you know. And again, this is not a critical observation. This is just observation. Yeah. So and the thing is, I call this version of art that we're in, I call it Art Plus. So it's actually not contemporary art anymore. This is really Art Plus. So because we've gone off that lineage and we're just adding points, we just plus. And so it's a procedural system. It functions through the formula of addition to add new elements whilst maintaining the underlying structures and modes of production. And so the kind of those lateral deviations, they keep referring back to the central axis. They refer back to Heihachi. They refer back to Duchamp. And so that's kind of, and you know, that's the place we're in. So yeah. And like for me, kind of what I'm interested in is more like this. And like if we could sort of mix it up, get rid of universal subjectivity and bannered themes, and not speak in terms of such huge concepts and big geographies, and sort of like in conclusion to all of this, I think you know, like it's easy to point out these things, and maybe I can share something that I did in 2020 to sort of with a lot of this stuff swirling around in my mind, and when I'm making work, I often do think about these things and try to find ways to bypass some of this kind of art plus type of representational logic, and at the same time still adhering to a concern that is to do with formalistic forms and formulations, because as we know, those kinds of concerns can kill people. So the idea is that how can those forms give life to people? How can they serve the bodies of people that are living today and the ones who are moving through the space? And actually, is the work and intentioned with that in mind, or is it some kind of dead object worship that is taking place? So a lot of the time when I'm trying to like understand what I do, I find it hard to call it art, and because that has been so co-opted by Art Plus. And so I prefer to use words like, I just work with people. You know, if someone asks me what I do, I just use that as a phrase, you know, and they'll be like, what to do what? Like, why do you work with people? I'll be like, well, you know, to feel present in their bodies and become sensitive to the sights that surround them. And they'll be like, well, how do you do that? And it's interesting because they ask how, they don't ask why. And so I'm like, well, it depends where you are, you know, like if you're on a white cube, you can do it like this. If you're in an ex-police station, you can do it like this. If you're in an old sorting office that used to belong to the Royal Mail, you can do it like this. You know, if I was in Fondazione Querini Stampalia, you know, the designers and architects of this place have made a lot of the heavy lifting already. They've done a lot of the hard work. So by creating this kind of sublime feng shui fusion of Eastern and Western aesthetics. So, you know, if I was invited here to do a show, I would just do some like little je ne sais quoi, and I would recreate the process of being born. So much like how the feminist and philosopher Lucia Irigaray describes her notion of the chora, this kind of bloody interstitial space, the birth canal. Like, I like art that reminds me of that. And so that, as you can see in this space at the end, there's this red passageway, there's this red door, and if you go in there, you have what for me was the birth canal of the show that I did there in 2020, just before Christmas. And what happened is that the show involved a lot of interventions in the space. I was using sound, and then it was open just for like a week or so. And then as the lockdowns came into place, it was actually open for 11 days. There was a lot of issues around that we should just close the show. like the work is done, we made the objects, we documented them, we have this archival footage of what took place, and that's actually the purpose of the work, to create something and archive it and kind of move on and use that archive then to leverage future activities. So the same way I'm saying Asia is a spectre, the archive is also a kind of spectre that I was being kind of forced to reckon with in that moment, where when the show went into lockdown because museums and non-essential spaces had to close, I was kind of thinking, well, I don't work in terms, like my first thing is not thinking about archives. I work with people, and there are still people working in this time. There are still people who are struggling, and so from the frontline workers, essentially, like doctors and transportation staff and anyone who was labeled an essential person under this new binary of essential, non-essential. And so what happened was, because of being an ex-medic, I reached out to some of my previous friends and colleagues, and I said to them, well, I have this exhibition here, do you want to see it? And some of them came and they invited their friends, and over time there was like just a lot of different doctors, and a group of neurologists called Neurofringe actually came to me to say, we would like to open this up to our whole medical community in order to facilitate efforts addressing the mental health issues of doctors and nurses and frontline staff within hospitals during the lockdown, where there are a lot of people dying, there's a lot of pressure, it's getting too intense, and medics are having breakdowns as well. So this show was not made with the intention of serving this purpose. It was made with the intention of fulfilling my idea of trying to make an art that is not art plus, and at the same time the space served this new function when the situation and the context changed in such a way that I was listening to what is the needs of the time, and how can the art serve the bodies that would pass through the space, how can the art serve the people that really need this kind of remedial function of art. And this is just to show you this binary that I mentioned, where in the newspaper at the same time there was this mention that the top jobs, the most essential job is a doctor, the least essential job is an artist. And so I thought it was really interesting that I had put out these pictures of doctors coming to an art space saying, we need this, and again, this was all kind of done just in a very intuitive way. It was not kind of like in a responsive manner. It was sort of, organic through talking to people, very kind of grassroots initially. And you can see people from transport workers to doctors, nurses, they're coming to the space. And ultimately the thing that this project is called Sonic Support Group. And you can see this paper here was actually submitted to the 7th Congress of the European Academy of Neurology 2021 by the doctors who part of Neurofringe, who helped me establish this collaboration. As you can see, the names on there, Mohammed Mahmoud, my name, Abbas Zahdi, and Sabrina Kalam, and everyone's name there. They put me as an author in their medical paper to a neurology conference to give a talk about Sonic Support Group and how art can help frontline workers in that time. And to be honest, I didn't come across any other examples of galleries or museums doing this kind of work. If someone knows about it, please let me know. I'd be very interested to kind of build further on this project. This project is still existing, by the way. It's just been handed over to people that it's their primary concern to work in this way. And for me, the proof of concept of doing it as Sonic Support Group enabled to facilitate those relationships to allow this work to continue still. So this was actually presented as a keynote speech during the neurology conference in 2021. And the neurologists themselves spoke about my exhibition in the conference. So it wasn't even me presenting the artwork. And there were, I think, 7,000 or 10,000 neurologists attending this conference, and they were listening to a talk about contemporary art and social practice. And so this, for me, is a really interesting model of like how to make an artwork that travels internationally. It has a wide audience, people from all over the world, and actually all of them are probably a new audience in many ways. And so I fulfilled probably a lot of the criteria of a biennale with that one kind of collaboration with Neurofringe. And so this is one way that I feel like I'm contributing to this idea of what does it mean to try and go outside of this Art Plus model when we are talking from various like different subjectivities, and also trying to address and contend with this idea of the canon and the archive and what are we doing. And yes, of course we care about things that are aesthetically also valuable, but those aesthetical concerns also need to be ethical, and they need to inform things that are happening within the society that we live in, for the various reasons that I've mentioned. So I think that's the end of my talk. This was another Sonic support group session in the space, and yeah, thank you.
Firstly, thank you, Abbas, for what can only be described as a tour de force. I'm not going to try and summarize, but I felt like there was so many sort of lines of flight and inquiry being opened up that we're going to take just 5 minutes for any sort of burning questions that are coming. I thought I had a burning question, but you kind of answered it at the end. But maybe it helped me just to think about where you were heading. So maybe I'll just restate it anyway. So perhaps while people are formulating their own, because in a little bit of what you were doing for, say, the first 30-odd slides was what an old boss of mine used to call admiring the problem. So to say, well, this is where we are, and we look at this, and this is how we're stuck. And then in your model, what you kind of do is you go from that universal, that vertical line, and introducing that idea of deviation from the universal. In some way, you sort of open up this idea of the multiverse, which most of us knew from Marvel. And Doctor Strange, which was so beautifully dissected for us in this in the morning session. So in some way, you're inviting us to think about, or perhaps you're inviting yourself to think about art as a kind of a portal to move from one idea of being into another. Discuss.
Yeah, first of all, the kind of sprawling nature of the talk is probably just because I have ADHD. But the issue of admiring the problem is that it is a beautiful problem. It is quite alluring. It's seductive as a problem, and it draws us in many different ways. And the issue here is I'm speaking in what is kind of like an academic conference, and so the way that we speak in these environments is with a lot of kind of like confidence, but I'm very aware that I don't have like any major like answers or breakthroughs other than the works that I'm presenting. The problem I'm describing in each and every one of my works, I'm trying to address that in a different context, and I'm trying to understand how to make sense of this. And so to think of the work or or what we do as artists and curators and other professionals as this portal that allows us to kind of move between spaces, between different communities, between different states. Like I think like, so when I talk about Art Plus, I think you could have art like multiply. That's also a possibility. And so art multiplier puts me in a position where in every work I try to kind of have a collaborative element that is outside of my discipline. So with this project, I worked with neurologists, and yeah, I'm an ex-medic, but actually they're like proper neurologists, like operating on people's brains and stuff. So like there's a lot of like translation and kind of cross-disciplinary talk that actually forces us both to think. And so for me, that I feel like is how I approach it, is that like by kind of having this emphasis on collaboration with an external discipline puts me in that frame of mind where I'm forced to think, and then kind of new things will happen. And so the kind of this archival narrative and this kind of art historical way of like art constantly being self-referential and referring back to itself, it's sort of, it's that same echo chamber problem, and I guess my work is sort of trying to go around that in some way.
We have a question.
Thank you for that amazing talk, full of lots of ideas. And At first I was thinking that this was a talk that was about art history. But then I realized that actually it wasn't so much about how we write and construct art history, but it was a question about, what does art do and what can art do? And I was wondering if you could maybe reflect a little bit on, the ethics of what it might mean for us to think about reimagining the history of art, so that it's not about seeing art as separated from life, but how would we, maybe not the ethics, but how would we create, what kinds of different categories would you want to imagine to help us to have a different multiverse, to use Hammad's term, to frame the ways in which we understand our relationships to objects. And I'll just end this question with mention of the fact that in 2018, the Museum of Fine Arts Montreal started a program that allowed medics, doctors, to write prescriptions to patients to gain free entrance into the Museum of Fine Arts. So
okay, that's great. I've heard about this kind of social prescribing. Yeah, it's really good. In terms of what can art do, I think my natural response to that is like whatever people can do, art can do, because art is made by people. So realistically, like that's like where I would start from. And then in terms of as an artist, or like even when I teach with my students, etc., when I'm in dialogue with other artists, when I think about what makes us different in relation to our activities. So if we take making art as a kind of a verb, a doing word, as opposed to a signifier or a designation, some of the things about like my approach is, I'm intellectually promiscuous. Like I can actually like have such a broad range of interests, and it's actually encouraged in what I do. So whereas in many roles and professions nowadays, like our concerns become more streamlined, or there are these kind of conceptual sort of barriers that are put in place to kind of get us to focus and specialize. And that's something that happens a lot in medicine as well. Like a kidney doctor can't tell you anything about another part of the body once they specialize to a certain degree. And so I feel like this idea of being intellectually promiscuous, and also like having time and slowing down and not working in a goal-oriented way always. I know we have to produce things, we have to deliver shows and stuff, but there are also possibilities of just doing research and development. There is, so like a lot of those kinds of practices that as artists we kind of do normally. Like even the idea of a crit is kind of weird, like you sit around with a group of random people, you show them an object or you tell them about your idea, and it can get really deep and personal and emotional, and sort of everyone kind of plays this, again, a type of a symposium together. Like those certain practices that we do as artists, in terms of our practice as a whole, I think those are the things that we should focus on. But like if we can instantiate those kinds of like methodologies in other fields, and except like this is like what's happening here, this looks like a crit, but it's actually like a support group meeting in the space organized by the hospital nearby. So like those kinds of activities in art, we really value them and we find a way to make them productive, whereas in many other disciplines they're not valued, and because they're deemed not to be productive. So I think that's how I would look at that, in terms of like really focusing on the kind of day-to-day logic of what we do, and sort of seeing how that can be opened up and afforded to more people. Yeah, I don't know if that really answers your question.
Thank you, Abbas. And I think in that spirit of intellectual promiscuity, we will draw this session to a close, but move immediately on to our next. And I'll sort of invite Ming to come and introduce Yuki. But before we do, just a hand of applause for Abbas. Thank you, Abbas.
So you're all still here. Amazing. Well, we have a treat for you, and it's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce our next speaker, Shigeyuki Kihara, or Yuki Kihara as we like to know her. I wanted to mention that the first time I met Yuki was in 2013 when she came to Ottawa, Canada, where I normally work, the unceded territories of the Algonquin peoples. to participate in a global indigenous exhibition called Sakahan. And Yuki was so busy, she was running around, you know, doing all the usual biennial things, but she took the time to come to speak to a group of MA students who were studying art history, and they were just riveted the entire time. And you know, it's like going back to some of the things that Abbas was saying in terms of, you know, what kinds of things can art do. I think that what Yuki did was she really helped this group of students to see the world differently, to imagine, you know, what identities could be as and how one can think more fluidly about who we are as people, as well as the relationships between us. But that kind of generosity is something that really characterizes Yuki's practice. In addition to her artwork, which has been shown at the Met and which has also been shown at the Asia Pacific Triennial. Oh, I'm so blind, I can't see my phone here. The Auckland Triennial, the Honolulu Biennial, the Bangkok Art Biennial, and also the Daegu Photo Biennial. Yuki has also been involved in a curatorial practice that has really brought together communities. And so she has curated exhibitions such as Hand in Hand, which was an exhibition of queer indigenous art that brought together artists from across Oceania, which she co-curated with Jenny Fraser. Project Banaba, which was a project that originated in Carriage Works, and most recently, the first Solidarity Network, which she has coordinated here at the Venice Biennial, which really speaks to the way in which Yuki thinks about building these kinds of conversations laterally and you know, bringing together community, which is so important. So she is of Japanese and Samoan parentage and a member of the Fa'afafine third gender community in Samoa, and her understanding of identity as fluid has really formed the foundations of her work, which we can see taken to its sort of fullest form in her Paradise Camp at the New Zealand Pavilion, where, you know, this expansiveness of her vision has become so clear to us. Oh, you should come to the front. Yuki wants you to come. You should come. So Kihara really builds upon her earlier engagement with identities and to open them up to questions of small island ecologies, climate change, queer rights, Gauguin's gaze, intersectionality, and decolonization. So please join me in welcoming Yuki Kihara to the stage here. And also I should add that after Yuki's presentation, we'll take a 10-minute break, after which we will be screening the one by the artist Singwai Kin. So let's welcome Yuki. Thank you so much.
Testing. This one? Okay. Kia ora talafalava. My name is Yuki Kihara. First of all, would like to thank Asia Forum for inviting me to take part in this amazing forum. So I will start my presentation. So I would like to preface my presentation today by saying that my exhibition entitled Paradise Camp, curated by Natalie King, is presented at the Aotearoa New Zealand Pavilion in the Arsenale as part of the 59th Venice Biennale. Michel Foucault proposed that where there is power, there is resistance. In this regard, in regard to this analogy, the power is binary, while the resistance is Paradise Camp. Today's presentation will begin with a PowerPoint presentation that briefly outlines the genesis of Paradise Camp, followed by selected videos written and directed as part of the Paradise Camp exhibition.
Paradise Camp is an ensemble exhibition of 12 new, luscious photographs shot on location in Samoa, from rural villages to churches, plantations and heritage sites, with a local cast and crew of close to 100 people. Yuki's photographs repurpose and upcycle paintings by Paul Gauguin, created during his time in Tahiti and the Marquesas. Yuki situates her photographs against a vast wallpaper of an oceanscape decimated by the 2009 tsunami. The suite of photographs is accompanied by an archive section highlighting Yuki's deep research in Polynesian queer histories. As well as a single channel moving image called First Impressions Paul Gauguin. Perhaps the most astonishing photograph is an elaborate portrait where Yuki returns indoors to a studio in Auckland, casting herself as Gauguin. Through this ingenious role reversal, Kihara commands her own space within the traditions of art history, while upending the conventions of portraiture itself. By addressing the intersectionality between decolonization, identity politics, and environmental crises, Paradise Camp takes the tempo of our times from a staunchly Pacifica perspective.
Just to give you an idea of where Samoa is, so Samoa is an archipelago of islands located in central Polynesia. In order to get there, you either fly from Australia or from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm currently based in Auckland, in New Zealand, where I've been living for the past year in preparation for this Venice Biennale presentation. But prior to that, I've been permanently based and living with my family in Samoa over the last 11 years. Okay, living in the Samoan archipelago located in central Polynesia in the Moana Pacific, I'm known locally as a fa'afafine. The word fa'afafine means in the manner of a woman. This is a Samoan word used to describe people like myself who are assigned male at birth who express their gender in a feminine manner. We also have fa'atama, meaning in the manner of a boy, a term used to describe those assigned female at birth who express their gender in a masculine manner. Fa'afafine is some of the original, continuous, indigenous queer cultures of Polynesia and the Pacific Islands, and there are many versions of us across the Moana. Today, the term fa'afafine is generally used to describe the LGBTIQ+ community. However, what makes us distinct from the global pride movement is our ancestral ties to land and kinship system that is intrinsic part of our identity as Samoans. Despite our cultural recognition as a third gender community in Samoa for a millennia, fa'afafine is not legally recognized under the law in Samoa, which is steeped in how the fa'afafine community were perceived by the former New Zealand colonial administration. In 1961, on the eve of Samoa's independence, laws directed against the fa'afafine community, including the ban of female impersonation and homosexuality, were introduced by the New Zealand colonial administration of Samoa, informed by British colonial rule. Anyone caught breaking these laws were fined and imprisoned up to 6 months. I believe the intent behind these laws imposed by the New Zealand colonial administration was based on a paternalist attitude that saw the fa'afafine as an impediment to Samoa's progress towards becoming an independent nation. While the female impersonation law was later abolished in 2013, homosexuality continues to remain illegal despite not being enforced. These legal discriminations alludes to the notion of what Michel Foucault describes as biopower, where set of mechanisms through which the basic biological features of the human species become the object of a political strategy, of a general strategy of power. To demonstrate the repercussions behind the enforcement of heteronormativity through legal discrimination against fa'afafine, I will now present several case studies specific to the social and political context in Samoa featured in the Paradise Camp exhibition. During the aftermath of the tsunami in 2009, many fa'afafine were first responders in the rescue efforts. However, emergency shelters set by the international NGO failed to address the needs of the Fa'afafine community, including installing gender-neutral bathrooms. As a result, a group of Fa'afafine set up camp at an abandoned house, living without necessities while continuing with rescue efforts, saving the lives of others except for their own. Samoa is at the front line of climate change, where scientists believe that climate changes in the Moana Pacific first began during the 18th century. This coincides with the arrival of Western explorers, scientists, and artists in the Moana Pacific and their discovery of gender-liminal peoples and same-sex relationships. In 2011, Australian and Samoan governments jointly released a damning report which described Samoa as experiencing sea level rise of up to 4 millimeters per year, slightly more significant than the global average of 2.8 to 3.6 millimeters per year. This is in addition to the increasing temperatures, heavy rainfall, and ocean acidification, to name a few. I have personally witnessed these changes in the local environment since I moved back to Samoa permanently 11 years ago. While there are no direct links between earthquake-generated tsunamis and climate change, but both can generate powerful environmental devastation that places Samoa in a vulnerable position, given that 80% of the population is based around the coastal areas. In addition, Fa'afafine is often blamed as the cause of climate change by some religious groups and subsequently left out of the climate resilience work and disaster risk management, including relocation for cyclone and disasters as a result of a policy and legislations that lacks gender sensitivity and non-binary language.
Disgust, utter shock and horror, just some of the reaction to the photo of the suspected suicide of a transgender woman being splashed on the front page of a Samoan newspaper. Outraged Pacific groups here and abroad are demanding answers, calling it degrading, unethical and a failure of journalistic standards. Here's Jessica Much.
It's the unblurred photo showing the body of 20-year-old transgender woman Janine Tuivaki that's caused shock. The editor of the Samoan newspaper has published an apology of sorts, but wouldn't be interviewed by One News. The transgender community here says it's unethical journalism.
Disgust. Honestly, I was so sick in my stomach, and I just honestly felt for this young Fa'afafine woman.
The article also referred to Janine as a man. One expert we spoke to says even though the photo was a mistake, he says talking about suicide is a good thing.
They were simply trying to raise an issue which they thought was in the public interest, and I think good on them for that. Maybe they made a mistake in this case.
We're allowed to talk about this suspected suicide because it happened overseas. If this had happened in New Zealand, we wouldn't be able to tell you anything until it had gone to the coroner. But Parliament has just voted to change that. Pacific leaders also want clarity for Samoa to stop photos like this being published again. Jessica Much, One News.
In 2016, Sunday Samoa newspaper published a sensational and invasive blurred photo relating to the death of Janine Tuivaki, a young Fa'afafine student who allegedly died by suicide inside a church. Not only did the Sunday Samoan publish this image on the front page, but the article also referred to her as a he. This caused a public uproar and brought issues relating to Fa'afafine, press freedom, and ethics associated with publishing images related to suicide, as well as misgendering. As a result of this controversy, the Journalists Association of Samoa established a media council to investigate complaints from the public about media coverage and to ensure that the media ethics and standards are observed. The Fa'afafine Association of Samoa also invited the Samoa Fa'afafine Association to present a series of workshops relating to the Fa'afafine community, including asking them about their preferred gender pronoun and addressing the Fa'afafine with their full chiefly titles bestowed by their clans and villages. Unlike the Western binary system that classifies gender and sexuality, the indigenous worldview saw gender and sexuality as a pie chart with various shades of gray, which allowed for more nuanced and fluid understanding. Over the years, my passport have listed me as an M, X, and F. This has caused much complications through how my sex has been identified, particularly with border security system that recognizes sex and gender through heteronormative binary lens. Despite this, however, I've always aspired to live beyond the borders of nationalism, race, gender, and sexuality. My current New Zealand passport lists my gender as F, which stands for F for Fa'afafine. One of the many ways that the Fa'afafine community pushes back against these patriarchal oppressions is the annual Fa'afafine beauty pageant, which have its roots in Samoan culture, particularly in Faleaitu, a traditional comedic skit from a group of which was formed by a group of entertainers, performed before the high chiefs to direct their attention to urgent issues in the community. These beauty pageants are our version of paradise, celebrating our identity and providing a temporary world free of judgment and discrimination where we can feel empowered, safe, and secure from the world's harsh realities. It's within the spirit of Fa'afafine pageantry, together with many other events in my personal life, that led to the creation of Paradise Camp. Paradise Camp initially came about when I first saw paintings by artist Paul Gauguin at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York on the occasion of my solo acquisitive exhibition entitled Living Photographs at the Met in 2008. Paul Gauguin was a French painter, printmaker, and sculptor. Gauguin worked in Tahiti and the Marquesas Islands for over a decade between 1891 and 1903. He constructed a persona of himself as a noble savage and uncivilized as a way to proclaim invention and novelty within the French modernist art of his time. Upon looking at Paul Gauguin's paintings, I began to think about an essay by Maori scholar Ngāhuia Te Kotuku, who presented her paper at the Paul Gauguin Symposium held at the Auckland Art Gallery in 1992. Ngāhuia's unpublished paper entitled A Lament for Ha'apuani, Gauguin's Models, A Maori Perspective, unpacked the encounters between Western explorers and Maori queer peoples from a Maori perspective. Gauguin's models, some of whom with no distinct gender binary markers, also reminded me of some of my friends in the Fa'afafine community. Paradise Camp was further conceptually strengthened when I uncovered archival evidence that shows that Gauguin based several of his significant paintings on photographs of people and places in Samoa. So you see this collage here, which is a painting of Paul Gauguin, which is entitled Three Tahitians, which is merged together with a photograph, a colonial photograph of a Samoan gentleman with a customary Samoan tattoo that was photographed by a New Zealand colonial photographer Thomas Andrew in the early 1900s. So you can see that Paul Gauguin actually lifted the silhouette of the photograph and then generated this painting of the Three Tahitians. But the reason why a lot of his art historians haven't talked about the direct and indirect link between Gauguin and Samoa is because Gauguin used the Samoan materials and disguised them with Tahitian and Marquesan titles. And I come around and expose it all. The title of the exhibition, Paradise Camp, is an interplay of words where the camp aesthetic is deployed to challenge the colonial lens by using Gauguin's work, which epitomizes the notion of paradise in his paintings of indigenous peoples in the Pacific that often mask the reality of indigenous experiences, including colonial violence and oppression. In Paradise Camp, I've tried to unravel Gauguin's agenda and target his endeavors in Polynesia in the 1890s, not only in his work as an artist, but also his action as a member of the French colonial society, and problematized Gauguin's outsized legacy in defining the Moana Pacific, reclaiming and tampering with his Eurocentric colonial bias. Through the process of upcycling, where improvements are made to old sources, Gauguin's images are extracted from the canonical art history and repurposed by redirecting the viewer to the concerns of the Fa'afafine community in Samoa. The dimensions of the photographs in Paradise Camp series replicates the exact measurements of the original paintings by Gauguin. Susan Sontag defines camp as the love of the unnatural, the love of artifice and exaggeration. While there's no direct translation of camp in the Samoan language, camp as an aesthetic can relate to how Fa'afafine use subversion and humor as a way to transcend heteronormativity. By amplifying Gauguin's distortions in ingenious upcycling as a decolonial tactic, I have reinstated indigenous queer histories, thereby returning the gaze in a gesture of empowerment. In addition, Paradise Camp imagines an alternative universe that camps the notion of paradise and adds Pacifica indigenous into drag to become androgynous. Subsequently, Paradise Camp is made with the Fa'afafine community in mind as a primary audience and will tour Samoa to coincide with the annual Fa'afafine beauty pageant next year in September. I will now screen excerpts from Paradise Camp TV, currently on view in the Arsenale. My exhibition entitled Paradise Camp, curated by Natalie King, presented at the New Zealand Pavilion as part of the 59th Venice Biennale in 2022, explores how Fa'afafine, Fa'atama, and LGBTIQ+ community address a variety of issues including climate change in Samoa. A recent scientific report jointly released by the Australian and Samoan governments describes Samoa being at the front line of climate change, with frequent cyclones to rising sea levels, extreme weather patterns inflicting extensive damage on the islands, which is a trend only projected to continue. As an extension of the Paradise Camp project, I assisted a workshop led by the Pacific Climate Change Center and the Samoa Fa'afafine Association, held on Friday, 29th of October in 2021, with an aim to empower the Fa'afafine community with knowledge and understanding about climate change in order to build resilience and become a better informed community. Here are highlights from the workshop.
Well, the Rogers Club was established in 2017, and we had 8 members in the start, and we are the founders of this Fa'atama Club. So the purpose of Fa'atama Samoa is to ensure or to focus on all Fa'atama in Samoa for their values. Well, to know their values and the way of accessibilities in terms of health and health and the law. It's all about the health and safety. Be part of the Paradise Camp. It was an amazing feeling and an amazing experience to be involved in creating something meaningful, you know, and also being a model for the first time. Yeah.
The other reason why we were present today, the Rogers, was because we wanted to know how we can, like, what can we do to help, like, what sort of, like, what can they do for us in times of you know, after the cyclone and all that.
In terms of crisis.
Where will we be? Like, where do we go? Especially people who are not with, like people who have been banished from their villages and their family, they're homeless. When time of crisis, like where do they go? Like that sort of thing. So that's the reason why we were present today, because we wanted to be able to learn on ways to go and what can we do to help us as the community, the LGBT.
I'm particularly excited about the workshop because it's the first time for us to host the Fa'afafine Association. And so part of the work that we are doing is on capacity building. So this comes very timely as well. The center is pretty new. It's only 2 years old. And so we are tasked with capacity building. And what I really want to see is the capacity building arm of the Pacific Climate Change Center reaching to the vulnerable people, vulnerable group at the community level. And so that was when Yuki initiated this workshop, I thought to myself, this is what we should be doing. We don't just focus on a particular level of participants and officials. We should reach out to vulnerable groups. We should be all inclusive, and so that what excites me about the workshop today.
I quite enjoyed this workshop because I myself honestly don't have any idea about climate change. We talk about climate change, we see things about climate change, yet we don't know what climate change is actually. So I enjoyed because I learned. I enjoyed because of the mood that I saw with our participants, especially our members from Savannah. This is the first time that we ever invited them to come. Because any consultation as this is always Upolu members. So those were left behind. I feel that I reached out, even with our NUS members. They are not actually active members, but they are the future of the community and the future of Savannah. So they need to come in and share with the old ones, as long as they are in the same page. I see positive things for Savannah in the future.
Oh la la! Beautiful dusky maiden. Magnifique. Talo Falava. My name is Yuki Kihara. I'm an interdisciplinary artist of Samoan and Japanese descent. I was born in Samoa but migrated to New Zealand, and I have a joint citizenship of New Zealand and Samoa. Oh, bonjour. Je m'appelle Paul Gauguin. And as you know, I'm a painter, printmaker, and sculptor, and I'm French. Did you say you're from Samoa? Is that close to Tahiti? I lived in paradise with the savages of Tahiti and the Marquesas for the last 10 years of my life. Some of the finest and the most famous work was created there. Yes, I'm familiar with your works inspired by Tahiti and the Marquesas. But I couldn't help noticing that although you never stepped foot in Samoa, you based several of your paintings on photographs of people and places in Samoa, where I come from, but you pass the subjects off as Tahitians. Samoa? No, I don't think so. I was never in this Samoa. What about sacred waters? Isn't your painting inspired by a photograph taken in Samoa? Maybe you saw this postcard when you were in Aotearoa, New Zealand back in 1895.
Oh. Oui! I did visit the Auckland Art Gallery on my way to Tahiti that second time. I made some beautiful sketches of that Maori art. Oui, maybe. I did pick up a few postcards there.
Well, they still have a copy of your signature in the visitor's book at the Auckland Art Gallery. You may have seen some photographs taken by New Zealand colonial photographer Thomas Andrew while you were there. Some of his photographs are in your journal, Noa Noa. And the guy in the middle of your painting, Three Tahitians? Interesting, don't you think?
Well, yes, that is interesting, but I...
Whaalonga mai oi, Paul. It's been great to catch up, but I have to go. I'm representing Aotearoa New Zealand at the 59th Venice Biennale with my own exhibition, Paradise Camp. Tō whāsui fua.
Talafalama Samoa, this is first impressions. You'll need to learn about them to know in a 4 year. This is about to sing answer. Our fourth painting, Malawatu, Iloto Alua for John. John, please. Bring the next painting. Ooh. And
this painting is called Two Tahitian Women.
Obviously. Oh, two Tahitian women. Dallas, what's your first impression?
Two Tahitian trans women?
Dilla.
Peni whawhawhinge se ko o lua, o la ua ngā o whala au la wai ingu whai ngā rewa kupai susu.
Hormonal pills.
I like what it did.
Lau ku e ngā susu a lele ka ko la.
No, da dele wai like ngā le chain mai le dele.
I am so sorry.
Butter and honor.
Oh, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. Virgin band. Kelly, are you turned on or are you turned off?
Wow, o tia whai langi o susu wa pēla.
Yeah, pills. Recommended by Dora.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the name of the pills, Dallas and Charlize? I think they're called Estelle. I googled it.
I have no idea. Yeah, estrogen pills.
Estrogen pills.
But okay, mga pills, okay, mga face that susu.
Okay. Charlize?
I
think that's a very beautiful picture. O kasi mga I think okay ang lele sa hili lima po kugana. O kasi mga I don't know, maybe I'll look for a girl.
I think if you're looking for a girl, this is the right girl.
Starting heterosexual.
This painting was taken back in 1899. And
gorgeous.
By Paul Gauguin.
Oh, kasi only.
So, you know what, Dora, if you look at these photos, why were they taken? I said, these paintings, why were they painted? What was the purpose?
Ai ku iai. Peo ka ko kai minge, ka ko pretty fa finge make up. Ku sa kem ke pa me ma ka ma lo a e. Fo ngale wa ka minge le fa ku ku ye ma mo mi ma pak sa man da we ka ni nu ngi.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, okay, ma ke la ka ma lo a le ma ngao. Ku sa fa ngale pe me mo pe fa pe fa ngao mi ka fa pe la. Susu la wa yai ku mo pe le tipo. I think ko me na ngao ka ma lo. Ne ba le a ku ta le ku sa in la ka ma lo le tipo.
So can I just interrupt? What's a tipo?
Therefore, the cock, the dog, the cock. Oh, dick.
My virgin ear.
So, the boobs remain.
Yeah.
Okay. Dallas.
I think it's a beautiful photo. Painting.
it's very pure. You know, back then, ikikimiya iliya mga iya ngising susu, you know, masangya fakau susu wikimia. Iliya umangat kalalay. I think kimiya lay sefe. Ale flasa saul fingile pio kimiya afali ali may susu.
Isa mapapauka
I mean, wo oi fingi o mai lengi pa o ngi so pa fa ya fakau susu lo mi kiafu. Ingo sia mai le mafau. Pono mai ye.
Okay.
Kelly, olá, vamos ser uma forma what you say why?
Well, le mang ele aka for sure alam mo magkula mo umay siya ka o kalay.
If you want to see more, please make your way to the Arsenale, to the New Zealand Pavilion, to Paradise Camp. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. So, well, thank you for that, Yuki. It was fabulous. The eye roll and the hair flip as decolonial gesture. I've never seen it better. Thank you. I might open up the floor to all of you. I'm sure you're bursting with questions for Yuki. And in the meantime, as you're sort of thinking through all of those questions, I'd like to ask you, you made an interesting comment about how the Fa'afafine community and identity is, you distinguish it from the LGBTQ IQ plus communities on a global context. And I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more to what you meant by that.
Yeah, sure. So the rainbow flag, as we are standing now, which is like, symbolic to the global gay pride movement, was initially initiated by Harvey Milk. And I've forgotten the name of the drag queen that he commissioned to make this rainbow flag. But the thing is that what's really problematic with this global gay pride movement is that because it's so overarching that it actually it's so overarching that indigenous peoples can't get a word in, because the symbol of the rainbow in the Samoan context, which means Nua Nua, rainbow, is a bridge that connects us to our ancestors, right? So it has really the rainbow has really different meanings, in the Pacific, as opposed to what the Rainbow Pride movement stands for. And you also have these pink dollar gay businesses, particularly with gay cruise ships, who emit these CO2 levels that that's like 10 times the size of how much my island will emit like in a year. So I kind of feel that the gay community in the West, really lacks the environmental sensitivity that we have as indigenous queer peoples in the Pacific, because the land and the kinship system is so intrinsic to our cultural identity as Samoans, that it's not, sometimes gay pride movement is something that I can't really aspire to or become part of, because it's a very different kind of narrative. Yeah.
And it's a certain kind of homo-nationalism as well, which is so, it almost kind of
exactly,
encompasses the same kind of universalism, the false universalism of the art history that you were critiquing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
yeah. So like another thing is that I just lost some train of thought. It will come back. I'm sure there's some question out there.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for bringing this amazing aspect of your native culture to Venice that I found really interesting, and I really loved how the humor that you put into this in your decolonized gaze. So, so yes, it makes me think also about something that we have in Italy, even despite the Christianity, you know, the Femminelli, that it's a community, also we could say, also of that make me. I mean, there are of course completely different situations, but there are some interesting common points. And I was wondering, the work that you did is quite complex. So you showed out beautiful photographs and all these videos and so on. So how long did you, how many times, I don't know, how long have you been prepared this work that looks amazing? I've still not seen the pavilion, but I'm going very soon. So, but it looks very complex, the work. So I was wondering for how many, you know.
Yeah, sure. So it's like 8 years in the making.
Okay. Yeah.
So, you know, I first saw the Paul Gauguin painting in 2008. And then, you know, I kept on thinking, like, how come, like, those models look like some people that I know? Even the background even the background looks Samoan. But you know, but everybody says that, you know, it was painted in Tahiti and the Marquesas. But we all know that he actually drew influences from so many places, you know, from Egypt to Java, you know, many cultures. But nobody actually has ever pinpointed the Samoan part. So it was like maybe like 3 years later that I seriously thought of Paradise Camp, and what really nailed it was this Janine Tuivaiki newspaper article in 2016. That's when I knew that I no longer can't trust Samoa to preserve the Fa'afafine identity. That it's really sad that I actually needed the Fa'afafine identity to become part of the La Biennale canon. It's really problematic. The canon of the Biennale is really problematic. Yeah. But I'm hoping that by actually bringing the Fa'afafine into the discourse, not only helps preserve the Fa'afafine identity in our narratives, but to also challenge the canon itself. But the thing is that I initially thought of Paradise Camp initially, you know, for the Fa'afafine community as a primary audience. So, you know, coming to Venice is actually an added bonus. So this wasn't actually made for you people. It's actually primarily made for the Fa'afafine community, so that I could actually use an exhibition space to provide a safe space for us to just be who we want. And as you can see, we just love talking shit, you know. But sometimes we can't really talk shit openly. So I feel that, you know, Paradise Camp is really a Fa'afafine utopia where we can actually come and just be ourselves and look at the archives and just reflect on how far we've come and then what we can be through these photographs. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Yuki, for joining us and for your amazing presentation.
Thank you, everybody.
So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
And then I just want to acknowledge Natalie King, the curator of Paradise Camp, is also here. She edited the Paradise Camp exhibition catalog, so please come and speak to her. Thank you.
So we're coming to the last event of the day, which really is a way for us to bring some of these thoughts together. Many questions have been asked today about the difficulties and challenges of working in the art industry, about thinking about art histories and what is that work trying to do, the problematics of the scene before us as well. If you go back to the first session, that crime scene, where is the crime and how do we find culpability over? And also more importantly, how do we repair? So for this session, we are really pleased to have with us two folks who have been really thinking about collectivity and solidarity in their different respects. Joining us this evening is Riza Afasina. He's a new media artist from West Java, Indonesia. He studied cinematography at the Jakarta Institute of Arts from 1995 to 1999, and he utilizes performance art in his artistic practice. From 2003 to 2007, he was Art Collective Rang Rupa's program coordinator, and he's currently based in Kassel because, as you all know, Rang Rupa is about to launch the next documenta, which everyone is very highly anticipated. Yeah, and for Rang Rupa from 2008 till now, he directed its art lab that focuses on giving space for individual artists and groups from different disciplines and backgrounds, from Indonesia to the international horizon, to work together through specific collaborative research and artistic projects. So he really is in that space of thinking about how to engender those conversations, how to support the work of collectivity, which is so challenging, as we know. And with us also is Saudat Ishmailova, who is a filmmaker and artist who came of age in the post-Soviet era and has established artistic lives between Paris and Tashkent while remaining very deeply engaged with her native region as a source of creative inspiration. And we know that because Saudat very kindly shared with us some really beautiful songs that continue to inspire her work, which is shared through Asia Forum's Instagram account. So if you haven't seen that, please go and listen to it. It really does evoke a sense of memory, a sense of learning about territory and how we identify with our communities and the histories of the spaces. And in 2021, Ishmailova established the research group DAVRA, which is dedicated to studying, documenting, and disseminating Central Asian culture and knowledge. And her work is also going to be presented at Documenta that's going to be launched very soon. Yeah. So I want to hand over the stage to both Riza and Saudat to share with you some of their work, after which us four will regather alongside them. And we want to open up a conversation with everyone, actually, to think about collective futures. So this session is really about thinking collectively. As we said earlier on in the day, we can't promise you solutions. We can't promise you, to solve all the problems, but we believe that if we can think together, then we can think from multiple perspectives. We can arrive at options that perhaps don't try to negate another, and we can talk about how we can prioritize these options as well together. So I would direct you to the Asia Forum website, which is asia-forum.international, where under the program on your landing page, there is a link to a Google Doc. And you're very, very welcome to access that doc, which has 3 questions on it based around what we've been discussing, where as they're speaking, as we're speaking, feel free to input into that document. Make it your scrapbook of thoughts, let's just get everyone to input together and let's see where we get to by the end of this session. All right, thank you so much. Yes, if you go to the Asia Forum website, which is asia-forum.international, that landing page has a program. Right at the bottom of the program is Collective Futures. There's been added an open Google Doc link. So just click on that, you get straight onto it. The permissions allow you to enter and make your input. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for many things that comes up very good during today's sessions here. And I'm very happy that finally I could meet Saudat again in person, and also some other dear friends that come to our conversations. So actually, it's very good to have, like, in the beginning sessions within us conversation for the preparations for the Asian Forum, because we triggered by more of the questions that related to the us practices, but aside of that, to us how we relate within each other, especially in the notions of Asia context. And the good things are also we would like to be more sensible in the sense on how we deliver different kind of process already to regard working as a collective. So please bear with me in the sense on I would like to mentionings or to show the fun part. This is like the fun part because I have like two parts. One is fun part and the other one is serious part. So this is the fun part first. The fun part contain like several different slides, and then the serious part is also having like various slides. So Ruang Rupa actually is a space that we try to be more sharing, like having like a sort of sharing capacities on how we could be hosted, and at the same time we are hosting something together. It's kind of like a living space that we would like to manage and also would like to sustain, in the sense of how us growing up in Indonesia context, living in Jakarta, and also as only staying in Java, for example. Some of us not that very lucky to gain an access or even to have like proper so-called, I mean, in the sense of our background in the art study part in our background, because none of us in Ruang Rupa study art history, for example. None of us in Ruang Rupa studied curatorials or how to become a curator, or this kind of relate to the things that us practices mostly. I mean, we know that in our context, most of the time we are mostly gathered and then we create our own accessibilities. So this is very important point on how we deliver with different options and deliver with different kind of dialogues, and then it's keep us motivated to up and running, to keep on learning, and also to keep on like evaluating and criticizing most of our relations toward our context of working in the artistic process or in the artistic field, in a sense. So this is like in the beginning, like Ruang Rupa starting in the year of 2000, but our relationship is long before Ruang Rupa starting. Like most of Ruang Rupa's friends, and we call it family up until now, we starting more in the mid 90s, which is we grew up together in the sense of New Order regimes, and then that's why the function of the space is really important for us, because it's sometimes also becoming our common enemy, to acknowledge one space that could contribute to our sense of practices and also to contribute to our sense of creating this hospitality or having like home feeling. I mean, as simple as we need our own space that we could be gathered and also living. So this is our structures of doing many things. Many of us having like different characters and also background. So this is put us in the sense of on each of every one of us. It's since the beginning of our college time, we always admire to each other. We get inspired to each other, and then we are kind of like creating this envious feeling sometimes when we see like the other works, let's say, that relate to other friends in Ruang Rupa, then that is triggering like, we should do that more better, and kind of like this dialogue that keep us energizing in the sense. So we are grow up together and having family, having kids, getting married, and then Ruang Rupa is always involved and embedded, even though most of us individually also an artist, but but came from different background. But we create our own sense of how we support each other, not only throughout us artistic practices, but also toward our daily capacities by living and working in the Indonesian context and living in Jakarta. So you were like, this is one of the example for that we try to produce our knowledge and the capacities, how we try to, let's say, at least we have attempt to formulate it into something within us practices, and then how it's delivered toward the sense on how we could also engage with different other practices that somehow it's quite overlapping, because we don't know. I don't know to the ones or our sister and brothers that living in the east part, for example, or any different island, and I don't know how, in the sense like they said Indonesia's having 17,000 islands and plus, but I don't know how to see or how to like resemblance within what's really going on up there, like something like that. So most of the time we know the things that happen in Indonesia mostly through Jakarta or Bandung in West Java or Yogyakarta in Central Java or even Bali, for example. But right now, like we know there's a lot of things that really comes up toward this archipelago. And then so we kind of like experimenting different kind of, we call it exercise, that comes out as our model that we are introducing. And then within us, let's say, being grow up more than 20 years right now, so we already celebrating our 22 years in the beginning of April. So we kind of like try to seek toward how we could have like the strategies to deliver our model as a part of sharing knowledge capacities. How this could be not changing, but at least grafting to the things that already happen. When we know that something needs to be fill in the gap or to fulfill each other. So actually we didn't have any thoughts that we need to change something or we need to prove about something. No, actually we are kind of like fermenting. We composting, we put different kind of materials, and also we acknowledge different kind of mistakes in the sense on how we would like to grow together. As you know, like grotesque is a part also of the growing process. And then this is like the way that we acknowledge like there's lots of importances to regard the way on how we see to work as a collective also have like different kind of meaning in the sense of how it's also generating more into local necessities. So necessities is our underline. How's Jakarta's? It's becoming our fuel and also partly our soil. And then how we play to regard the things that happen in Jakarta and also within us context. There's a lot of attempt. And this is one of the things that happened within us 17 years. So as a collective, actually we deal with this format that always quite the same everywhere in the world. You know, we create a proposal, we ask for funding body, we get a budget, and then we create a program, and afterward we becoming accountant because we have to deal with the report, and then the report went back to audit, and then audit came, and then we, again, the same scene, yeah, just like miniseries that not having an ending. And we think like in the for the first 10 years, we think like, I think we need to find something, like in the sense of circular model of economy, toward like the notions that artists also should have a living in the sense, living in the quote, like having like ideal way of living. So we were like thinking like, let's formulate something to regard our notions of based on our experiences. So we create this formula. This is not a rigid one, but at least this is partly when we suddenly realizing together with also different collective that right now it's becoming collective of collectives. So we grew up together not only as Ruang Rupa, but we call it as an ecosystem. So we grew up together with the other collective in Jakarta who have like similarities at least, that would like to join forces and also to adapt and also to challenge actually to these formulations. And then we are very happy, like since 2015, we grew up like as a big family member, like more than 80 of us, and then more than half of them actually in the payroll. And then this payroll, this capacity of model of economy, the ones that we initiated since 2010, actually is kind of like progressing up until now. So I mean, as an artist, we don't need again to be as a finance or accounting. As an artist, you stay as in the artistic process, and the one who taking care, this circle in the middle is the collective pot, is the one who good at numbers, but also could acknowledge different practices that came from the artistic and then the knowledge point of view, and then how we sustain. So this is like one of the example. I mean, we could share to regard these formulations later on. And this is the things that we find very interesting in Kassel. To regard the first time that we went to start to thinking about like how Kassel also as a part of our soil, as a part of our way that we could get inspirations. And we have like kind of like similarities, the one that we learn about the things within us context or method of approaching as a lumbung, as a method of sharing resources. And this is the ones that we find to regard Documentas editions that happen repeatedly every 5 years in Kassel. So Documentas is already 66 years, if I'm not mistaken, this year. So we find out this is like really interesting kind of like coincidentally to see like how castle within the area that we're going to the west, to the east, to the south, and then back again to the center, how it's circulated within this different kind of model. It's really coincidence. So that's why we are very lucky to have this. And also to have the feeling to give like a thought within the how we're going to channeling this different kind of experience together. For example, we have dear friends like Saudat also distributing their knowledge within Dafar, with the collective, and also within her own artistic practices. So this is the way that we would like to see how it should be delivered, how it could be create dialogues at least. Because for us to create like more into sense that how we work, actually it's kind of like we found ourselves to be coming together, you know, to meet friends, to celebrate something, to having this harvest, like really coming together after we nurturing ourselves, and then suddenly we bring toward to different garden, let's say, and then we're thinking about different kind of strategies afterwards. So this is like part of my introductions. So we call it the fun part, but I don't know what the others file. I need to check. So would you like to say something before I find? I'm just passing the ball to you. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, Bagri. Thank you. Oh yeah. So then we coming for the serious part. Sorry. Hopefully it's work like this. Okay. Oh, so this is the serious part. Serious part is to find your model. It's to find your how you would like to be identified since the beginning. So that's why, like, when the first time Ruang Rupa being selected as the artistic director for Documentas 15, many of us friends again searching toward how is Ruang Rupa today, yeah, in Google search, and then suddenly they found many things. It's not like directly. I mean, we are very bad in documentating. We are very bad to making a good website. So they found many things, including these notions of, you know, kind of like advertising. Mostly it's very common back in Indonesia. So they found this, like, you know, okay, this is Ruang Rupa, but actually, this is like the first or the second home, the house that we ran in the south side. That's in the beginning. Actually, we just like having like different kind of conversations. So we invited different friends. We learn each other. We use the capacity of the space into different kind of, you know, activities, as we call it. And we always starting from the house, because house for us giving the thoughts that, you know, I mean, theoretical wise, it's kind of like giving sense of private to public, but for us, it's kind of like, you know, houses should be welcoming to each other. Like, you could do many things. It is your house. I mean, you have the rights to make your house vibrant in the sense. And then sometimes you could even really didn't know what's come up after next. So that's why we call it, this is like the very serious part to have or managing the way that how you maintain with your own space, and then the use capacity of your space, and then to do whatever the things that could be connected to your own practices, not only as in the artistic field, for example, but to regard these Ruang Rupas. But this is the things that what we are found very interesting about the sense that we are, you know, just like really having together and then challenging our thoughts. And then sometimes we divine our way of thinking, ideological wise, or even our self, like individual identity, how we would like to resemblance also with others, with the neighborhood. That's really important. So actually the things that we learn about collectivity is from home. Like, as you know, like we grew up in the very different cultural background by its ethnicities. But aside of that, most of us like really growing from different kind of home and the families. So that's why we bring this toward within to regard different kind of practices, and the things that we mostly find very interesting is when we are all together. And then this is like partly like how we evaluate ourselves, questioning different kind of activities, questioning different kind of theories, questioning different kind of guests that coming. Also like imagining if we could have like celebrations, what we could have like an event or a festival, or like like we challenge different things, even for example to making this gallery. I mean, as you know, we are not in the art market situations, but in the sense we are creating our own gallery in the sense because we thought it's going to be fun to having our own gallery, although we just only painted it white, so it's becoming white cube, they said. And then this is what we look in the front of our house, and then so we could just maximizing anything up until the National Gallery that we could change into living room altogether, so we could just like celebrating different kind of event there. So that's not a lot of differences to regard the things that happen with us Ruang Rupa and Ruru House in Kassel as a part of the process. Actually, we try to continuing our steps. We try to keep learning to the things that already being built so far, and then so we could just adjust and adapt to the things that quite necessary for us to being introduced. So we don't create like a new things, and as well as you read about like the concept of lumbung. Actually, lumbung is not new thing, so it's already being happen everywhere in the world with the different contexts and articulations. And then when we start Good School as a collective ecosystem, also we could just like enhance or enriching to each other to regard this process of having like aesthetic in common naturally. And then this is what happened in Ruru House. Since the beginning, actually, we just like try to open this as a part of this process for Documentas, and then partly Ruru House is still could be accommodating in the sense how we ask practices, and then we welcoming different part of the way that how Kassel ecosystem of friends is also already embedded with the things that happen in this sense of how Kassel is becoming a place for Documentas. This is the ones that we find out very interesting because we find out that it's kind of like continuations, the things that we did. It's not like only stop point. So what we create actually as a living structures. This is could be like very challenging because we would like to see what's really going on with the things that already happen surrounding us. So we would like also to enhance, just like when you have like different seeds in your garden, and then you know how the capacity you could taking care of, the one who goes to these pots, the one who goes to these glasses, the one who still goes into your soil, and then how you could manage with the things that happen there. So we are very welcome in the sense on how we are having this particular process all together. And then mostly, then we could like asking like most of the specific subject that connect to the art and activism, for example, to the like educations or knowledge sharing, for examples, or perhaps to the what is the model of economy. So this actually is quite relevant to the things that happens nowadays toward our practices, although you are collective or not, although you are an artist or not, or you are a combination of both. So this is the things that we are mostly introducing right now. But so thank you very much. So I would like to pass the mic to Saudat afterward. And if you have any questions or elaborations, please feel free to interrupt. Thank you.
It was great to listen to Reza because I think that with Davra we stand like we are still embryon, you know, like in the very, very beginning of everything what you have lived and experienced during the 20 years. Well, it's actually started, you know, like in 2019. I had an amazing experience in Uzbekistan where I worked during 1 year with young artists, and we did couple of projects with the support of Ministry of Culture of Uzbekistan. And but interestingly, you know, the pandemic started, so we kind of experienced living, doing things together online. Then that project ended in 1 year, and but it stayed as an amazing experience and quite inspiring working with young artists, researching, exploring things, sharing, you know. And then I was like, well, maybe it would be interesting to continue, but I would always think about working together in the region of Central Asia together, because I come from Uzbekistan. I think that here I did a very simple image just for you to spot where Central Asia is. 1 second, because I think that there is always a question where Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, what are these Stan countries of ex-Soviet territory? So this is what you find today on the map, no? So there is Kazakhstan, which is enormous, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. And I have practiced that in my work before, like going beyond the borders that exist there since the 1924, in fact, you know. It's a long story of the language creation, nation creation, that is another subject, but still, for me it was important to go beyond the borders, not think about them, and kind of recreate a space that is bound, and actually it's one big body, the region, you know. And there is another map, so that has no borders, you know, of the region that goes in between the two big rivers of Amudarya and Sirdarya. There is Aral Sea, which is dry today. You can call it a desert. And then on the east, you have China. So when I thought about Davra in the very beginning, and Davra means a circle. So here is another image. This is an archaeological site that stands in the west of Uzbekistan, which was an astrological city, because we have a big heritage of Zoroastrianism. And archaeology, it's something also very, very fascinating, of course. And I thought about Davra, it's like an archaeology, but archaeology to our memory, to our knowledge that unfortunately we, you know, it was all, we were kind of disconnected, let's put it that way. But I think that there is a gate to that. And in my experience, that gate was related to, I was lucky to grow together with my grandmother. And I think that that gate remained open. And then, of course, it's a question of where you take it through the research and through trying to find out more what lays behind. So when thinking about Davra, the first thing was like, okay, so there are these countries, and creating a group of young artists, mostly female, and there is also a reason for that, because I have been working a lot with the local female musicians last 10 years, and I think that there is, and maybe because also of my grandmother, you know, so I think that there is a knowledge that is passed from generation, you know, it's a transgenerational knowledge in the female community is passed. You know, it's interesting, you know, I wouldn't find it from my father's side, but more from my female line. And so when I thought about Davra again, you know, like, okay, here are these countries, there is this amazing young female artists. What about creating a group or a collective? You know, I don't know whether it's a collective, because the collectives, they come together by themselves naturally, you know. So here it was more like an act of initiating a beginning, but let's say where it takes. And then I was very happy to be invited by Rohan Grupa to Documenta, because it's really like inspiring and like confirming that, okay, this is the, it's actually a right intuition to go and to develop. And then, of course, in a process of almost a year, now we have encounters all the time with the collectives that will be presenting in Documenta, so that nourishes the process of Davra as well, you know. So it became kind of an experience that expands from your experience now to Central Asia, you know. So in fact, we have never met physically yet. Now I have one participant of Davra who is Nazira. She's from Tajikistan and Kazakhstan. She's studying very close from here, so she came now here to this talk, and I just met her for the first time. So, and this is also, you know, like a consequence of the pandemic. It created this way of connecting online, you know. So we are creating our collective or a group online, talking every week. And so the starting point was like, okay, let's start from, it's kind of an archaeology of memories that are given within the family. So for the moment, we start from that. We don't know where it will go and where it will take. Of course, there is a lot of questions I hope we will be able to bring up. Like, we also work with a scholar on post-colonial studies, Madina Tlastanova, who wrote an article about Davra, you know. So that's how she started the text, you know, I am because we are. And so these are the participants. As you see, there are 4 countries, there are 17, and we will meet for the first time in Documenta, and also the space that we have chosen is the basement of Frederizianum, so which is also like kind of an archaeology. We are somewhere under the earth, and I hope, as you say, we will get fermented and something will happen there, you know. Yes, oh yes, of course. So it's still on a process, you know. So it's a process where they will come from 25 of June to 5 of August during the 40 days, which is also very specific and related to local cosmology in Central Asia, because we have these specific 40 days 2 times a year in summer and winter time. It's a period of a transformation. We call it chilla. It's a quarantine, you know, so it's a quarantine in the hottest days and the coldest days of the year, when people are more careful about going out. There is also irrigational reasons. So it's calendar that was created for a sharp continental weather. But since we know it also as a period of a transformation, so I thought it would be great that all the participants come during this 40 days to Documenta, and we go through these 40 days together. So they will bring their practices. And also what is important in Davra, we said, okay, they are 17, but I also welcome them to bring films, music, archives, stories, texts that inspire them. So it goes wider beyond Davra as well, you know. Here is, you know, like during our talks, these are the reactions of the participants. You know, some of them make sculptures, some of them make drawings, doodles, photos, and this will be all put into a small publication we are creating for the Documenta from the Davra. So we are really in the beginning of our adventure, and hopefully we will, in 20 years, we'll also talk like you, you know, we have 20 years behind. So, as I said, there is a lot of questions that we should still focus and think about. As Central Asia, it's, so there is a question of a territory, the question of the language, which is extremely painful, because we all have our native languages, but even when we speak to each other, we speak Russian, and we get like, oh, we're speaking Russian, let's switch into some other language, but then it becomes more challenging, you know. So it's really, I think that Davra is about looking back at our knowledge, at our language, at the memory, and then also look at the contemporary discourse, the questions that should be put out and brought out onto the surface, related to the environmental questions as well, which are extremely dramatic, you know, somehow related to the water especially. You come from you are surrounded by water, but we have no water, you know. So we are at the start. Let's see how it goes. Of course, it's way more challenging to be split geographically, because we are not in one country, we are not in one city. That hopefully in Documenta we start, and then something will happen afterwards. So, yeah, thank you.
Want to come closer, if you could, so that we can have this be more participatory. If you would like, if you'd like to participate, or not.
Maybe you could sit next to somebody you haven't met before.
Don't be shy.
As you start, can you turn to the person that's next to you that you've never met before and introduce yourselves, and then we'll put some questions up on the screen. This is all about making new friends, new collectivities. Find out something interesting about them. All right, now that you're having a little bit of fun, we're going to add another layer of fun, which is that we have homework for you. Everybody loves homework, right? So in thinking about collective futures, you're our collective, you're our home, our family, and we'd like to get you to help us to think through some of these questions. So all of you have access to the Google document. If you'd like to type, you're welcome to type. If you would like to just speak, please just put up your hand, and we'll bring you a mic. Or if you'd like to just talk to your neighbor for a bit about these questions and then speak, that's absolutely fine. But how could we think about collectivity without bringing in this collective? So please, the time is yours. We'll give you, what, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes? 10 minutes. All right, you get 10 minutes. You weren't listening. So you're supposed to be approaching some of these questions. There is the Google Doc that you could add to if you wish. And we'd appreciate it if you spoke to your neighbor, or you could speak to the entire group if you would like. And we'll just put up your hand and we'll bring you a mic.
And the link is available via asia/forum.international.
Well, thank you for being such diligent students and collective members. And we were trying to match you up here while you guys were doing that. And in that, there was a question that Ming posed to Saudat, and I think that also connects with a couple of questions that you've put on here. One was around territory, a question that Saudat already raised, is, can we not define territory, but think of home? And the fact that Saudat is in the process of actually just formulating a collective, the question here is, how is a group different from being a collective? Because you could have been a corporation, you could have been a group, you could have been an NGO, but you chose the model of a collective. And maybe thinking through those two things, territory and collectivity.
I think that still, as I said before, I keep it open, whether it's a collective, a group, or how we want to be called. We need time, as we didn't meet yet live, and we don't know where we're gonna go and how we're gonna go out from our basement in castle. I guess we will find a definition who we are, and whether we want to continue or we have some projects that will appear and ideas that will appear there. So I really keep it open, you know, how are we going to define ourselves? Because as I said, I think that the collective, it's a natural process. And in this case, for the moment, it's more like put together a group of people. And then we need to leave. We need to leave a bit time, exchange thoughts, sensitivities. If we react to how do we react to certain questions we want to raise, you know, and then I think it should come up naturally. So it has to be natural, I believe, you know. Then related to the territory, this is a very big question for us as well, you know, like to document also. We are inviting, for example, one artist, two scholars. They are Uyghurs from Xinjiang, with whom we share language and culture, very, very close, Uzbeks. We're also bringing an artist from Afghan background, who is now in Europe, because we also relate to them. And also we are bringing an artist, a Tatar and a Kalmyk from Russia. They are citizens of that big, huge country, but they speak the language we speak, and they also, we are connected through the oral stories, we are connected through language, you know. So I don't know whether the definition is more like a natural geography again, you know, like when you are divided either by enormous steppe or a desert or a mountain range, or is it linguistic? But this is totally open as well, you know, because I think that it's also for us is interesting that when we meet now, we have a subject that we are bringing up in Documenta, which is called Chilton. Chilton means 40 ton bodies. It comes from, it's a word that I found in the shamanic female rituals, rituals that are kept in sacred by women as they correspond more to the pre-Islamic knowledge. It's a presence of these 40 shapeshifters, non-gender entities that appear to kind of glue the universe so it doesn't fall into pieces, you know. And it's interesting to see how, for example, the Afghans perceive Chilton, or the Uyghurs or the Tatars, because it's present. And maybe like starting from that, we can go to a bigger discussion, like related to the language, related to the territory, related to the environment, you know, related to our recent histories, but we are starting from that point.
What is the difference between a group and a collective? Somebody who had a very beautiful answer that we posted to our document here, which was that a collective is a soggy concept. It would just like to expand a little bit further, or is there somebody in the group that would like to
Yeah, there I am. Yeah, I mean, I was wondering maybe, and what I meant by that was really, you know, I've thought about collectives for a long time, and it always feels like it's a concept you can't get a lot of purchase with. It's quite slippery. It's baggy or soggy, or and maybe that's a useful aspect of it. But I mean, I was thinking, like, what would it mean to think about it the other way around? Like, you know, we are assuming that, you know, the individual is a thing, and actually, you know, nothing. I think that's quite a pernicious concept, the idea of the individual, because like nothing is possible without a kind of, you know, network of activity. We're, you know, we come into this world that way and we go out of this world that way. Like no one, you know, this state of being that we are all in is collective. So you know, maybe we need a more nuanced language for that. Yeah, just some thoughts.
Beautiful thought, you know, that last one in particular. That, and I think I'll sort of respond, if I may, to your first bit around the bagginess of the idea of the collective, and I'll sort of put it into context with a recent experience. I had the pleasure of curating the last Turner Prize, which the headline was that these are 5 collectives. But they're not. There's an artist group, there's an organization, they're a community who are trying to work together. But there is something in the air which likes to frame something and to give it a name. And I think, you know, what I really liked about this, and maybe I'm reading into this, Riza, but you know, when you were talking about a model, it didn't sound to me like this is a key that once you have it, you just give copies to everybody, and that's it. It's solved. It's more of as a process or as a methodology to keep testing models. So that the model is not a stable thing, but it's kind of like infinity that one can only approach. Is that?
Because that's why we always say in the beginning, like our working conditions, in particular, first it's based on necessities. That should be comes out first, and the rest could be like partly like how you could trust someone that could work close to you in the sense. So for us, we never determine collective as a concept, but for us, like collective as a method. That's the way that how we deal with it. So that's why like many of the Western contexts dictated that collective as a concept. For us, it's a living conditions. That's different. Like it's already embedded. So actually like this, in Indonesia's context or partly like in our years, let's say, when we start Ruang Rupa, actually just like Saudat mentions, it's initiative. Like we initiate something to becoming a group, because we never know what is collectivities actually, because so far we already work together anyhow. Like, you know, we have a saying like gotong royong, for example. It's like hand to hand. Like it's already embedded in our system. Like even not talking about like traditional culture, but in contemporary societies too, we're still dealing with these notions of concepts. Like the lumbung is always there. Like this is the things that quite different. When suddenly the Westerns try to manage this as a part of the context, to conceptualize, you know, to make it more like rigid in the sense, this is collective. So can you imagine, let's say my questions, you know John Bon Jovi, yeah? Where's the position of Richard Sambora? Is it a group or collective? The name of the band is Bon Jovi, like John Bon Jovi. Where's the Richard Samboras in this particular sense of also in the part of the band? Let's say. There's a question. 90s. So that's why for us, this is like, you know, how you manage. Like a group could consist with the different persons like related to one another. Yes, collectivities too. But collective it's much more different. They could be like, you know, kind of like a surviving together even though not connected to each other. So that's why the things that we are find very interesting in Indonesia's context. We could work and living collectively, let's say. But sometimes we are very lack to thinking collectively. It's very difficult. When we think collectively, then it's emphasis to holistics in the process, all together in the sense. We're not like thinking like Jakarta will sing, how about Venice? How about North Pole? So we're thinking collectively. It's not like only processing this as a working method, but also like to think, like actually we are here together. Like thinking about Jakarta in the sense, thinking about Venice in the sense, thinking about Amsterdam in the sense, it's quite the same. Like we are living in the undersea level, for example. So this is like the way how we recognize that our whole practice here actually as a part of the holistic process. So this is the way that we are mostly challenged into these notions on how we are practicing collectivity, just like Hammad said, like being together in the sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think we need to find it. Yeah. And if there's somebody who would like to help us to regard answering this will be very open. Yeah. Mm. I mean, we're always thinking like there's also question from the students like how about the kind of like how collective like custodians. There's mentions about custodian or something who could taking care of like claim something like that like the whose own. So actually it's very interesting concepts like I mean if you trust someone in general, then sometimes you are not acknowledging ownerships, no? Like because that everything that you spend, everything that you put into effort, actually it's because that the output is we are together. So no matter what, So that's why sometimes I'm still quite hilarious again in the metaphor of the band. Sometimes when they put a lyric, sometimes they put like this is John Lennon, this is Paul McCartney, and suddenly it's becoming debate who's creating these notions of lyric, John Lennon or Paul McCartney. But how the position again, Ringo Starr, George Harrison, where are they? Like in the sense of the Beatles things. So this is like really question. It's always questioning by us. Like if, for example, let's say, why the one who only taking care, let's say about Documenta from Ruang Rupa is only 9 of us. Actually, as you know, probably it's 10 of us. But how about the other one? It's never like really been in the, kind of like the categorized of, being interviewed or something. No, because he's the one who would like to, I would like to taking care Documenta from Indonesia side, And then we are trust him. And then how about the rest of these 80 friends that connected to our ecosystem? Where are they? We're taking care different part. As you know, like we are kind of like fulfilling the needs or we are trusted ourselves since the beginning how we could like replacing someone to becoming super sub to each other because we know how we position ourselves. That's the things that needs practices. So this is like very important things to acknowledge because first we never acknowledge what is collectivities, what is as a collective group because during that the year of 2000 we find out like lots of so-called artist-runs initiative, and sometimes we call it artist-runs space enterprises. And then if you short it, it's becoming very harshful word. And second, artist-runs initiative or artist initiative run space or something like that. It's question mark for us. What is this? Because seems like we learn so many things about the things that happen in the Western world, but the things that sometimes the Western didn't really what we are doing so far. So this is like really surprising. How this challenge system suddenly when we brought something, not only to Documenta, but to other related to this particular artistic practices around the world when we get invited as individual or as a group, they will mentioning like questionings about this notion. Seems like they are not really satisfied to the things that already being written. So they need to find again, or probably they feel threatened to us practices. So this is also like a different way on how we are mostly elaborating with different kind of dialogue because it should be grow.
Sorry, Marisha, would you mind speaking because we have online audiences as well?
Sure. I'm just interested as part of this process of interrogating, the different positions, the idea of invitation. And invitation for me is this very crucial moment, being an artist myself and also working with others in different moments, is I think everything is already sort of coded in this moment of invitation. And it promises a lot, and it also maybe is where the seed of the project or the nature of the relationship is articulated. So I wanted to maybe hear more about what you feel is, why were you invited, why were you chosen in the first place for this documenta role?
Actually, since 2018, this is like a long process that we are being asked anonymously to submit. Yeah? But we are very tired of submitting. Yeah? As you know, categoric-wise, we need to create a proposal, and then you know how it ends. So the first thing that we did, actually, before we submit something, we invite back Documenta to put this trust to working together, that first, and second, to acknowledge different kind of resource that we had, and also the ones that we already acknowledged from Documenta. And they answered yes, and we are submitting the proposal. So this is the way that us processes. Because like this, none of us experiencing or been to Documenta, to see Documenta, none. None of us being there in Kassel, none. We know like we have back and forth to Germany, but not to Kassel, and also not to Documenta. And our curiosity is one: what is Kassel? Only. And we believe that ever since that Documenta happened in Kassel, and we believe that, it's very good resource there. Why don't we, if you have trust someone who have a good resource, then why don't we share this sufficiency of resources that we could acknowledge to the different kind of another distribution, especially to knowledge and practices. So that's our first alignment actually to our process. And then so the dialogue starts. So that's why when we start working with the institution, so-called Documenta und Museum Friedrichianum GmbH, we know that since the beginning, we already offering that, hey, we should be trustful to each of every one of us to work together within this, because the output is Documenta's 15. So it's not only us practices, but also institutional practices that we need to challenge together. Yeah? It's not like because us would like to challenge the institution. No, we also would like to challenge ourselves as a work, as a collective, and also our method of approach within these notions of Lumbung. And Lumbung, again, is not a title, it's not a theme, it's a method. So actually, up until now, Documenta's 15 didn't have any titles. Lumbung is a method, it's a practice actually. So that's the things when we are very excited when they said like, yeah, we are going to share our resource, and then we're going to trust each other. And then since the beginning within institutions, we would like to know on how collective work. It's very welcoming guests, and it's very warm. And then suddenly we connected to other relations, to the Documenta's artists, to other friends that connect right now. And also the most important thing is to the Kassel ecosystem of friends that relate to the things that happen, what happened before Documenta and what happened after Documenta. For us, that's really important, because so many us dear friends that very lucky to go, likewise to Venice or at least to Documenta, they're only talking about the exhibitions itself, but not relate about the things that happen within the city as a context. That's the mutual garden. Huh? So that's why this is a challenge for us also to, that's why, for example, me and my family, and also to regard the other colleague, is living in Kassel for 2 years right now, because we would like also to learn about the things that could be very inspiring in the sense on how process, and then it is.
Hello. Okay. I think that's the interesting question, actually, Riza, because so much of the conversations I've had with you and also with Farid, has actually been turning that question around, isn't it? Like, instead of like, why is Rangrupa so special to get this invitation, you've actually been bringing the question of invitation as in, how do I then turn this invitation out to other people, right? And I think that's been incredibly generous and inclusive in this kind of methodology of Lumbung, whether it was to your students at Good School, was the same idea. Who else can we invite? You ask your network to say, who else can we invite? And similarly, I think that's been happening through the people that you have invited to Documenter, and they themselves then similarly are inviting other people, right? So, and Ming and I know, because we've been in those conversations of getting sort of like that kind of domino effect of invitation. And I think that's really interesting in terms of the spirit of generosity in that way, of rather than saying, I'm so unique, I hold on to this invitation because I'm exclusive. How do I open that invitation to as many people as I possibly could, right? But I would also like to ask this then, the follow-up 2 questions to that. In trying to bring the spirit of collectivity that you have within Rangrupa to Documenta, how have and it sounds like you've successfully asked Documenta to share those resources. But what about in operational processes? So we had a little chat just now about, is it possible to work collectively with an institution? Those challenges that go with conditioned processes as number 1. And then number 2 also, how does one, and I don't even know if this is the right question, but it's about how does one manage or safeguard there's enough resources. If you have so much rice for one party, do you blow all that into one big party for everyone, or how do you reinvest? And because there is a moment of limitation too, so how do you manage that?
Saudara, would you like to answer within the notions of what production? No. Rice. Actually, there's lots of things that being adjusted so far with the on how. Let's talking about because we not try to differentiate to regard the institutional practice that happen with the Documenta itself as an institutions, or very well structured organizations, let's say, to regard our practice also, because it's a matter on how you would like to position yourself actually. So that's the first that we try to acknowledge, because we are we are respect to each of every working conditions. That's the fact. So that's why there's only need several different adjustments. For example, like this, when we start to thinking about the fee structures, let's say productions model, I guess, so that could be have a different way on how so that's strategizing within so-called productions, but some other artists actually they try to blend in to share their own productions budget in the collective pot, so everyone could share. The ones that needed most, probably you could take from this collective pot. The one who something like that. So because we call it seeds, we're not calling it as a budget productions. I mean, in the statuta for sure, it says it's a budget productions, but the way that we operating it is a seeds, like a collective pot we call it. And then most of the artists actually already deal with in this matter, because as you know, many of our dear artists already know what is productions budget, what is per diem or fee for artists. They already know about this kind of structure. But how about if we could not challenge, experimenting or learning by practicing, if it's connected to so-called this using this same resource together, for example. And also questionings about your questions about how is it enough amount of rice to be shared. Actually, it's a matter on how each of every one of us could know about what the exact portions that needed, and which the exact way of acknowledge different kind of insufficient and sufficiency. And this is that's I mean, the good things are about our process up until now, that actually most of our dear artists that connected to Documenta 15, they already connected within themselves. Without us, we only create different kind of assembly, or we call it majlis. So it's quite intense sometimes, most of the time. So they create their own smaller groups or sense that connect to the dot, even though the first time that they only know each other, and then they already share many things toward this notion. So the things that could, as institutions, or perhaps right now is infrastructure and production, to one who are really busy, is they need to find out the way. For example, our finance department, they need to find a way on how, legal-wise, for example, creating another point about the statuta on how to use the report on budget productions. I mean, it's not artist jobs, no? It's a part of the finance because they study it. So they should find a way on how they could innovate if this thing is work, then they need to innovate something. So this is also like the learning process together. It's not like because we try to impose and then they say like, oh, you are very radical, now you change the institution. No, 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 no. The study is there. They need to find a way. For example, like this, we just like intermezzo. The first time that we are buying a land in Jakarta back in 2017, actually the notaris, what is notaris? Is it notaris?
Notaries,
Notary,
yeah.
They ask like, who's the one that came from this group who would like to own, to be registered as a one person, yeah? And we're talking about how about singular individuals as a collective. And they said like, we never have this case. And we said like, but it's your responsibility because you studied here. I mean, you're the one who study about this legal wise. How about like the common ground? So it's kind of like learning process. And then suddenly, actually that's the first time that we could, as a collective, we could own the space together. So no matter what, we cannot sell the space, the land anyhow if none of us like agree within this. So this is like very nice that suddenly it's happening and it's good, it's possible. Just like Hammad said, it's possible. If you would like to do it, it's possible. Come on. Art should be creating something that's impossible, no? In a sense. One of it is like this. So this is like the ones that we are dealing most of the time.
Speaking of the possible, we have 3 minutes left in scheduled time. And we really wanted to just open the floor. And if it's a question, and maybe we collect 2 or 3 of them and see if there's time for.
Have to just get into 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Longer. The room is buzzing just what are you talking about? Share with the class.
And also I just would like to add like sometimes like most of the questions also that come to us like seems like, you know, working as a collective or, you know, being in the collective like Ruang Rupa is ideal, yeah? Because we're talking also about conflicts. But so far that we know, we're always dealing with the conflict each of every day. Can you imagine that me and Ade, Daniela and Indra, it's since college time we are together. So can you imagine that we are dealing with this? What you when you say like, do you have a meeting? We meet each other. It's like, you know, like Daniela having a birth, it's kind of like a meeting, like, you know, something like that. Like it seems like it seems like, oh, it is ideal. It's kind of like, you know, but actually it's lots of different challenge that we are already dealing with. I mean, when we said like a meeting, like every day, our working space and the capacity of us working daily is to meet each other in Ruang Rupa sense. Like this is like sometimes it's very difficult to explain because you need to experience, to go to Jakarta, to see what is Jakarta, to see how us 16 million of us being together, yeah? To see like how these connections within 6 million of motorcycle more, although Vietnam is having very much motorcycle than Jakarta, but still, like how we have the sense that how these complexities, diversities that we are dealing mostly every day is also generating different kind of inspirations, and you have to feel something like at present, like within your body, within your gesture. So this is the things that always curious within us practices so far, that we should be embedded, not only being invited, but we are embedded to the living condition. We need to test the water directly. So this is like really important. That's actually our bargaining positions most of the time when we get invited everywhere. So far we never been invited to Venice Biennale yet. I don't know if we have interest, but in the sense like this is the things that mostly criticizing our process most of the time. We are try to evaluating most of our practice most of the time. It's not like we are only celebrating, but by celebrations, by inviting or knowing that many friends that come to acknowledge different kind of process that relate to most of our dear friends that relate, that's evaluations. We are celebrating the criticizings also. So this is the way that how we are processing up until now.
Can I actually ask a kind of somewhat related but also somewhat kind of divergent question, which is, so one of the things that you were saying that, you know, you moved to Kassel, and part of it was maybe logistical. I mean, you know, given the travel restrictions and everything, it just made sense for at least some of you to be there, right? But during that time, you said you were also learning about what it was like to be there. And I was wondering if you could talk a little about what specifically, you know, were some of the kind of the, I guess, understandings or findings that you found, you know, that the situation there that maybe you had to, or you collectively had to adjust to there. And kind of related to that, you know, one of the things I noticed about working, you know, because Asia Art Archive is also part of Documenta, you know, invited by Rangrupa. And one of the things I've noticed is that some of the people that we're working with the Documenta team, you know, we think of them, oh, this is the registrar for Documenta. This is the, you know, this is the conservator. And then I asked, so when did you start? Oh, I started working in February, or I started working in March. And they're actually not, you know, they're part of the institution, but they're only very recently part of the institution. So are there differences, I guess, in terms of working with the institution, you know, because some of them seem like it's almost like an accordion, right? Like some of it is like there, and then some of them are maybe like only there temporarily.
I think most of them that work with us in Documenta is like working conditions. Actually, most of them having short connected to the, they already living in Kassel. And then some of them already connected to different kind of collective that living in Kassel. And then most of the collective, since Ruang Rupa initiated, or Documenta 15 initiated Ruru House since March 2020, and we activate in July 2020. Actually, most of them already engaged, so they already know. They already know about this particular way on how us approaching the things that will be part of the Documenta 15 as a process. So this is only the matter like when they are joining our family. So that's why some of them like starting in February, or even some of them starting in this particular week or particular week or particular month, but they already know about the things that really going on with this within this process. So it's a matter of like the working contract conditions, but actually to create living conditions or living process in Kassel, this is not our first time. The first time what we did actually back in 2019 when we create Ruru Huis. Back in 2019, during our Grand Domestic Revolutions projects with Casco, is in Utrecht, the Netherlands. Actually, we tried this model to turn our apartment into living room, we call it. That's first. And then the second, actually, we challenged this method of approach back in 2016 during the Sonsbeek International Exhibitions. We also creating what's called Ruru House. And we kind of like evaluating the things that who's working with us, who's try to connect with us or getting connected with us on how we are try to find like the perfect ingredients, as we call it. I mean, we don't want to dismiss the other ingredients because we know that within special cuisine, you need to find like suitable, sustainable ingredients by itself. We don't put aside the other one because the other one could be cooked as another cuisine. So this is the things that happen in our kitchens actually. So that's why if someone that you met only joining like 2 weeks or 2 months, I think later on within program, you could ask like, are you part of the collective? That would be nice to challenge these notions like, why are you working for Documenta, for example, like that. It's very nice to having this particular conversation with them like this. Because we, as you know, that we are also part of the artists and we are also collective. We are not, again, not trained as a curator or not trained as an artistic director. We are an artist ourselves, so we know about how artists works and how about artists practicing. So this is, and also the one that collective working is something like that. And we're going to harvest this, no? This is very interesting.
Yeah, it's so, how to say, precious an opportunity to be here together. So I'm just so aware of that, you know, exactly the people in this room. I don't know how we will gather again. And I just wondered if anyone in the audience wanted to tell us a little bit more about your point up there, or if you had anything else that you wanted to share with us. Anyone in the room? No. Well, that's fair enough. It's been a very long day, so we are quite wiped, yeah. So all I can say is this is a process, you know, collective thinking is a process, and I guess it raises a lot of questions and not necessary resolutions, and we didn't promise that at the start of the day, so I don't feel like I've let you down. But at the same time, I just want to say a really big thank you to Saudat and Riza for sharing so generously, but also having the courage to do that kind of work, because it takes energy, it takes time, a lot of spirit of generosity. So thank you so much to them, and also to all our beautiful guests today. You know, they were really amazing. If you did not manage to catch the earlier presentations, they have been recorded. They should be available online, so please do watch. They just really blew us away today. And also just thank you to you for making time to be with us, because we know we're actually competing with so many other things on this tiny, tiny island. So this is just amazing that you're here. Yeah. And of course, I want to thank John, Hammad, and Ming. You are amazing travel companions. Yeah, honestly, it's been a really wonderful ride together. I hope we have many more together. And of course, not last but there's still the Fondazione Querini Stampalia staff who have been incredibly helpful and patient with us today. And last but not least, of course, we want to thank the Bagri Foundation, Alessandra and Juan, who are here and just been with us all day. Thank you so much for your support. It was not possible without you, and much love to the Bagri family as well. So thank you, everyone. Please have a lovely time in Venice. Yeah, see you at some point in the world. Yeah.